Welcome one and all here to the North American DPC. We are continuing the Div 1 action, building up to the Lima Major, and of course, building up to the road towards TI. My name is Snare, your host for these intrepid events, and I'm joined once again by my incredible panel, Fear and T-Panda. Today, let's not beat around the bush, boys. Right? It's been a competitive series yesterday. You know, Bait surprised us. I'm not expecting that many surprises today. I finished all my supply of copium after watching that game 1 of Bait versus Shopify Rebellion. So, Fear, hype me up, give it to me good. How do I replenish this? Yeah.
All right, well, so Alpha here against TSM. This matchup, you know, Alpha, they've had a rough start, but, you know, they had a good night's sleep. They had a good breakfast. They're ready, and TSM, you know, it might be colder. They're living, maybe their fingers are a little cold. They don't have their hand warmers. It could be the game changer here.
What do you think, T-Panda? You got any supply of hopium or copium for me?
I think I'm going to stay a bit stale, not to bring down the mood or anything. But, I mean, looking at the second series, I sense a small upset could finally happen in NA. I mean, right now it's just been pretty predictable what's going to happen. For the first series, can Alpha upgrade themselves? Is TSM going to, you know, loosen up a little bit? You can never know until you actually see the action unfold. But, you know, you're saying your hope is out?
Nah, I'm done.
You're done. You're serious there. All right.
Very serious, yeah.
I mean, anything can happen, right?
One of the reasons I'm so serious actually is because of how the standings look at this point in time. Because if you had any idea or an understanding of the North American region, this would be very predictable for you. And at this point in time, Shopify Rebellion at the very top of the card, 5 wins, 0 losses, not a single map dropped at this point. TSM, they're second, but honestly, I think Nouns could probably have been second themselves if they didn't end up losing out in the series against TSM. And TSM will be trying to continue winning, so they can go to the major itself. And the spots between 3 and 6th, kind of predictable as well. At the very bottom of the card, it's also a little bit too predictable. And that's my problem. That's why I'm out of hopium, T-Panda. Is because I'm looking at this, and I'm like, well, you know, last night before we ended off our show, we had our predictions come up, right? And in my predictions, this looks pretty much exactly how I expected. And that's the issue.
All right, all right. Will it hold until the end, do you think?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's really changed today, hasn't he?
Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of hopium. It depends on what you're hoping for here, but like we can hope for. I mean, what team are you rooting for from the bottom 3? We got Bait, Alpha, Theath. Like, which one do you want to stay out of those? If
Bait, probably.
You want Bait to stay? Yeah. All right. Well, then they got to win their matches coming up soon against Theath, right? And I think they should be pretty good in that department. But Alpha, you know, maybe they had a good night's sleep, as I mentioned, and they went into this match coming here. But they got a hard opponent against TSM, and I don't know, you have to deal with Kasane, I feel like, if you're in Alpha's shoes right now. If you can really deal with Kasane, that's the first step that you can do. Then you obviously have to deal with Bryle after that. Then you got to keep going up, and then you got to deal with Tomato. So you got to start somewhere, but if you don't deal with Kasane, it's a 20-minute game. If you can manage to deal with Kasane, maybe you got a 30-minute game, and Bryle kind of gets rid of you. If you deal with Bryle, you're into late game territory, 45 minutes, and if you get rid of Tomato there, you're probably in a 50-minute territory.
God,
and that's where you're going to win as Alpha.
I needed hopium. I didn't need complication.
I mean, all we needed was a bit of constructivism, basically, in this case. Like, you know what like Fear says? I think if you want to be a systematic team like Rebellion has shown to all the other teams so far, you got to start cracking it down from point A to B to C and have all these different scenarios up till F and not just go, you know, rush A kind of strat. That's just not going to work in Dota. Wrong game. So with Kasane breaking down, maybe into Bryle, and then contest Tomato. Because I feel like Tomato in these games, where if Bryle and Kasane are somewhat contested, he still has a free game, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he's very hard to deal with in a lot of senses. Like, only Nouns was able to deal with him in that one particular game. You could argue 2 games there, but like it was always Tomato in that late game situation where Nouns just couldn't beat him in the late game. Like, they dealt with Kasane, they dealt with Bryle in that game, but they didn't deal with Tomato on his hard carry, right? Yeah. So like you have to be able to do all 3 of those things, and that's why TSM is so strong.
Whew, the difficulties are, I'm sure all my continental philosophers in the chat will be like, yeah, constructivism, yes, that definitely has to come out today. But let's just take a quick look at what happened yesterday with this young recap, because the last 3 series that we had yesterday, very, very close. Obviously, we had TSM versus 5x4 Staff to start off the day, and we saw exactly what TSM is able to do, and exactly like you're mentioning, if you can deal with one person, you can't deal with the rest, but it becomes even more difficult when you give TSM a draft that they legitimately cannot lose with. And that's been sort of the theme, I think, of the North American region. Sometimes when we see these lopsided matchups, it's not just because of the skill disparity between these two teams, but it's the draft disparity. We've seen some really hard outdrafts, Panda, like more so than we've seen in other regions, haven't we?
Yeah, and looking at that game one as well, specifically when you look at the way the drafting has basically gone, TSM did somewhat target our boy Stolmanen. But in the end, I mean, sorry, yeah, exactly. So in the end, it's like you've already got crucial pieces kicking in here and there. You've got the not last pick Morphling, but they go for Axe last pick, and I'm still a bit shaky about the hero. He's still decent in pops. He's somewhat easy to play around, but the heroes are playing against Snap, Pug. These guys are just going to build Yule Scepters. What you gonna do? Basically nothing. You're just going to be disabled the entire game.
One thing I found very interesting, Fear, when we look at a lot of these games, right, and we're going to see it especially in this particular game, but also in the next series, repositioning and movement manipulation has been the name of the game in terms of winning out, right? And one of the things that we saw was 5 4 Staff, when they were playing with this Rubik, one of the reasons that they weren't able to do so well is because they were building Blink Dagger on the Rubik rather than the 4 Staff and Aghanim Shard for that particular repositioning. So talk to us about how important movement manipulation is in the game right now.
I mean, it was a bit ironic. He is on 5 4 Staff and he's going to Blink Dagger, so not really following the team's motto there. But yeah, I mean, that's just the name of the meta right now. Your carries, they don't really build a lot of repositioning items, and if they do get jumped, you oftentimes do want your carry to be in the front line when they're online. But here's the thing, if they get jumped to the stun and you don't have the 4 staffs, you can actually burst a hero, even if they have a lot of net worth right now. So it's all about building these items to reposition so you can take the fight, get your carry back, he can re-engage, maybe he has a Satanic. I think just building a lot of 4 staffs is just turns so many fights, right? Yeah. I think on so many heroes, you don't even just go for the item 4 staff. There's a lot of heroes that are meta, such as the Rubik, who do it through skills, a Snapfire. They all buy a 4 staff, plus they have a skill that can help reposition. It makes it very difficult for you to initiate against.
Yeah. And like, especially with this Rebellion bait series, when you look at itemization and drafting, most importantly, we saw the Dendi Witch Doctor moves on this Rubik. They played an absolutely insane game number 1, only to throw it in the end, basically. A couple fights down in that bottom lane, forcing them to be in positions where Stonebank would not necessarily be in the place you'd want him to be. And, you know, they just didn't have the, what was the key word we used for that? Patience.
I mean, I'm still mad after that series, because like, that could have been it for Bait, you know? That could have been like, you know, their revival from this. And then maybe, who knows, maybe they still would have lost to Shopify, but at least it would have been, hey, we're the first team to go 3 games against Shopify. Would have been some great confidence, but I mean, I was casting that game and I was just sitting there like, as it was unfolding, right before it happened, I was like, please don't do this.
Seen the guy's
and then
face.
he does it, and I'm just like, oh my gosh, not again. And at that point, you know, my Copian ran out for Bait because they were so close.
Yeah, highlighting the amount of facial expressions we get from Fear. I actually saw a bit of disappointment in him with that Bait game
Dota
1.
can do that to me.
And game 2, it was just like, well, I mean, we kind of used our entire fuel tank in game 1.
Yeah, let's talk about this series. So Wildcard Gaming versus Theath Gaming. So Wildcard, they stomped game 1 pretty hard. But game number 2, by Sammy Boy's own admission, they made a lot of mistakes. They weren't communicating very well, and they were struggling to close out this game. And had they not bought this the Sheepstick, they might have lost that game.
Yeah,
which
the
is
Mars
really wild, right?
Yeah, I mean, he played incredibly well. I think the key differences between game 1 and game 2 was the way they drafted. Like, even Sammy Boy in the interview, he was like, you know, he thought they're better, let's crush them. But the way they drafted in the second game didn't really reflect that. Whereas the first game, of course, it was a fast game. They won all 3 lanes. Sunlight on his Viper, unstoppable. They even did well in the mid lane. The bat didn't work out there. So, yeah, just drafting-wise was a big part of it. But I think they came back to show a little bit on Wildcard, like, why they're not down and out quite yet.
One thing that I find very interesting is that in Dota, sometimes even if a team that is quote-unquote weaker than you is able to push you to the limit, the thing that differentiates these two teams is always going to be decision-making, especially in the late game. I mean, T-Panda Fear was like disappointed, hating life when he saw Stonebank going up the high ground, losing a game that they really shouldn't have lost. But here in this game, we actually saw the difference that having a stable, well, not even a stable roster, but more experienced roster can make in a game like this. Because if, let's say, Theath Gaming was a bit more experienced, they might have actually been able to win this one out themselves, right? But unfortunately, it ends up that Wildcard Gaming, they had the understanding of exactly what to do in these kind of situations. So they're going to be in action later today on the side of Theath Gaming. Talk to me about this. They're playing A difficult series, to be fair. Not that hard, right? 5 Red 4 Staff is a little bit mid-card. We're still not exactly sure what to make about them. They're about the same relative strength as Wildcard Gaming. Will they have learned from their series against Wildcard Gaming before they play today against 5 Red 4 Staff? And if they have learned, what can they take away from the series that will help them win today?
If you look at some of the strengths on both of the sides, I think if I start with 5-Rat, they've been a bit shaky in the last few series. 2 2-0s in a row against them with Rebellion and TSM. Obviously, very difficult series for them to play. But if you kind of dive into what's been going on with this team, basically, they have not really found their ground, really. I think that shook them quite a lot. Even being the highest seed teams that they played against, and they lost 2-0s 2 times in a row. 5-Rat is kind of inconsistent, I feel. Like, what we've been seeing and what I've been talking with the management, basically, talking about these players, getting like a real good feel, like, all right, you guys got a pretty solid roster here, but it's just not showing, probably in a top 3 fashion, that we might have maybe expected 5-Rat to kind of finally take that next step forward. It might just not happen this tour, but against Theath, at least you're still pushing yourself into pretty high standings. You might get some DPC points in the end. I think that's the thing that matters to them most, is we take this as a learning experience and go forward. You look at Theath's side. Well, if word is true, and they have another stand-in player kicking in, we'll dive into that later, that's a pretty spicy name that they're going to get in, and that could just upgrade this team by quite a lot. So I'm very excited to see what's going to happen in that one. I feel like Theath actually has a fighting chance, unless 5-Rat has pulled themselves together.
I would definitely agree with that. Just to add to that real quick, it's just like, I feel like that team on the one series they did win against Alpha, they looked pretty good. It's really just Lamy's hero pool that I think he really needs to focus on, because he ended up playing the Ursa, he played the Shadow Fiend, he looked really good on that, had a lot of space. But when he played against Wildcard, he ended up picking heroes that weren't as like meta of carries, right? The Slark I was okay with, but I wanted to be more of a hard carry type of player. We saw his Doom in the past. Not been super impressed by this playstyle. Yeah. So if he can play more hard carries, you know, Esk has a great game, can make a bit more space on the map, I think they have a fighting chance with upgrades.
Of course, we've been talking obliquely about the references to that second series, which is going to be Theath versus 5 Rat 4 Staff. That's going to be happening later on in the day, but we are starting the day with Alpha versus TSM. And right now, Alpha at the very bottom of the leaderboard, they are really, really struggling. Despite the fact that Theath has had a lot of roster changes and they still have a stand-in later on today, it still feels like Alpha, they haven't unlocked anything like that. We haven't yet seen a game where it looks good from them. The one game we did see was they beat Shopify Rebellion in the laning phase. And that's kind of incredible to T-Panda, because Shopify Rebellion, not only do they practice a lot in the lanes, but they are known as a laning phase team. Like, throughout the years, there's always been this understanding throughout the world that this is the best laning phase team in the world. So the fact that Alpha was able to beat them at that stage, today, if they win the laning phase against TSM, right, who is still trying to find their identity, who still haven't yet been able to fully discover and unlock their full potential, will they be able to win this one out? And is it more difficult for TSM to come back from a bad laning phase than it is for Shopify Rebellion?
I think when we're coming out of the laning stage, I think that matters a bit more in case of just, of course, we always talk about how important the laning phase is, but when I'm looking at just directly at numbers, warding game, I think that's something where they could impact themselves. Alpha has the most wards lost per game average, 7.13. TSM is 5. So there's already an indicator there that they kill less wards, they lose more wards. If they've been able to look at some heat maps, discover maybe what TSM is using their wards for, how do they play with specific heroes, and what places of the map do they want to take in control. Note here that Alpha prioritizes Radiant. So if they get Radiant for themselves and they're really familiar with what TSM is looking for around the map, they could try to find a way to work around that. That could be an advantage when you're coming out of the laning stage and get yourselves those extra pickoffs, those smoke ganks, the triangle invasions, all that stuff, if they're able to pull that off. It does require to have a good laning stage, though, to actually exit and be active around the map, but there's maybe a tiny bit of weakness. And also, Alpha has more courier kills than TSM, so at least a little bit of positivity in the air.
T-Panda doing his best to inject me back with some hopium, because I've lost all of mine. But one thing that I find very interesting is going to be what Fia was mentioning earlier, the carry-to-carry matchup. Tomorrow, very difficult to try and control. Even if you're beating the rest of TSM, you have to still consider exactly which heroes he's playing. So carry-to-carry matchup, carry player on the panel. Fia, talk to me about this. What do you want to see Risers do? Especially because he was one of the few players in the region that was given Lina and hasn't won with it. So what do you want to see different today from the side of Alpha for Risers in particular?
I think the both these teams have like different things they're going up against today. I think Rises, unfortunately, he's put in a position where he needs to win his lane for his team to have any chance of winning. Because like if the track record shows, Monster and Wish, they haven't been winning many lanes together, and they're especially going against Tomato here, so no matter what happens, I'll be really surprised if Tomato isn't free farming here. But the other side, I think Tiger plus Rises here, they have good performances, and when they played against Shopify Rebellion, they actually won their lane there too. So like they have the potential to do that. So if they do win this laning stage here, I expect good things from him.
Which heroes are you having in mind, T-Panda, when you think about Rises? Because it does seem to be the case that every time Alpha has looked successful, it has come, like you said, from that lane with that Riser and Tiger, maybe a little bit from the mid, but in particular that lane, which heroes do you think will be best unlocked? Because I doubt TSM is going to give them the Lina in the same fashion that Shopify Rebellion did. So what do you want to see from them if they are going to be able to change this 0-4 win-loss into a 1-4 at the very least?
Well, looking at the meta and kind of combining it to the team style, the Lina Ogre duo with Rises and Tiger, and I think another would be either with the Treant or then swap it with something like the Ursa, maybe even a Slark/Drow. I don't think the Slark was too amazing, but it's still a great hero in the meta currently. So I'd say like Ogre Treant for Tiger has had one of the best performances. I could even look for Silencer or CM, which are also pretty solid in the laning stage, and especially if you think about like CM Ursa, very brawly lane. I guess that could put Kasane in an off balance.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really, it's hard to say what hero I'd want him on here because I want him to take last pick, right? I want him to counterpick whatever Kasane picks. I think from Monster's perspective, I mean, you look at the data, he's not really winning his lane very much, so you might as well pick him earlier, and I don't think saving his hero pick is going to save that much. Kind of give Esk that later pick, but give Rises the overall last pick until he sees his lane, and really prioritize Esk and Rises to have a good laning stage here.
I'm hoping that Esk and Rises can actually have a good laning phase because it's been a bit rough so far on the side of Alpha Gaming, but they have an opportunity. If you can beat Shopify Rebellion in the laning phase, you can potentially beat some of the best teams in the world. So we're going to be seeing shortly when the draft unfolds which heroes they're going to be trying to prioritize in this situation. I really want a game number 3 because we've not had that many game 3s. Let's do it. Today,
your copium is back.
Nah, it's not.
It's been recovered.
I'm trying. I'm doing my best. So here we go. Game number 1 between TSM on the side of Alpha Gaming. Obviously, the first ban is going to be the Death Prop. Oh, that's actually interesting. I thought there was going to be a Treant ban potentially because Treant in this region has been stellar. Every single time that we've seen a Treant first phase, most of the time it's been winning. And thank God we haven't been seeing that many Beastmasters after last week.
Well, Beastmaster is gone, and TSM's most picked first phase pick is Treant Protector. So TSM might look for it for themselves. Alpha's probably thinking about the Rubik pick right now. Is that something we want to go up against? Do we want to let it through? And when you kind of look at the side of Alpha, actually, TSM took Radiant, which is usually what Alpha wants to take. So Alpha went for second pick. They have the final pick of the draft. And now that they banned Alina, which they first faced, this might go along your storyline, Fear.
I mean, we'll see. I mean, strange things have happened in these drafts unexpectedly, but
Yep.
you know, hopefully they go with what I would like to see because I think that would be good.
Ooh, well, one of the things that is going to be happening
yeah.
today is that the Brood Mother gets through. Kasane Brood, he's won 2 games already on this hero, played amazing games both times. I'm actually kind of surprised about this because the degree of dominance that we saw when TSM was playing this Brood Mother, why would they allow it to go through on the side of Alpha? Why wouldn't they ban that instead of the Rubik? I feel like I would rather play against a Rubik than a Brood Mother at this point.
I mean, maybe they just want Rises to see his hero early. He must be confident in the matchup. So he probably has something in store. But from the looks of it, they're going to ignore his hero. So he must have at least 4 to 5 heroes in store for him because you can easily just ban 3 of them and take another one if you really want to away from him. But I think more than anything right now what they're doing in the draft is they're securing Monster's hero. They're getting his Mars. It's good versus the Brood too. You can't walk out of the arena. You can one-shot the spiders with the W if you have enough farm, of course. And, you know, it's a good combo with Hoodwink. I mean, it's actually a terrible combo with Hoodwink, actually, the more I think about it, because there's so many bad things that happen. Your God's Rebuke can get rid of the Bushwhack, like it'll unstun them. You know, Arena cuts all the trees down. You have to play really well to make this work, and between these two players, their chemistry has looked kind of the weakest in the
Yeah.
Division 1, so they're picking a hard combo here.
We saw this other week, didn't we? The Mars hoodwink between the side of Alpha, and that was actually the game where there were a couple of... No, the Snapfire, right, in that lane. So what do you make of having hoodwink here? It's a little bit more easy damage, I suppose. You don't have to coordinate as well as before. Movement repositioning is not going to be as difficult to pull off. You know, you can... There's a lot of disable, basically, in this lane. Do you like what you're seeing here for Monster?
At least the Monster gets a bit of extra confidence, basically having the damage follow-up. So if he just goes for a classic blink-in, spear someone or ulti, you still got the sharpshooter damage. They can't really spread away from it, pre-BKBs, that is. So there is some synergy, even though the combos directly with their abilities concerning the
Just
pushbacks and the
difficult.
stuns are super difficult to actually get to align, like, stun to stun, so you don't get the follow-up necessarily. But the damage burst is still there, and you have the spear that you can still walk around with. So hopefully Monster gets some confidence. Wish has been really good on this hoodwink. I just want to see that they actually work together and actually find themselves the strengths together to look for those pickoffs and be active, because you don't want to fall too behind just having a Mars farming and hoodwinks hoping for that +1 buddy.
Yeah. So looking deeper into the draft, though, TSM, of course, have gone for the Snapfire. They kind of ignored the Tree and Protector. Personally, I do feel that as good as Tree and Protector is, Whitemon has just been okay on the hero, so I don't mind them going for the Snapfire here, give them a little bit more damage. What do we want to see, especially from the mid lane? Because we still have Ember Spirit in the pool at the moment. Brawl hasn't necessarily picked up his hero just yet. Should Alpha start considering just banning out the Ember, not having to deal with that, given how good Brawl is on this hero?
Well, I mean, you can leave the Ember open. It's I know Soul Ember is still pretty decent. He could play it, but I'm scared about a combo that might go through if this Snapfire ends up being something like a core for Brawl, because the Murano Riki is both still in the pool. And considering the second pick for Alpha, TSM could just double pick both of them. They're getting rid of heroes that basically are able to kind of reset the whole engagement. You've got the Naga Song and the Slark, who's pretty hard to catch, actually. Like in terms of if you see the dart coming, you can always dart pack buff. So you got to keep that in mind. So Alpha's considering right now, do we feel strong enough with this Ember hero? Can he be the one to unify forces with this hoodwink? Or are we going to have to play a more safer route?
Fia, you're a long-standing voice within the NA region. You are a TI winner. Everybody respects you. Please tell everybody to stop picking Ricky Murano. I can't stand this anymore.
I mean, I can't tell people to not win, you know? Like, you guys, if you don't win, you know, that's it.
Yeah.
Like, go lose.
It's fine. Go lose. Yeah, it's cool. This combination is way too
Counter
strong, and
copium now.
Yeah, I really don't want to see it. I'm hoping, honestly, I hope we never see this again. It's too strong right now in the meta.
I haven't got enough quite yet. It's still fresh. I haven't seen
What's
it
wrong
enough.
with you?
Let's bring it
You
in.
haven't seen it enough.
I
Oh my
haven't.
God. All right, so here's the Crystal Maiden. Every single game that we've seen Crystal Maiden involved in, Ember Spirit either loses that game or it's on the same team as the Ember, and the Ember ends up winning that game. So is TSM going to end up in a situation right now? There's a lot of stuns, there's some roots. I would not want to play Ember Spirit in this situation. So is Brawl a little bit counterpicked in this situation?
Still tiny.
Oh, yeah.
And so, like, I don't think Bryle's limited to his Ember Spirit. He plays a lot of good heroes here. I'm curious to see if Tomato will pick here and they actually give a last pick to Bryle in this situation. Because, you know, Mars is going offlane with this hoodwink. They have a CM. There's no flex potential here, unless they plan on doing something crazy like a carry Mars, but that's not happening in this region, and it's definitely not happening with Alpha. So if they want to win the laning stage, they'll probably end up last picking Bryle's hero here. But they don't necessarily have to. Bryle can be like, you know, just give me Tiny, give me Ember. I'll win with whatever they throw at me.
Panda, one of the things that we were complaining about when we see some of these lopsided matchups is that these teams would pick drafts or have drafts that are difficult to execute, right? Do you like the fact that Alpha right now have a lot of stuns, a lot of disables, a lot of easy ways to initiate team fights, and a lot of ways to deal damage in these team fights as well?
Ease of execution always enables your team. That's basically like a very key role in these 5-player games, basically, where if you just get one stun, it's so easy for the others to follow up on that. Now that you have multiple pieces of crowd control, that also takes away a lot of heroes that could be an issue. Like the Ember Spirit definitely already is a bit like, okay, they have a CM. Is this going to be a super aggressive CM? But it's also a hero that we can blow up pretty easy, and a hero that Fear's not too happy with.
No,
with the
hype me up
CK,
on the CK.
But it's actually
We're going to
pretty
see
solid
probably
one
a
here.
CK win here, so tell me why it's good.
All right, so CK, he's got a lot of burst damage here. He can blow up both the Hoodwink. You have a natural Quelling Blade carrier with the Reality Rift as well. You can reposition, cut down trees faster. CM's going to evaporate. He can man-fight the Mars in the lane, so he can actually force the Mars away a bit.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, First Mars, great hero, right? Like, it's really hard to spear him because if you hit an illusion, you no longer get the stun. You get the damage away, but you don't get the stun. So picking illusion heroes against Mars is good. And, you know, Tomato is very good at this hero. He's going to have a good laning stage. You know, if Alpha picked it, I would say they would have probably lost with it, but the hero itself, like, the only issue I had with this hero so far is that its illusions haven't been tanky enough. Like, most of the time, he gets his farm, and then, like, the illusions just die immediately, and it's like, uh-oh. But, you know, some of the weaker teams have been playing it, so this might be a good opportunity to see what CK has got to show.
And I was about to say the Bloodseeker is probably the only hero left in the Rises hero pool that's actually viable here. You don't go Drow anymore. He's just going to get blown up just the way the CM of the Hoodwink might get with the CK. I don't feel like the Battle Fury Ursa is going to be active early enough when this CK gets online, because CK is already having a pretty solid lane. So getting that Ursa to actually participate is going to be a big issue. So having Bloodseeker already having some range capability, you can rotate early with the hero. And you also got a couple solid targets to focus on these fights too. The Rupture can keep the Broodmother busy, and also the vision provided is going to be pretty handy when you have heroes like Hoodwink and the Mars in your team.
We see another Disruptor. Yesterday we had the first Disruptor in the NA region. It's going to be doubled up today. What do we make of this? I mean, it does give them some decent team fight, right? And generally speaking, when we've seen the Snapfire hero, you want at least one hero that can lock heroes down long enough for the Morty's Kisses to reign in. Normally, it's been Treant Protector in this region. Obviously, that was banned out by TSM themselves. Is Kinetic Field good enough to replace the Overgrowth in this situation, Fio?
Yeah, I'll get to that real quick, but I want you guys to take a guess here. Is he going to do Tiny, Ember, or Tusk?
Is
For
Tusk
Bryle.
not banned? Oh my god. Just pick Tusk.
Tiny, Ember,
or
or Tusk.
Tusk.
I think
Ember.
those are his three choices.
I think
so
Tusk, actually. Ember keeps losing against Crystal Maiden. I think Tusk. What do you think, Panda?
Something tells me they already have a bit of melee here. They're not going to go for Kunkka. They want themselves a range hero. I don't know. I feel like Sniper, to be honest. For
Sniper?
TSM.
I said
feel like
Tiny or
Sniper
Tusk.
mid.
There's no Sniper in there. Ember's banned, so that's not going to happen.
I don't know. I feel like they just go Sniper for Bryle into mid. But if you really want Tiny or Tusk, I mean, Tusk seems like a pretty idiot-proof idea, right?
Yeah. Batrider, interesting.
Wasn't
Range
on
hero.
your list. All
It
right,
wasn't,
They
no.
went for the range hero.
I mean, just get back to your point real quick about the Disruptor. It's pretty good, this game. Versus with the CK as well, you can't really run away from a CK. He'll just drag you back to the illusions. And I will say, Alpha does not have the best AoE to deal with these CK illusions right now. So they just wanted more catch. Like, I really wanted more catch in their lineup. I mean, Batrider can do it, but the thing I always say about Batrider is you got to win your lane to be a space maker, right? If you lose your lane, you're no longer a space maker. You're just buying bots. You're just kind of ratting, and that's when Bat really looks the worst. So I believe in Bryle that he can do both, make the space, you know, and win the lane with this hero because he's just been so damn consistent.
Right, I'll give you three heroes. Invoker, Pudge, or SF for last pick.
One thing actually I was about to
Pudge.
ask you
Go
is
ahead.
that where's the wave clear to deal with this Broodmother? Where is the way to actually kill the spider? Like, I'm looking at this Alpha draft right now. They get this. Oh, well, that's damage. That's a lot of damage. Bloodseeker,
Seeker,
Crystal
Zeus
Maiden,
combo.
Like,
This is straight out of pubs, right?
I mean,
Alright.
yeah, it deals with illusions a little bit too. It's a pretty good pick. It just comes down to, you know, mid matchup here. Like, I think Zeus, you can lane versus Batrider, but you got to play really well. If you make one wrong step, he's gonna chase you down.
So this is another situation where we're having a new hero that's introduced to the NA region. I don't think we've seen a Zeus just yet. So do we like the Zeus in this situation? Do we like the output of the damage? And more importantly, does this Zeus survive this game? Because I'm seeing a lot of quick ways from TSM to kill the Zeus if they ever get on top of him. What do you make of this, T-Panda? Give me.
He's won a game on Zeus in the regional qualifiers versus C-Dub. That's a Division 2 team at the moment. So you got to win, you got to lose. You got a couple games on this hero. I mean, it's solid. I like the Bloodseeker combo. It used to be so much stronger back in the day with a different type of Blood Rage, but a very pub-ish combo to finish off easy execution. So I think Alpha should have an okay time this game. If this CK pops off from Tomato, I don't really see a way back, though.
All right, Dean of Dota, hit me. How does Alpha win this game here with this lost pick
I'll
Zeus?
take a hit of that copium here. All right, so this Zeus here in the mid lane, if he does well, he's exactly the hero they needed. They were low on damage. Bloodseeker didn't really do enough. Mars low damage too. If he gets off to a good start, he can deal with the CK, and he can provide what's needed, but Esk has really got to pop off.
We're going to be seeing whether or not that's going to be possible in this game, number one, because right now Alpha are really up against it. Let's see, though, if they're going to be able to get the W in the situation. And to find out, we're going to throw it to our wonderful casters, the marvelous Mike and the joyful John. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you very much, Drip King Snare. It is MLP Dota and Dronix5. Jonathan, we've got Alpha against TSM here in this first game of a best of 3. Drafts are out. Our panel was trying to give us great points as to why Alpha's draft is decent. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking TSM should still be able to kind of play around here. There is a little bit of a shift. We are running with what looks to be just a webs down mid, maybe baiting out here for Kasane. Whether or not they want to fully commit for that brood mid, maybe that could be interesting, I guess. We haven't seen that in a little bit of time, usually in the offlane.
Absolutely. Well, with that, Jonathan, we do actually have a video coming up as well. I believe we asked Ari a very simple question. Radiant or Dire? Let's hear from the man.
I personally like Dire more. I think the jungle's really good for farming, and it has this really powerful cliff ward by the Roche Pit. And I notice a lot whenever I'm Radiant or whenever I play against Radiant, teams often choke around the Roche Pit because of this cliff ward that Dire has. And it's really awkward if you're having this like Mexican standoff in the Roche Pit. When you're Radiant, you've got no high ground to play on. So for that reason, I like Dire more.
Well, we're going to get straight into a team fight. We'll talk about the video in just a moment. Kasane is getting a bit of damage off onto this Bloodseeker. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Monster being chased down just a little bit. Half his HP removed, but he's going to be okay to walk out. Tips flying out towards Kasane. Not 100% sure why, but I suppose it doesn't really matter. Jonathan, you heard Ari. He brought up the Dire argument. You love to hear it because you've been carrying on about this with me for quite a while now. Could you remind us of the stats? Why is Dire so strong right now?
Dire first pick is around, I want to say 60% win rate, and second pick Dire, like second pick in the draft and Dire on the map, it's around 80% last I checked.
Jesus Christ.
So yeah, Radiant overall is like a 40 and 50, 38 and 40, something like that. It's pretty atrocious for Radiant. So that's good news for Alpha, right? They're on Dire. That should boost their odds here.
Absolutely. You'd hope so. We'll see how it pans out. Of course, we are having a look at the mid lane where you're going to see Soul against Brawl on this Batrider. I mean, the panel did like the Zeus pick. I think Fear in particular was talking about how it's exactly what they needed. Against the Bat, I think it's a pretty rough ordeal anyway. At the very least, you are going to have that Heavenly Jump later on to try and jump away from Brawl. What are you thinking about this mid lane, though, John? Do you like Soul's chances against Brawl?
Yeah, I think Soul should be able to manage it just fine. Spam out the Arc Lightning, stand as far back as possible, and try not to cop too many hits. Brawl doesn't have his own stick, so the spam of Soul will eventually just hurt Brawl a little bit more. And you can just kind of back off to reset that sticky napalm, kind of cancel off the investment that Brawl's trying to do for Harass. So that should give a little bit of a better time for Soul. We are seeing that reflected in the CS. And he does have good rotations that can come in. Hoodwink and a CM can kind of help to set up for that Zeus to look for that kill opportunity.
Top lane, Ari. Fair bit of damage being taken here. Of course, you have the combo of Crystal Maiden Bloodseeker here with Rises and Tiger. Kasane is going to be there on the the Broodmother rather, and Ari's gone. Tiger's going to find him in that tree line and take him out. And I'll tell you what, John, this combo is quite deadly. Like, it's very easy to land the Blood Right when you've got a Frostbite to set up.
Yeah, it's really simple. That's where the strength of Alpha's top lane really comes in. The lane matchup against the Brood, it might get a little bit rough once the levels are up for Kasane. You know, you get the insatiable hunger to trade, have the Silken Bullet to block off a lot of that physical output Rises will want to have. But the first 2-3 levels, definitely in the favor of Alpha, as long as Tiger kind of keeps that commitment. He is out of mangoes now, so playing that aggressive might not be sustainable.
Of course, bottom lane as well. You saw Monster go down in the Mars, so Whitemon able to secure his own kill here on the Disruptor. Very nice kill there for TSM down at that bottom lane. And when you're looking at Tomato, like on that CK, John, he looks like he's going to have a very free time. And it's already quite challenging to try and contest a CK in laning phase, especially with the Disruptor. They're going to try and spear up Whitemon, but chances are they can't kill him. And now the Harass trade can be quite ridiculous in favor of TSM if you do get caught up.
Yeah, it's really easy for them to melt. The output of Disruptor in lane's pretty damn high with a Thunder Strike. You're pretty tanky on Monster, but you get isolated like that. Doesn't take too long for Tomato to melt through. And the thing is, they find that kill before Tomato hits his level 4 with a level 2 Chaos Strike, where his right-click output just skyrockets and he can just sustain these trades a lot better. So as the levels scale up, it just gets tougher and tougher. And I do like what TSM's done. They've cut the tree line quite well. So without the trees, it's harder for Widge and it's harder for Monster to even look for these plays whenever TSM comes in to try to get aggressive.
Certainly is. Another dive here on Kasane top lane, but he's going to be able to survive because he's got that little ditch to go down. Meanwhile, mid lane, Brawl's diving rather deep. He's going to just kind of cut the creep wave here and make sure Soul cannot contest. Of course, Soul might miss out on a creep wave here in the mid lane if he's not too careful. Bryle falling a little bit low on HP. Might just drop the tower. The tower attacks him as well. Soul will hand over the tip. Bryle just within range of the tier 1.
Yeah, maybe not expecting to actually have been envisioned with the creeps. Maybe he was thinking he was a little bit deeper in the tree line to not get hit, and does get punished. He is trying to just prevent Soul from having that great start with all the damage he has.
Monster.
Top lane.
Monster's going to drop. Top lane in the meantime. Kasane in a bit of danger, but now a nice double cookie out from Ari. I'll tell you, Ari's been very good in this Snapfire. Rises, though, has the Frostbite to set up and just charges in and gets the kill. Kasane, again, having a few issues trying to survive through this top lane. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Whitemon's going to deny himself off to neutrals for a reset. But a 2-3 so far the way of Alpha. And it seems like most of the issues happening right now are up at that top lane for the side of TSM. Again, just that combination of CM Bloodseeker, at the very least, during that laning phase, very, very tough to deal with.
It certainly is. Both offlanes are suffering here quite badly. 9-0 for Monster, 9-6 for Kasane. At the least, Kasane's finding some denies to take away from Rises and from Tiger, but it's just going to be a slower start. That is going to hurt TSM a little bit more. You know, a Brood Mother with its timings thrown off can feel like a bit of a space-soaking machine, and you are playing with a CK and
Tiger.
with a Batrider.
Tiger's in trouble topside. He's going to drop. Easy kill. Meanwhile, Tomato is being chased bottom side, but he's going to be able to survive just fine. Love the little play there from Ari. He actually waits out the CM Courier, sees where it stops, and knows exactly where the Crystal Maiden was, and just makes the cookie jump in. Very clever.
They need that. They need every little bit they can take to help Kasane get off to that running start. Again, a Brood Mother that falls behind does feel a little bit less impact than the Mars. You are going to be soaking up farm. You want to clear out that top tower at some point.
Here we go again. They're going to make the jump in on Kasane. This time, though, they did not have the Blood Right to follow up with. He just used it a second earlier, so Rises couldn't really follow up with the damage. But here we go. Rises, he'll pop it this time. Kasane will be able to run out of range. They don't perfectly time it. But at the very least, they are kind of instilling the fear of God onto Kasane here in this top lane.
Yeah, it's just tough. He's not getting as much solo EXP as well because you kind of need Ari to stick around, although a little bit of a rotation mid. Pink's coming out as well. They want to make a play on Soul. They've got the lasso ready.
Yeah, but they've got nice vision on Ari. The tier 1 tower going to reveal that they could see him. Bryle trying for a jump in, but that ward saving the day. In fact, never mind. Whitemon's going to find him anyway. Glimpse him back. Visual rotate to try and help out, but he might just be another kill. He gets caught in the kinetic field. Bryle, are you going to dive for this? He just needs a couple more right clicks and he's got it. Ari, in the meantime, will get traded off. He'll die to Tiger, but it won't really matter. TSM get a much more worthwhile trade, and well, the ward was nice to give the vision on Ari, but I don't think they were expecting Whitemon to rotate.
Yeah, you don't necessarily expect that Disruptor to show up, and you're TPing in front of him.
Uh-oh. There we go. Soul's gone. It happens. Look, everyone's done it.
Oh,
Bryle. Oh, he's not going to drop. Bryle's all right. Oh, it pains me every time I see someone get glimpsed back from a tier 1 tower. It really does.
The sad thing is, you know, you just died to Whitemon, right? Like, he was literally right there. He's playing away from where the ward is from Alpha is as well. And that's the one great thing about having that CK versus the Mars matchup. You're not really going to die as this CK. Even if you get chain stunned like this, you've always got plays.
Let's not jinx him here, John. Tomato. He's going to turn around with the Phantasm. Glimpses back again. Whitemon setting up perfectly. 1 second stun is all they get for Monster. Had that been 2 seconds, you might have had a bit of a better chance, but sadly, Tomato gets a little bit unlucky. Nevertheless, like you kind of mentioned, Tomato's pretty hard to burst down.
Yeah, and he's got a lot of sustain with level 3 Chaos Strike. He's just healing up, and he's basically back to full. And that creep wave, so all the restment's just gone.
Kasane, ruptured up top lane, gonna try and go for a TP attempt, and oh, you've got to say Frostbite for that. Oh! Oh!
Uh-huh! Ha!
Whoopsie daisies!
Ari. Ari gives a tip to Kasane. It's like, oh, I thought you were going home, buddy. Right in front. Well, I mean, that would have been a nice play if you managed to go home, but
Yeah. It
doesn't
would
quite
have.
work out. Alpha, you take what you can get. You find these mistakes, you build up, you're getting a good lane out for Rises. For the most part, you know, he's getting that rush into the Maelstrom, and he's going to be able to sort of handle the Broodlings when they do come out. And that is one good thing about that. Tiger.
I mean, they should be able to chase him down. They just need the sticky napalms to slow Tiger up. Tygut, well, he's looking for a camp to deny himself on, but sadly will not have one, so he will go down. Bryle able to find a bit of a trade across the map. It's TSM, 6-5. Very, very low net worth lead, just less than 1k their way. The big kind of talking point is the fact, though, that you look back at the CK and Tomatoes had such a great time. 4.4k net worth already, completely uncontested. Hell, they might even find a kill. Whitemon's having a look around. Tomato's gonna pop the Phantasm. Wish, he's gonna try and juke in the tree line. Oh, but that's a very nice block from Tomato. Great micro out. They'll land the stun as well. Monster moves in and at least finds Whitemon. And they won't have enough for Wish. In fact, now Tomato's in trouble. Arena dropped. He'll try for a TP and they don't have any trees. It was on cooldown anyway, it won't matter. The bushwhack, that is. Arena is kind of wasted though. A little bit sad there for Alpha, but at least they find Whitemon.
Yeah, they find some punishment. And again, you basically need everything you can get right now. You do lose Rises again once more, so it's a little bit unfortunate while that move happens. That you're losing out, and that Bloodseeker who again is trying to build up into that Maelstrom timing. But overall, it's a rather even game. If you think back to the odds from esportsbet.io, 8.95 to 1.05 favoring TSM, this is a lot closer than you'd expect.
Oh, speaking of Rises.
Yeah.
Was it worth the Arcane Rune?
Well, you are up against Batrider. Arguably, maybe yes. If it was anything but your pause 1, probably.
You're playing against Disrupted. That's my problem, John. Like, if you can't see Whitemon on the map, you probably need to be a little bit more cautious.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing. They've got really good wards in that area. I mean, they've got the ramp ward, and still kind of forced it. So you gotta respect TSM. Again, the odds are there for a reason. 8.95 to 1.05 from esportsbet.io. It is heavily in the favor of TSM. Not the most lopsided odds we've had, though. We did see a 1 to 15 almost last time around, so you know it could be worse.
That we certainly did. What match was that? It was Shopify versus...
Yeah, versus Bait, I believe.
And that was a close one.
Game 1 was close. Game 2,
close.
well, yeah, not quite as much. But Game 1, definitely.
Yeah.
You know, that look hot. Moose and Dendi. What a duo.
We'll see them later, I believe, tonight.
Are we? I think so. You know what? I think it's 5-Rat versus Tiat.
Oh,
Yes,
never mind.
yes. We'll get some bait
Maybe
action
tomorrow.
next time. You're baiting the audience right now, Mike.
Oh,
Getting
thank
them
you for that,
excited.
Jonathan. Thank you. Very funny pun. Still 9-6, 2k advantage here the way of TSM. Happy days again. The main talking point being Bryle on the Batrider, and of course Tomato on the CK. Kind of uncontested right now. He's going into the Echo Saber build up after the armlet, so just wants to go fighting build. BKB straight after that. And once you have the BKB, Tomato just groups up with his team. Like, there's no way you don't.
Yeah.
Echo Saber BKB with an armlet. I don't really see Alpha being able to contest you at that point.
Yeah, at the least, Alpha does have some really good stacks built up in the Ancients. They did have to pop the Freezing Field, but they're not looking for big kills around a CM anyway. Smoke out from TSM, and with the Travels up on Bryle, and a Haste Rune in the bottle, it's not going to take too much to run down. Rises could be a big target if they walk down here.
Oh no. And they're going to see him too, Bryle. They'll spot him out. Pop the haste. Cookie's there. Rupture out. It won't matter. They have the kisses to make sure he gets the kill. Bryle, can he find a way out? He's going to move up to the high ground. There is vision, but it's on the low ground, so they can't see Bryle, and the Rupture wears off anyway. Very, very upsetting sights here for Alpha. Maybe they run into Kasane. Crystal Nova does connect, but Kasane still just outrunning them. Monster's trying to break the gap, but he doesn't have a blink yet. So he cannot break the gap against the Broodmother. And TSM, they get away with murder against Rises once again.
Yeah, they're just widening that lead. 10-6, 4K up. Tomato in a very comfy spot, about 2K above Rises. And again, Monster's also still trying to work onto that blink. It's going to take a bit of work to get there. Again, if you remember esportsbet.io odds, 8.95 to 1.05 in favor of TSM.
I mean, they're worse now, John. 1.03 to 11.34.
Okay, yeah, we're getting there to one of the more lopsided odds we've seen. Not yet. So there's still signs of life for Alpha.
Oh, they went up even more.
What is it now?
14.4.
Okay, yeah, all right.
Speak of the devil and he shall appear, John.
I mean, hey, at least it's not 1 to 15.
True.
No, that's
not yet.
That's all you can kind of cling on to right now. The issues for Alpha? Oh boy.
Yeah, this is an issue. We're just going to get caught out. He's gone. Tomato, he'll happily take the kill on the CK. First one of the game for him. Bryle in the meantime, just going to look around for more. There's your Static Storm. They even prop Freezing Field preemptively here on the Crystal Maiden, but it gets cancelled immediately by Whitemon. Rupture out though. Tomato, he might get caught out. There's a Sharpshooter, and that's a great pickup. In fact, Ari now also getting caught by Alpha. They'll find 2 for their trouble. They might even have a 3rd because Whitemon, well, he will be able to TP out, but that's still a great team fight for Alpha.
Yeah, that's what we need to see coming out from Alpha. You know, just get these kills, punish TSM for overextending, and TSM get a little bit overconfident. You know, they drop the Static Storm onto just the CM. They don't manage to glimpse the Zeus back into that area, so there's a lot of damage coming out from Soul. He does have the Kai up, so he hits pretty damn hard in the middle of these fights, and there are no early BKBs. You don't have an early pipe up and running yet in Kasane, and he's not even there. So you do have to respect that Alpha does have a mid-game spike here that they can play with. But TSM, they're still feeling confident. They've got the fresh BKB up on Bryle. They're going to go for a smoke.
Double damage as well. No vision to scout out that rune, so they're not going to know Bryle's picked it up. And Tiger, well, at the very least, you tank the gank here as a CM. Bryle will still take it happily. Looking for a bit more. I think they spotted out Rises on that Bloodseeker. And Bryle, he's running fast, but he won't dive the tier 2 bottom tower. That'll be enough to take over the triangle instead. A 5k advantage now for TSM. As that bottom tier 1 tower is not going to last very long, and Wish, he's trying to hide in the tree line. Will they scout him out? Bryle hasn't got Firefly. They'll see the Sharpshooter, but it won't be enough. They'll leave him be. At the very least, in the meantime, Monster does now have his blink up, so at least you have some initiation on this Mars.
Now you've got some play. You can kind of connect with your team fight, play with, say, the Arena Bloodright combination, have a good area for the Zeus to just stand back, spam all his spells, even get a good freezing field off if you find the angle here for Tiger. Now, there are options, huh?
Whoopsie daisies. Static Storm, completely whiffed. I believe they were trying to catch Soul on that Zeus, but he just managed to get out of the kinetic field, so he was just fine. Towards his top side, Kasane, he's running by himself and just walks out of the arena. The walls did not come high enough, and Rises gets taken down. Oh, it's so tough playing against the Whitemon Disruptor. Tiger's gone to boot. And then we go for more. Bryle's not done. He pops his BKB. He wants Soul on the Zeus. He'll dive right into that tier 3 tower. Even as a pig, Bryle, he'll just run his way out. And they'll be forced to cancel the TP on Tiger. That's a buyback completely wasted. Can they defend the tier 2 at least? I don't know if they can.
They've got the damage at least with Monster. God's Rebuke does clear out the Spiderlings and does save the tier 2 for now. But TSM, they're building up a pretty significant lead from these fights. They're hitting critical mass. Tomato's going into his own BKB. That's a great BKB usage out from Bryle as well. His first BKB usage in the game since picking that up. So you've kind of got things lined up. For Alpha, the main issue is they're shrinking map space here.
Oh, it's a 3-second stun. He's got Helkan coming very slowly, which is gone. Monster doesn't have Arena up, but he does have a speed to throw out onto the CK. But they don't have vision around this area. Oh no, boy, Ari setting up perfectly, finds Rises. He got a little bit greedy for that large camp and does get punished for it, and now Whitemon. He'll set up for another. That'll be your Monster Mars. Not looking so monstrous at the moment. He will drop.
Man, there's something with our Filipino mids in NA and Bad Rider, huh? Bryle, you know, Abed, Bryle, they're doing great. Filipino pride, Southeast Asia.
There you go.
Whitemon on his Disruptor. Showing off. I mean, you know, NA is the best region, but you've also got the best players from C.
Absolutely. Look at Whitemon. Oh, look at that. He can smell Tiger in the woods. He can smell him. It's like, I know this guy's here somewhere. I play Crystal Maiden too. And there you go. There's another. That's actually the dieback from Tiger. So at the very least, the long respawn timer is going to go down a bit for the CM after this, but 20-8, 11k advantage. And it seems like TSM, either they're going to go for Roshan or they're going to go for the tier 2 mid tower. Either one's a pretty good choice.
Looks like they're slowly just shoving in that mid tier 2. Kind of just get that objective out. They've got an Invis out in Bryle.
Oh no, Soul. Oh! Lasso's out. I thought he lassoed a creep for a moment. Bryle's got a BKB anyway. Monster, he was just trying to help. Tomato in the meantime, finding the hoodwink once again, and Monster, they don't even look at him when he dies. Cool guys don't look at explosions. They just let him go. And that'll be 23-8
GG.
now. GG.
They call it.
I mean, that's a 19-minute GG right there. Whew. That's rough.
It's a rough game for Alpha, but again, coming into it, TSM within that top 3, top 4 of NA. Alpha not having the greatest time here in Div 1. So you kind of expect it. We talked about those odds. They were always increasing in favor of TSM. Not quite hitting the most lopsided odds, but close enough at 14. Very close.
Yeah.
And TSM, I mean, they started with a Brood there. They opened with a Brood. Ooh. There was enough time for Alpha to kind of respond, but it feels like they just didn't have the options left. And when it came to those lanes, I mean, all the lanes just went TSM's way. So they've got to find a way to kind of get control in that early game.
Let's see what our panel has to think about this one, I think. Because I don't know what else to say here. It was complete domination. Like, Alpha did okay in the laning stage. Like, that top lane was pretty good. Kasane was having a pretty rough time. But problem is, Tomato had complete free farm the whole time. And Brawl just dominated mid. Is it a... Before we do throw it, is it a drafting issue, or...?
I think a little bit. TSM... It didn't feel like a complete outdraft, to be fair. I feel like there were ways for Alpha. Especially, again, you saw the opening Broodmother. You might have been able to adjust a little bit more. And, again, they managed to hold Kasane's lane, but they sacrificed their other lanes. And you need more. You need to stop Brawl and Tomato. Like, those feel like the keys for TSM in kind of getting that rolling start.
Well, our panel did believe in the Alpha draft, so let's throw it back to them so they can defend themselves. Panel?
Who are you talking about? We believe in the Alpha draft. I didn't believe, but we were huffing some copium here on the panel. We were trying to have an interesting series, but regrettably, this game number 1, complete domination from the side of TSM. To illustrate how bad it was, boys, Alpha, 0 building damage. Literally 0.
That too.
It's a trend.
Yeah, it seems to be a trend. Crystal Maiden, the most hero damage at 9.8k. It's more than the Zeus. Usually has global damage.
More than the Zeus. We never actually got to see the combination properly, right, of the Bloodseeker Zeus dealing like an outrageous amount of damage. To be fair, though, this wasn't the cleanest
We saw
series.
this, though.
Look at this. This is an interesting interaction. Brood TP's out on Rupture, all right, but he TP'd too close, and Rupture has an X amount of range where you still take damage. He did not suspect that to actually happen.
So, Fear, you hate the CK hero generally speaking. What did you make of it in this game? Did it perform to your expectations of what this hero is supposed to do when it has an optimal game?
I mean, it was fine, but it's just Tomato things, you know? I think he's just a class above. He can play whatever he wants in a situation like this. I guess Whitemon's helping him a lot here, too. Pretty clinical game for TSM, but it wasn't... I didn't expect it to end this early. After there were some good things that happened in the laning stage here for Alpha. Soul, not Esk in the mid lane, was doing pretty well 1v1 versus Bryle. But Bryle, he called his friends, and he brought over both supports, collapse on mid lane. We're seeing this a trend that all the good teams are doing right now, and they're really, even if you do well against a mid laner like Orbit, or you're doing well versus a Bryle, they're going to bring their friends, and eventually they're going to make you look pretty bad.
Yeah. And Alpha's also been stretching every single game so far, plus 26 minutes at least. So calling a 19-minute GG also was a bit unexpected, but also, I guess they needed a mental reset. They just wanted to get out of there quickly, get a break, and get themselves ready for game number 2, because it was still pretty rough.
I mean, you're an aficionado of the Eastern European region here at T-Panda, and we used to see the old Virtus Pro lineup. They would do this when the game was basically unwinnable, right? Very early on, they'd be like, well, we can't do this, GG, go next immediately. Was it that bad at that point in the game that they had to call GG, or was there still some counterplay options available to them at that point in the game?
When a CK is snowballing that hard, you look at his stats at the end, 5-1-5. He hasn't really been contested in lane except just been killed once. That is going to put a lot of pressure on your Bloodseeker. You have a Broodmother that's basically snowballing out of control, and a Batrider is popping off. Yes, you have a fighting chance, but how small is that fighting chance? And are you actually going to beat them in the late game against this kind of lineup that snowballs super hard when it gets there? No.
Yeah.
So it's a smart call just to give it up and go next.
Yeah, I mean, for me, like, this matchup just came down to movements and execution. Because if you look at the early game, the laning, Rises, he won versus Kasane. Mid lane, Seoul won as well. Against Brio, they won 2 lanes. Of course, Monster didn't really win this lane, but you know, that's fine. Like, they can come back from that. It's just the movements TSM made around the map, mainly Whitemon. We saw a lot of glimpses back to the Zeus. You know, they kept collapsing on mid lane. Like, they out-rotated them and just outclassed them here, even though the laning stage wasn't like, you know, a Shopify. Like, all 3 lanes are done, you know, into a snowball. Like, they just had better movement.
Speaking of movement, the MVP of this game is obviously going to be Whitemon on the Disruptor because he played a phenomenal game. The question is now, though, T-Panda, this is the second time we've seen a Disruptor within the region, second time we've seen it being successful. Why don't we see this hero more? Why has it taken so long before some of these teams have gotten on to the fact that you can utilize this hero in a lot of these drafts?
Like, Disruptor's skill set is still pretty decent. I think the main reason why Disruptor is no longer that second phase first pick when you go in 15th is because of the changes to the start. I think that's where they really took the biggest portion of this Disruptor's capability to buff his teammates out from the game. So that's what they utilized early on. The attack speed buff, the movement speed buff that you get, it enabled so many cores that were played back in the day. Well, back in the day, as in talking like TI and pre-TI qualifiers and stuff. And it just fell out after the Shard remake, basically. Nobody just wanted to pick it anymore. It felt like more of a niche, counter-ish type of pick that you would look for. And there are better options available, for sure. But this was just a game where you see like, all right, Disruptor actually helps us win this lane, and we got a bit of synchronized synergy coming in. So they're happy with that pick, and it worked out nice. Like, Whitemon is a Disruptor specialist.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I would add to that as well. It's like the one thing the Disruptor doesn't often get to see his matchup. You usually don't get to see your matchup before you pick your hero as a 5. And I think there's too many like Lycan and Broods out there for you to really want to confidently blind pick, you know, this Disruptor hero.
Fortunately, though, for the side of TSM at the very least, they were able to pick up this Disruptor and utilize it to great impact and winning game number 1 up against the side of Alpha. We will see in game number 2 if Alpha is going to be able to punch back and figure out some kind of different draft, some counterplay options, and potentially win out. Maybe they can do what they did against Shopify Rebellion, win the lanes, and then potentially go on to win the game. We will find out shortly, though, after a quick break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with some more NA Door. Welcome one and all back again to the North American DPC. We continue this Div 1 action as we see the second game between the side of TSM and the Alpha Gaming lineup, who's in a bit of a struggle situation right now. Bottom of the leaderboard, and right now looking on the back of a 5th consecutive loss without a single map win. T-Panda, one of the things that we were talking about in the green room watching these games, right, was vision control. they really, really are struggling to be able to control the map, get any kind of positive vision out. How bad is it? Like, because one of the things
It's bad.
that Fio was mentioning, okay,
There's no
how
defending
bad
it.
is
It's bad.
How bad is it?
I mean, you're not winning anything after the first 4 or 5 minutes of the game, technically. Like we discussed with the breakdown for game number 1, the early minutes are going pretty well in the laning stage, and things start to crumble from there. The movement from the opponent's teams has always looked better. Every single team has outplayed Alpha in terms of their movement and their capability of getting from one place to another in quick succession. So Alpha's got to find some kind of antidote to this. But their off lane, even if it looks like the hardest lane inside their team, they need to be able to either get their supports on the move or their cores are on the move. We've seen Ryze's rotate to mid, but he ends up dying on his carry. These are rough decisions that they're making, but they got to find something that works.
One of the things that has been working a little bit for them has been Wish, right? Wish has been playing fairly well. Not necessarily the best game that he had in his last game number 1 here, but between Wish and Ari, obviously the comparison is, Wish is obviously going to be on the lower end of it. But one of the things I noticed in this game number 1 here is that there was a point in the game where they were trying to farm this triple stack, and they were like, well, we actually don't have an option to be able to get all these creeps killed in a very short succession. We had to put 3 heroes. Half the map is suddenly gone in an instant. So as a carry player, talk to me about this. What do you do? Right, what items should you be building in order to ensure that you can always get that farm and not have to have the entire team just help you out to get something out of the game?
I mean, it kind of depends on what heroes you have. Like, Bloodseeker is not really the greatest stack farmer, so you do kind of like farm as a team, but maybe you shouldn't put your emphasis on stacking if your team isn't good at farming stacks, right? But they're also in a position where they're losing bot lane, and Wish is just like, what else can I do right now? So he's trying to find something to do. It's trying to make something out of nothing there. But, at least they had something to fall back on, but it just is not ideal. You want to be in a situation where you're playing more aggressive, you have a lead in some lane, but, they just kind of like got forced back by TSM into their side of the jungle. And I think they were just kind of stuck there.
Well, we're going to see in game number 2 if they're going to be stuck yet again inside this awkward situation, as we do have a draft available to us. TSM obviously will be banning out this Lina. That hero is just not going to get played by TSM. Although I'm starting to think that down the stretch, you might have start to just let this hero through in the same fashion that TSM does. Oh, Shopify Rebellion rather. They let it through, but they always go for Rubik Tusk primarily to deal with it. Tusk is still in the pool, completely ignored in the last game, which is really surprising. Broodmother obviously gets banned out right now. Seems like Alpha is afraid of these Zoo heroes. Do TSM go for now? Kasane's played Death Prophet and the Lycan, right? Besides the Broodmother and the Beastmaster.
He played a Centaur game
And he
too.
played the one
Centaur
Centaur.
and Marcy.
Yeah. Do you understand?
Well, they lost with the Marcy though, so maybe that's the one to avoid.
Potentially, yeah. I actually like that Alpha decided to take the Treant Protector away from TSM, which is their most common first phase pick for Whitemon. At least that provides them with that extra sustainability in the lane, and out of that, protect their towers a bit longer, and just the longevity in terms of early burst damage coming from all sides. You have some way to sustain your way through. He's got Leech Seed, which is very strong early on. It helps you fight a little bit longer with the healing coming in. The damage is actually pretty decent when you get to level 2, level 3. But TSM, I think they're going to do a bit of a shift, and as they do, they actually go for the first phase Pugna. That's a first pick.
Is that Sammy Boy?
That's their first Pugna as well, yeah.
Yeah, Pugna emerging right now for the side of
He
TSM.
did play the healing battery quite a lot in the regional qualies.
I'm not sure about this hero right now. To be fair, I haven't actually seen it in a lot of DPC games. I haven't seen it in my pubs either. So, Fia, what's your read on this hero when you see this first phase Pugna, especially as the initial pick for the side of TSM?
I mean, it has some interesting interactions here. Like, I'm not really going to focus much on the Pugna. He's going to be like an addition to the Primal, right? Whereas the Primal can break all the trees, right? If you Decryptify, the what is it called? The W, I don't even know what that spell is called, but like it does magic damage, which can amp by the Pugna there. So there's Trample. It has synergy. It has a lot of synergy together. So maybe only the Pugna is coming out, and there's a lot of like combos like this because of the Primal Beast. I could see that.
One thing I find very interesting about this Primal Beast pickup here, when we had the interview the other day, we heard very specifically that Bait is the only team right now that's first phase in the Primal Beast, and they were doing it apparently every game in their scrims. Yeah. So. This is kind of interesting. Are they stealing strats from Bait here on the side of TSM?
Nah, I think just they saw the tree, right?
Yeah.
You pick a hero that destroys the forest. They don't want to go Timber. He's kind of out of the meta. Go Primal. I like it.
Kind of interested to see where this is going to go. I like the fact that they picked up this Death Prophet. We've seen this combination many times, Panda, the Death Prophet and the Treant. Very, very strong. A ton of sustain on this hero. Ways to be able to push down towers and keep your own towers alive. there's no way that this game they have 0 building damage, right?
I mean, we did see a DP game with 0 building damage not too long ago.
Oh, come on, man.
Hate to bring the mood,
I
boys.
need copium.
Yeah, I don't know where this Copion is coming from, but you got DP, again a hero which Monster has been playing through the off lane. You got a straight run at you hero, basically able to use that exorcism for physical damage output, which is, well, it doesn't really get mitigated too much by Primal Beast. Pugna is kind of immune to it with the Crepify, but at least in terms of adding an extra bit of team fight and the push, basically with this Death Prophet, would make sense if they really wanna kind of just get rid of the tier 1 tower, open up the map a little bit. DP would make sense to put this in the off lane. If, however, Soul would play it from the mid lane, would you actually prefer to see a 2 DP instead of a 3 DP?
Probably not. Like, I think as POS 3, it does what it needs to do. It's a strong laner. It makes a lot of sense versus the Primal. He wants to trample on top of you. You just, like, suck him back, and you don't take the damage. And then all of a sudden, you're in a situation where you can be tanky. You got the Treant there with the root and the armor and the heals. There's a lot of heals for this DP. So I think even if it's not a mid laner, I kind of want NA to just stick to the cookie cutter. I know in Europe, I got a glance at a couple of those games. They're getting a little wild over there with their drafts, but I think for NA, we just stick to space-making mid. Off-laner, try to win your lane, go for towers, and your carry, just last pick. Teams that are doing that here seem to be having the most success.
So you want to see Tusk in the mid lane, of course, then, for the side of Alpha?
Absolutely.
I'm interested about these bans that I'm seeing from the side of Alpha. The Bloodseeker, Nature's Prophet in particular. I know that these are generally often picked up against a Death Prophet, but is it potentially signaling a Pango pick in the mid lane? What do you think about this, Panda?
I mean, yeah, Pango already feeling like a much better pick. I think if they want to play this Death Prophet 2-3, they could flex with the Magnus pick as well. It doesn't have to worry about the AoE silence for using RP. It's also been a bit of a difficulty for some of the teams to actually handle the Magnus, because it's, you know, only some teams know how to get the best benefit out of it.
And the Magnus
really
as their
out.
teammates handling it.
Yeah, exactly. It hasn't really worked out so far. And that actually leaves the Ursa now open. TSM's not really scared about it, but they could go for another hero here that somewhat answers the potential Ursa pick that Alpha could look for. TSM, Tomato has played it. I mean, Ryze has also played it. We might have to wait a bit longer for those core picks. It could just be another last phase with 2 cores coming out. But Clockwork, well, another Vision hero, goes well with the Pugna, but still kind of leaving a lot of gaps open right now. It's kind of hard to read what TSM really wants to get here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they just have, 2 supports. They work pretty well together. You got your stun. They don't have the best lockdown right now, which Alpha potentially could abuse here. Like, if you have a way to just stop the Pulverize here, that's pretty much their only reliable stun at the moment. If they end up picking a carry that can, like, get out of the cogs, some Faceless Void, potentially a Slark comes to mind if that's still in the pool. Heroes like that could be really good for Alpha.
Do you think that's why they picked the Clockwork themselves in order to be able to protect this Primal Beast? Because we've seen in games prior that whenever you have Primal Beast and there's a clock in the game, you pretty much never get the Pulverize off.
Yeah, I mean, Clockwork is somewhat of a counter to the Primal Beast. You can charge away, Battery Assault cancels it out. The cogs are going to be also interrupting the hero from really doing anything. You don't get trample damage, like you said. Pulverize instantly broken. So it's kind of a saving pick in a sense, yes. But I think TSM is also trying to look into just have multiple heroes to throw in, and they might look for a range core for themselves that just hits from afar, because Alpha's heroes currently are going to have difficulties breaking through this big barrier of strength heroes. And of course, then there's the Pugna that's going to make things even worse.
We do get this Tiny in the mid lane, so it's not going to be the Tusk. I was actually hoping for Tusk. That hero has been a bit more successful in general so far. But Tiny, do you feel this fear? Do you like what you're seeing from the side of Alpha? It is a little bit easier to play around with. Or it might be a 4 Tiny now, seemed like they were actually signaling that they're going to pick Pango in this situation.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Tiny here is... I thought it was going to go mid, but they just picked 2 mid laners, and out of Pango and Tiny, which one do I want 4? I probably want Tiny on my 4. But to answer the question about... I mean, Tusk and Tiny could both be a 4 as well. First Pugna, it's a lot better. High magic burst. If you roll in with Tusk, he gets decryptified. You don't really have that much damage to the Tusk anymore because you cannot punch the ethereal units. The Pango, though, it's very good versus Pugna. Like, he doesn't have any defensive tools to really deal with the role, so I think his plan is to try and get on top of the Pugna here, and I think this is very much so signaled, whoever's playing the Primal Beast here, it's BKB time. I don't want to see another Crimson Guard as we saw on some of the Primal Beasts before. Buy a BKB so you can get your spells off this game.
Yeah, Pugna's only strength against Pango is his movement speed. Like, he's got a lot of that. So if you're able to kind of wiggle, waggle
beep,
your
beep.
way...
He's got a car and you can't run away with your boots.
Beep, beep.
What do you want to see here at this point in the draft, T-Panda? TSM, obviously, they're going to be in a situation where they can have a lot of information, right, about what the mid matchup especially is going to be, what the offlane matchups are going to be. Probably the Primal Beast mid, but do you want to see them flex that potentially and pick a different hero for the mid?
Probably, I mean, I'm waiting for a mid hero here, unless they put the Pugna 2, which I don't think they're going to do. They're actually going to bring up Tomato Morph. They do, and they also get the last pick of the draft, if I remember correct as well. If I was reading it correctly, should be yes, TSM with second pick. So now they also get themselves a stable carry hero with a lot of good abilities to also steal. Will technically turn into. Think about the Pango, for example. You can move around, have that extra swashbuckle moving with your waveform. Very good repositioning tools. You already have the vision we kind of talked about. And lockdown for the damage. Clockwork Morphling. I think that's a pretty classic of getting initial damage out and just building through there, not having to just rely on bursting everybody away. And now you also secured yourself a good mid lane because you have the last pick in the draft.
Yep, I mean, I like the Morph a lot here. You know, you've got the Manta, you've got the Satanic, Natural, counter to the Root later on. The burst damage isn't the greatest from Pango or DP, the other cores in the game right now. So unless there's a clutch silence that gets off, he's probably always going to get the tribute shift off. So he's very difficult to kill in this game. And of course, in the laning stage, if you get siphoned, you can always wave away or adaptive strike to push the DP away. So makes a lot of sense. I think they're leaving this Primal, though, as their flex pick for the draft. And, you know, they don't have the last pick, actually. It's interesting. So they're going 2 games in a row where they have this pick. But, yeah, they're going to have to decide here what they want to do. If Bryle pretty much gets to choose now, it's like, do I want to punish this Pango here, or is Primal good enough against Pango?
Speaking of damage, actually, the Fear makes a good point that Alpha don't have the most amount of burst damage to deal with the Morphling. But I'm looking at this TSM draft, and outside of the Morphling, I'm also not seeing that much burst damage for the side of TSM. So T-Panda, what do you want to see being put in the mid lane? I have a feeling they're probably going to flex this Primal Beast into the offlane. So what do you want to see?
So they do have last pick. I'm so dumb.
Yeah. What do you want to see for damage on the side of TSM here?
TSM, if they got a multiple options here. I think the Tusk has already been talked about a lot. We could see Queen of Pain for initial burst if they want a hero that's able to snowball early, or at least help out the side lanes for that. You know, the supports are going to get leveled up much faster if you get these early kills. They're somewhat soft on the side of Alpha. They don't like sustain damage, but they're pretty durable to burst. So if they don't want to go for the Quap, Lesh could push. They could go for the Bryle Puck, for example. Puck's
I mean, he
still
gets
in the
to
pool.
see what he's
Exactly, he gets to
right?
see what he wants. So, I mean,
hard to say.
Puck is also good at countering the Pango. So he won't be able to use his role while he's being coiled up. The silence is also pretty detrimental. Helps the Clockwork to make more use. So that's already a good favorite for them. But if you have to look at from the side of Alpha, they need a carry here for themselves. There's pretty much almost all of Rise's heroes in the ban pool right
Is there
now.
a Slark in there?
Slark's available.
Could work. It
Is
could work.
probably the only one that comes to mind. He probably doesn't want to bring the Wraith King. It's not really a
You got
Wraith
double
King game.
defusal for the Morphling. You can still attribute. You can lane again. You can get out of the cogs. You can lane versus the Primal. There's a lot of good things, I think, for the Slark in this game.
Yeah, Slark is Naga in the pool. Naga's probably not going to have a very good
It's a
game
hard lane
either.
versus Primal. He just tramples illusions super easily.
Yeah.
I don't want to see it at least. They could pick it.
And the Troll. I was just about to say, the Troll and the Pudge were something I was considering that he's played recently with good succession. He's 7-3 on the Troll right now.
I'm not
But,
feeling this.
The lane is still not looking too hot, but you've got a hero that extends quite far. DP gets more damage out of Exorcism. You know, it's kind of hard to find like good positive sides for Alpha here. But let's see if they can do it. I mean, they're at the bottom right now. They haven't won a single game. If they can win with this
All right,
draft,
come on, just Viper it up. Let's go. Viper clock lane. Wrap it up. OD. All right, so that's another hero that's pretty good.
Yep,
I'm
and
not
that's great
sure.
against Troll.
Yeah, it's great versus Troll. There's just, they had too many options. This is why I like the Troll
Yep.
big. It's like, you pick Troll there, and it's like, ugh, not good versus Morph. Very scary versus the Primal, because he can just always get on top of you. And then they have a last pick. And, you know, pick some magic burst hero of your choice to kite him, and then Troll's game's going to be very difficult.
Right. Hold on. Inject some copium into me. So you see this
Not
last pick
me.
troll.
Oh,
no,
No.
me
You have the hard
ask
job
the
now.
casters.
Okay.
Ask
How
the
do they
casters
win
to
this
do
game? Look at Alpha's draft, right? Tell me what they should be doing in game number 2 in order to be able to push this to a 3-game series.
Just crush them. Just play better than them. Just destroy them. Make them have no hope.
make them have no hope. T-Panda, how do you feel about this draft? The Dean of Dota doesn't really like this troll pick. Give us some copium about the troll and tell us how TSM wins game number 2.
I don't know what to force it too much here. I mean, you got to ask John and Mike on that. Do they actually feel healthy about this Alpha draft? But I mean, TSM's just too strong, but Alpha, if everything clicks, if they get better than the first 5 minutes, okay, maybe there's small chances for Alpha.
Small chances. My panel is not giving me any copium. Yesterday I had the Europeans giving me more copium than these guys, and sadly I've been just dragged down. Hopefully our casters can elevate the mood, so we're gonna throw it over to them. The mid Mike and the janky John. Take it away, boys.
Yes, thank you very much, and apologies to Snare. I mean, if the Europeans are doing him more favors than the NA casters, there's some problems going on. It is MLP Dota and Drone X5. Jonathan, our panelists, believe it or not, get paid to do this job.
Yeah, it's outstanding, right? Like,
I mean,
well, to be fair, I don't know if there's any copium strong enough for Alpha here.
I mean,
I'll be frank. I mean, there's some question marks over the Pugna, but again, we talked about some weird synergy, right? Yeah, where you reset as a Morphling, you come in with full agi, get healed up, you're back in the fight. All good. And I think that's the most... I mean, it's not like a game-breaking thing, but it's pretty funny. And, you know, it deals with Treant and push.
Yeah.
Because living armor is physical armor. That slows down a push. You've got magical ways to clear out the towers, and that's always nice against the Treant Protector as well.
oh, you're giving me tips about TSM. I don't think you heard the question, Joe. How does Alpha win the game?
I just said it. The copium, I wouldn't hit that.
Okay.
I wouldn't take a hit of that copium.
Okay.
It's a very rough copium to huff. And look at this. Kasane does what I love to see against Treants. Cut the tree line. And, well, it's going to be a little bit tougher for Tiger to do anything there.
They leave the flag as well. They're going to run right through the flag. Oh, it's almost like they know the smoke was coming. We do have a video as well, by the way, John. I think we... Oh, hold on a minute. Ari, on the pug nut, slowed up. Wish could go for a toss. Does do so back into the loving arms of Alpha. And Ari, Fairy fires up, but there's no way. Oh, he goes to Crepify. Oh, it's not enough. Oh, that's a terrible start. I mean, I guess you're still going to go to Crepify against Troll. It's still useful. Doesn't matter too much. Regardless, we do have a question here for Ari once again. We asked Ari, how can you tell that you were winning a game? Let's ask the man.
I think usually the middle tower, whoever team gets the first middle tower is a really, really big deal. And then usually around the 10-minute mark, both teams will have a feel for the game in terms of vision. And I would say if you feel like you've got a really good vision advantage on the map, then that's your real big indicator on if you're going to win the game or not. And that usually happens around minute 10. And usually comes hand in hand with the mid tower dying.
Fun fact for all the pub players that I have to play with out there, Observer Wards are free.
Yeah, you know, get that information out, get control of the map by the 10-minute mark. You're going to feel better, especially if you take that mid-tier 1, as Ari said. Unfortunately for him, he did feed first blood, but you know, he didn't mention anything about early kills. So he's in the clear, at the least.
Yeah, certainly is. Start off with that mid lane. You've got Brawl there against Sol. Now, I love this OD pick. I personally think Pos1 Troll's not very good anyway. I think the panel agrees with that sentiment. Against an OD, it is hellish. Like, you pop Battle Trance, he just uses the Astral Imprisonment every single time.
Yeah, it's the classic way to counteract Troll. You have a lot of output. Santi's Eclipse can melt Troll. When you see him use that Battle Trance, you've always got a way to just cancel it off. The Ags build up here for Bryle will have a lot of value. And it's a really annoying hero to play against, right? Like, you get the Ags and the Shard. I don't know, there's something about seeing your enemy walk away and knowing that they can blink out right after. That just mentally destroys you. It just makes it feel like, why am I even playing this game?
That's emotional damage right there, John, as we like to say. Of course, you're having a look at Ari pulling he's taking a very long path to pull this creep wave. Eventually, we'll wait for his own creep wave. He is going to make it stack up, but he'll get 3 creeps to make sure that all his creeps do get denied. So Ari didn't want the 4th. So this way, you are going to kill 3 dire creeps off, and as well as that, there'll be some creeps left over to hold the wave back even longer. So this is very smart play from Ari.
Yeah, he's going to be able to soak up a little bit into that level 2. Tiger is chasing, trying to punish. So it's not like a free take for Ari, but
look at this.
He's just trying to repair a bit.
Oh, he's even messing up the mid lane now. Look at that. I love this play from Ari. This is very clever. He won't even let the range creep die to the tree. Tiger's getting nothing, and Ari's still going to block the mid wave. In fact, no, he's going back to bot. Which way are we going, Ari? What wave is getting punished?
It is giving a little bit of room out to rises, but, you know, Kasane's a primal beast. he can still kind of win that early 1v1 with how tanky he is and how much damage he can pump up if he gets on top of Rises without the threat of Tiger to kind of punish him in the side. He's got a lot of room to just play that solo lane.
It's sickening. He's getting every range creep. This is actually sickening. That's, what is that, 3 range creeps now?
Yep.
He's literally just getting all the range creeps. And you can't do anything about it because the creeps won't die.
Yeah, and he's giving solo EXP for Kasane. Yeah, you're getting everything you'd want here. I mean, Rises is still farming pretty well. So that is good news for Alpha. A bit of a shake-up from their last game where it was a little bit slower. You should have a good start here, although it's still a bit worrying that Kasane can just kind of play this 1 versus 2 as well without being punished too hard. Like, it's just so hard to pressure a Primal Beast. Like, unless you can somehow just chain root him with your right clicks on Rises, which is very unlikely, despite the percent chance being a meme, you just can't stop him. And Ari doesn't mind. He's coming in level 2 now. He does have the Nether Blast to kind of punish. So there's more trading now because he's been going for those pulls.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, you look at Rises on the Troll, right? Like, he's against OD and Pugna. Like, how the hell are you going to hit people in these fights? Astral or Decrepify, it doesn't matter. Until your BKB's up, you've got nothing. So they do make the jump in on the man. Rises, at least, will surely be able to run. Rises, he'll turn right back around onto Ari, understanding the trample was about to wear off. But like I was kind of saying, once you hit that mid-game timing, if you don't have BKB up, you're in such trouble as this Troll Warlord.
Yeah, it's going to be really rough. That BKB timing for Rises is key. And, you know, one thing to remember as well, a trample is magical damage, so you get on top of Decrep. That's not a good time. Oh, for the person being trampled, of course.
Speaking of the person being trampled, there goes Rises. Bye-bye, sir. Kasane will take care of it. He just waits for both spells to be off cooldown. Nothing he can do. When you've got a Tree and Protector in your lane, but there's nothing he can do either. Meanwhile, top lane, Whitemon, bit of a cogs push back onto Wish. I don't know if you really wanted to catch him or not. Seems like Tomato just wants to farm for now because Monster is having a very good time on the Death Prophet. So that is kind of your saving grace, is the top lane is going pretty decently well for Alpha. So they will toss Whitemon in. Whitemon, Avalanche is there. Spirit Siphon is out as well. He'll still go for a run with the cogs pushback. Monster, oh, he gets it just barely. In the meantime, Tiger does drop bottom lane, but they do kill off Kasane. So Alpha finding some pretty decent kills across the map.
They're starting to work it back just a little bit their way. This top lane for TSM is just expected to be slow. It is a Morphling lane. You can dodge out on the Morphling up against a DP, but you can't apply pressure. And as you mentioned, this is where Alpha is probably going to be getting a lot of that momentum. Just a strong start on their DP, an even start for Soul down mid. Although I say that, he is severely behind in the CS in comparison to Bryle, just OD, doing OD things with Astral Imprisonment as the levels go up. But you will have a foundation to play off of. You know, as long as you can group up, as we heard from Ari, maybe group up for that 10-minute timer. That's where you can really get going.
Bottom lane, Ari might just drop. Rises on the chase, just getting caught out by Tiger. He'll go for Decrepify, and Rises is dropping way too low. He needs to get the hell out of there. Kasane's got no spells left, but Rises are sticking around. They're trying to trade here. Another Nether Blast out. Tiger still trying for the chase. Kasane's going to have Onslaught in 5, so Rises, I don't think he can really stick around. He doesn't have any magic stick charges either. They might go for a dive here. 1 second for the trample. He's out of mana. It may not matter though. He has a mango and Rises. I mean, you might lose Kasane. You might not though. Decrepify is out from Ari. You've really got to keep track of those spells in this Primal Beast because they are quite busted.
Yeah, they really are. You don't care for the troll when he does throw out the whirling axes. You don't care for the mischance. You can just run down. Again, Tiger's impact is just not quite there. It's not really his fault. It's just that we heard a panel. They were talking about the Primal Beast cutting tree lines. And that early cut just put a big dent on Tiger, prevented him from doing anything in 2v1. And Ari just had the heads-up play to keep getting the pulls. They are dragging Soul in. There's no vision to spot that, but he doesn't feel comfy fully committing. Drops in the sentry instead to try to check. And for Alpha, even having a strong start on offlane and having a decent start mid, it doesn't feel like they have anywhere to play with this kind of start, though.
Well, you know what I want to know, John? What are the odds like right now from our betting partners, esportsbet.io? And, well, there you go. 8.95 to the 1.05. Obviously favoring TSM right now. We saw last game the odds tend to drastically decrease for TSM as the game goes on. It is still a very early kind of even start, though, 3-3. Alpha with a very slight net worth lead their way. But to be fair, this did happen last game as well.
Yeah, it started out at 8.95 to 1.05, and it just kind of went downhill from there around a 15-minute mark, I think, when we look back.
Yeah.
So hopefully for Alpha, it doesn't quite end up that way. Again, this better start should lead to them having some moments contesting the mid-tier 1, playing around that timing that TSM want to play around 10 minutes. Although, we haven't seen them really take any aggressive stance yet. Like, Ari's just running towards mid to scout out and isn't really punished. They secure the Ilu Ruin as well for Whitemon, cutting that off from Sol, who's forced to just walk all the way back home. So you're giving so much room out for Brawl. He's already got the Midas on this OD. He's just going to escalate so fast, get that build-up he wants. They're trying on to maybe down bot here.
Ari, he'll show up. The Crepify Nether Blast is out. Kasane with the trample. It's so much damage, man. He's got Onslaught back up if he wants to as well. Rolling Thunder coming in though. Sol's going to try and trade something for their trouble. In fact, that's a very nice stun out. He'll chase down Ari on that Pugna, but he doesn't have the damage yet. He'll keep trying, but Sol might die for this. Pulverize is out. That's a lot of damage. And Sol's gone. Rest in peace.
Yeah, that's a bit of a rough one. We were talking about rotations coming out from Alpha. They try it down bot. They get punished. Brawl just shows up. Santis is great in this match because you don't really have any int-scaling heroes outside of Monster on that DP. And you don't even find punishment onto Kasane. Like, it's very, very scary. This combo of Pugna and Primal Beast is actually ridiculous because a lot of the damage of Primal Beast is magical.
Yeah.
So Decrep is just actual ultra value. It's kind of ridiculous. It's not something you think about.
No.
Right? Like, it's not something you really think, oh, you know, Primal Beast and Pugna, very nice combo.
I mean,
But it is.
I mean, at max level for the Decrepify, what's it going to do? 60% extra magic damage? So basically, like, you're going to have 100 base damage on that trample? Like, it's...
It's beautiful. And Pulverize as well. You know, like, the only thing that doesn't get buffed up is Onslaught, but you really only need that to be on top of someone.
Yeah,
you just trample around.
The Pulverize actually feels like it hurts
Yeah.
with Decrepify.
It does.
Which is ironic, because that looks like a physical ability. Rises... He is trapped up. Raul's moving in. Pulverizes out. Lock him down. Lots of TPs to try and come in and help. And Rises, he'll pop the Battle Trance, but there's your Astral Imprisonment. Still, they do have Brile. It's a great pickup here for Alpha. Yeah, they do need to rotate 5 heroes for that. But it's still something.
It's really greedy out from TSM to dive that deep, not respecting the tier 1. When you do have counterplay here on Alpha, it's not like you're rolling over them. Net worth is still rather even. This 10-minute mark that we heard from Ari, they haven't been able to really pressure mid, which is something you'd expect when you are playing with a Pugna even as support. And now Alpha has a bit of an opportunity to shove in that bot. Not the biggest tower to take, but they do drop in all their resources to kind of get that done. Kasane is kind of ready for a play though. If a couple of TPs come in, they could try.
Well, mid lane's just being forced in here. It's pretty rough. You might find a bottom tier 1 tower for your trouble, but that mid tier 1 is much, much more valuable. No defending it with a Treant Protector either. They'll take it out, no problem. And now the rotation's up towards that top side of the map. Rises understands he does have to back up, so he reads the map very nicely. But if you're TSM, you could just push that top tier 1 tower if you want. Like, you've got a Pugna with level 3 Nether Blast. It's not going to take too long.
No, it's not. And they clear out the stacks as well. It's not the most stacks in that large camp, but it's still something that Rises would really love once his Battle Fury's up. And just having these 2 towers immediately melt, like that top is just not going to last for long. Ari meets his timing. You know, it's 10, 11 and a half minutes now. They take the mid-tier 1, they're taking the top, they're opening up the map. They're buying so much space for Tomato because all the focus has been on Kasane. And how do you deal with a Morph down line? That's the big concern for Alpha. Like, this Morph lane, it feels like a really free game for it. You don't have the most things to be worried about. There is that early Spirit Vessel up on Monster, but down the line, I mean, you're just going to go for a Manta style anyway. You're not going to care.
I suppose on the brighter side, I mean, last game around, they did literally 0 tower damage, so now they've got a full tower, 2 full towers down for the side of Alpha. That's a drastic improvement.
Yeah, a massive improvement. But as long as mid stands, TSM probably just doesn't care.
No.
You know, the mid is really key here for them to hold that and farm and build up. And we did hear from our earlier interview as well from Ari, Dire is in a really good spot. You know, it's easier to farm. You've got good choke points to hold from an invasion from the Radiant side. There is some good forward wards from Alpha on the triangle. It's probably your best bet for the rotations, but they're not really able to capitalize on that just yet. I mean, we don't even have the defusal up yet. Ooh,
Nice
on
hook
Soul.
shot from Whitemon. There's your onslaught, pulverize, no running away from that. Catches him mid-swashbuckle. It's a big pick off there onto Soul, and you know what that means, John. There goes your bottom tier 2, tier 1 rather. There goes your courier for Soul, so just all the remnants of Soul being wiped off the map. And that tier 1 bottom tower, not gonna last.
Yeah, just gonna melt the output they've got. I mean, you've got a freaking Pugna. Living Armor just doesn't stop a push from a Pugna.
No.
Like, that's the one here that Pugna and Jakiro really don't care for the Treant too much. They are applying pressure up top. You know, they're trying to shove Tomato away, but he's comfy enough. You just don't have really good ways of jumping that Morphling first to try to punish him for his farm.
And the thing is as well, he can just, well, he doesn't have Morph right now, but he could morph into Monster and just Spirit Siphon his way back out. So he's not really a great target to jump at the moment whatsoever. Would love to see Tomato go for the old tree volley build if he can morph into the Tiny. Could only dream of that happening. Mid lane, TSM have smoked up.
Oh, Bryle going for the Yags. And he's almost there. Like, he's
Oh,
only
boy.
one part away. Jesus.
I hate that Ag so much. Monster, gonna get hook shot. Whitemon had him under vision. It's a very easy hook. Bryle, he'll hold him down with the Astral. You've also got the Sanity's Eclipse if you need it. I don't think they quite will, but he could drop it if he wants. Still a very nice overgrowth. They might at least fight Whitemon if they found Tomato. Sanity's does not get dropped by Bryle.
Ooh, yeah, that is a big rotation out from Alpha. Right in the right spot to punish that movement out from TSM. And TSM just feeling a little bit confident holding that det area, you know, that det cliff. The response from Alpha is just on point. They still have a really good answer for the Morphling at the moment with the Spirit Vessel. Really wrecks apart Tomato on that Morph. Doesn't have the Manta yet. And they do get punished quite nicely. That gives a lot of room out for Alpha. They still have Exo to play with. They don't quite have room to push any big tower. They are lining up for mid. But the respawns are short enough that TSM still should be able to respond.
Looking back at that replay, that was a very nice overgrowth from Tiger, connecting on 3 and just they could not follow up to finish off the kill. Very, very good. If they can find a couple more of those kind of team fights, Alpha, they'll be sitting very pretty. For now, less than 1k net worth lead the way of TSM, so it's still an extremely even game. And props to the Troll as well. Like, Rises, he's not doing too bad in farm. He's got the Battle Fury up. He's only about 200 gold behind the Morphling. So things aren't looking too bad whatsoever. And well, naturally, as we talked about earlier, he is farming towards that BKB now, which is something he will desperately need for the next fights.
Now, this is huge. They've got the blink out with Widge on the smoke as well. So they do have really strong initiation now to jump.
They would love that Morphling. Tomato backs off at the right moment. Overgrowth's up in 5, so they could take a pretty big mid-team fight if they want. Ari's the only person showing. Monster gonna pop the Exorcism preemptively. TSM, I don't think they feel safe to defend this. They are thinking about it, they are hanging around. But Alpha, not really showing on the map right now apart from Monster. Ari will continue just trying to kill the creep wave off. But with the Exorcism going, Monster should have his way with it anyway. And he will. Meanwhile, jump in. Wish, he does have the blink up. Into the toss back, they'll find Ari. Very nice pick up there from Soul. Alpha, again, not looking too bad this game.
Yeah, they're getting some good moves out. And they're still looking for more. They have Exo for not too much longer. It does fade. But now is when TSM should be playing. They've got their own BKB up in Kasane. This should be the go point for them.
They're going to try. They'll find the tree and straight away. They don't want to deal with that overgrowth. Tiger, he'll still get it off, but it won't matter. They won't have the follow-up for it. At the very least, I suppose Kasane does pop his BKB for this. But I think they'll be satisfied enough with the tree and kill. But again, I must point out, Rises now top of the net worth board.
He's getting that farm buildup. And that fresh BKB is the big point for Alpha. That's when they should try to make plays. That's when Bryle is going to feel pretty damn useless on the OD. You're not going to be able to stop the Troll from doing what he wants. You're going to have to rely on Ari to just decrep the right target that's getting jumped. And that's easier said than done. You know, you at least have the Ags up in Bryle. So you can't just imprison 2 heroes who the Troll might want to jump, buy some time, bait out, and still try to kite around Rises. So you've got some tools on hand, but you are hitting the point where Alpha can get even more. They've been really aggressive with his Blink on Wish, which is really refreshing to see. They just need to keep playing around that.
Soul. Underneath vision right now from that Dire. Hookshot is there, 1-1 perfectly setting up again, and Soul just could not get the Rolling Thunder off. Wish was trying to help out. Bryle will just put him in the prison. That'll be Wish gone to boot. 2 for nothing. That Dire ward by the Shrine has just been doing so much work for the side of TSM. Alpha want to be able to farm in that area, but they just never have a chance.
Yeah, and so baity as well, because it's right by the outpost, so you don't really want to drop sentries that close by. The pings were out on the cliff ward, and it's just a pretty tricky ward to spot. It'll take another movement out for you to kind of figure it out. Smoke out from TSM now. They've still got that fresh BKB on Kasane, so they can try to make some plays here.
Yeah. Mid lane they go. Of course, again, they'd love to pick off the train first if they can. Just get rid of that pesky overgrowth. Such a game changer for Alpha if they do get a nice one off. Waimon smoked up here with Kasane. They have not seen Tiger yet. Rocket Flare on cooldown as well, so it's kind of hard to get the vision here for Waimon. Now they'll have it if they want to throw one out. Still, Alpha pretty grouped up at the moment, so they might not mind taking a team fight. Kasane does see Tiger and decides he does not want this fight. Alpha, in the meantime, they're going to head up top as 5. Maybe trying to force a tier 2 tower. Waimon does get spotted with that Observer Ward placed, tossed back. The Clockwork should surely die. Gets a cogs off, but it will not push back Monster. It's a nice little pick up there from Alpha, and we'll see if they can capitalize off this.
Yeah, they would feel like they want to make a play. Again, they're inching towards that BKB for Rises, flying out right now. In a very secure position. They could try for Roshan here. They've got the wards and D-wards down, and they will pop the EXO into the Rosh. TSM, they can contest. I mean, the BKB is still ready to go on Kasane if they find a good angle here.
Well, the white one's up in 2. They need the Rocket Flare for vision. He'll TP into that tier 2 mid tower. Problem is, Rises now does have his BKB up, so it might be a perfect time to fight. Rolling Thunder out. Oh, here comes Kasane. He's got his BKB up in time, but Roshan, it's still alive, and Ari, he's the one to get caught out on the Pugna. He'll Decrepify and buy himself a tiny bit of time. It's not going to be enough, though. He will, oh, the neutral creep! And he'll fight back. Waimon's waiting for the perfect moment to try and hook into that Roshan pit if he needs to. You've also got Kasane, but no BKB is left on him. He'll onslaught out, hook shot in. They'll go onto the Tiny. Wiz has been caught out and will drop. Can they find more? They'll find Soul, but he'll swashbuckle away. In goes Tomato, though, with the chase onto the Pangolier. They won't find him. However, they do find the Death Prophet. Monster caught up with the Overgrowth. Gotta hold them down. Where is this Troll Warlord? Where's Rises gone? In he comes again. He's found Waimon in the cogs. Waimon will drop. But the Roshan, it's being focused by Tomato. Bryle will zone them out. And they'll lose Roshan.
Oh man, you could see all these small things happening for Alpha, not lining up for them, as that Rosh happened as well. Early BK views out from Rises, they didn't see where Bryle was, where the bigger heroes were for that BKB usage. So when the fight re-engages, Rises doesn't have that spell immunity. He's not safe. And that's why he backs off. And my god, the creep aggro from the how do you, like, I saw the creep walking up, I was like, surely it doesn't get the timing there. Surely not.
They woke up and chose violence today, John. These
just
neutrals.
twacked. You can see that little animation with the club twacking on Ari, and it's like, no, my god, no. It actually did it.
It's
MVP.
Insert plushy sound. Terrible. Well, that's 10 to 10, but the net worth tells a different story here, John. 5k advantage to TSM. In fact, make that 6k advantage. Suddenly, Tomato top the net worth board once again, and it gets very scary against the Morph once he does have the Skadi timing. Like, that's when things get very annoying if you are Alpha. And that Skadi, it's not long away. It's about 600 gold before it's picked up. And I think once you do see that Skadi up, TSM, they will probably just group and run an Alpha once again.
Yeah, it's not gonna be too difficult with the protection of the Aegis up as well. So they're gonna be feeling confident here on TSM's end. I do like that Bryle already has the Boots of Travels up, still going for that Shard. So he's still got that trolley way of backing off, which is... I swear to God, this is the worst spell to play against. It actually is the most tilting thing to see, but we'll see how Alpha treats that. You're also closing into Kasane's Ags, so you will have the uproar with the little waves coming out, little break coming out as well to just be extra annoying to Rises, taking away the ability to get further build up. I actually don't know if you can break that. I don't think you can. Maybe. Not the biggest interaction. The one thing is, with Kasane always running in, and with how durable he is, he's always going to have full stacks when he pops Uproar. So he's always going to have that damage.
Nice hook. Whitemon threads the needle, avoiding his own creep wave and finding Tiger. Whitemon very, very good on the clockwork. Setting up another perfect kill here for TSM. They won't find any more for this, but again, they kind of just control the map. Tomato's got the Skadi up, going towards the BKB timing now, and I mean, everything's just going according to plan for TSM. Like, nothing really to write home about. It's just very smooth sailing.
Yeah, for Alpha, they had some really good moves 5-6 minutes ago, maybe even 7 minutes ago when they hit that initial blink timing on Wish, but they didn't manage to capitalize to take objectives. Right? They force out these fights. The Roshan's the big one that turns it around for TSM heavily in their favor. And now it's where you start to really feel like this game is going to be on Rise's back. He is rushing the Ags. He's going to have a little bit more Dispel coming out with a Whirling Axis. Has some good ways of kind of dodging out some of the control out from TSM here at least.
It does. It is a nice pickup, especially against the Pugna, right? As Wish, mid lane, does get a blink away just in the nick of time. Meanwhile, top lane Kasane, popping his BKB, might get chased down now by Rises, knowing that it's down. But you've always got Brawl there to back him up just in case. But going back to the Aghanim Scepter build-up, I do like that on Rises, because you don't want to pop a BKB just to purge off a Decrepify, right? You'd much rather just wait out the BKB until you actually close the gap. You want to save it more for the OD.
Yeah, you want to save that to just prevent the Astrals from being a big issue, prevent the Santies from being an issue, and you still remove the saves here.
Oh, Alpha, they're fighting right underneath Vision. If Whitemon wanted to hook in, the problem is they don't see Tiger. They don't want to fight without taking down that Treant. In the backside, Wish is still standing within his own smoke, but that's about to wear off. Luckily, no vision around that area for TSM. There's your Ags up as well on Kasane, so you do have the uproar bonuses now with the crazy things going out. Very, very annoying to play against. Projectiles is what they call them, I believe.
Yeah, I feel like that should have a different name for the sub ability that comes out. Well, not really sub, but the new effect it has. Just waves coming out. I feel like it should have a nice proper name. Still smoke out here from TSM with these item spikes.
I hate this OD taunt as well, by the way.
It's ridiculous.
It is rather ridiculous. And I appreciate as an animator, you were telling me that some dude has to actually animate that. Like, he has to action out all the things.
It's like, either he acts it out or he's watching a dung beetle roll up. You know, like a little scarab beetle rolling up that dung and rolling it around.
That's hilarious. Bottom side. They have found Tiger, I believe, on the Treant. Nice way to start if they can get him. Tiger does have the overgrowth, but a hook shot. Whitemon, he'll come in from the left side, takes down the Treant. He might die for this, but it's a perfect fight setup. 2-for-1 trade. They'll only lose the pos 5 clock, and here they go for more. Rises will narrowly avoid the onslaught here from Kasane. Tomato has no fear. He just hits that tier 2 mid tower. But the Aegis does expire. I think they've had enough. TSM, they'll back off with a 9k advantage. And for, I mean, even with the Ags up on Alpha, they just don't seem confident.
It's still risky. Like, without this control from your Tiny and your Treant, you don't really have anything to set up for Soul. You don't have a way of just enabling monsters to stand forward and be tanky. So you need the supports. Those were the biggest, probably the biggest kills TSM could hope for in terms of just removing Alpha from the fight. Like, we've seen Overgrowth be the real game changer here for Alpha in the middle of these engagements, holding them down, preventing them from kind of finding some angles here, especially since Bryle doesn't have anything defensive up yet. So he's always going to be susceptible to that root. And it just kind of holds them back. They do respawn fairly quick. The shove from TSM, it's coming in slowly. Living Armor is healing for a lot more now, though. So the progress with just the Nether Blast spam isn't quite as fast. And as long as you can kind of hold this game sort of steady like this, maybe for 5 to 10 more minutes, get a couple more items up on Rises and even Soul, you can start to feel better, but they're still trying to rush into this jungle.
Yeah, it could be pretty rough. They've got a bit of vision there. They'll try to get the D-wards off here with Tiger. Kasane will go back towards his team. Wish, Avalanche Toss. He does have the backup of Rise, but a very nice cogs from Whitemon, pushing back the troll the other way. Soul is still chasing and finding Ari here on this Pugna. It could be a decent team fight for the side of Alpha if they can. They do at least find Ari, and Whitemon might also go down. So 2 supports, a courier on top of that. They don't find any cores, but in recent memory, it's probably the best team fight Alpha have had.
Yeah, it's a nice fight for them to take. It does give them some much needed gold. They don't need to pop any BKBs in that fight as well. A good swing coming out, especially for Soul. The build up on this Pango, it does feel key because you're not going to be starting fights with your DP or with your troll blinking forward. It's got to be the Pango along with the supports. So you want as much as you can there on Soul, and he is getting that build up, trying to work onto the Mage Slayer, take out some of the bite that you do have here, but the magic damage coming in from Bryle and even from Kasane. And the side of TSM, again, it's a really even game, all things considered, at least in the kills for Alpha. 8K up, 13 to 13. We saw those earlier odds from esportsbet.io, 1.05 to 8.95. So and the odds don't reflect it, but the game here, at least in game 2, certainly looking a lot better for Alpha. They need to find this big engagement where they punish the cores. We haven't seen that yet.
Well, here we go. They might have a chance now. Problem is, Tomato's got a double damage rune, so he's going to be hitting like an absolute truck. Currently 600 damage per right click with this double damage. Very, very nice. Alpha, they're going to get run right into Whitemon. He'll find the Trine immediately. They want him down, and Tiger, he's just going to pop the Overgrowth. And, well, Rises, he might be able to punish them now. He's got the Clockwork, and he's even found Kasane. It's a decent start for Alpha, but can they get him out of there? A toss away from Wish Rises. He's still running, but Bryle's there with the hammer. Monster to drop as well. There was no running. Wish, he will be trapped in prison for a long time. And he's gone. A triple kill for Tomato. And they just keep rolling the dunk.
Yeah, he keeps spamming that. He's very efficient with his taunt here.
It's a very rude taunt, isn't it? Because you take a successful team fight and then you start rolling the quote-unquote dung where the enemy team was. Very BM.
It really is. You know, Bryle just flexing his half Filipino nature there. Can't help it. It's in his blood. It is what it is, Mike.
It is.
It just happens. Still instantly into the push on the tier 2, opening up the Roshan, which is coming out in about 4 seconds. Really good timings for TSM. The respawns for Alpha, fortunately, are fairly short, and they do have a ward watching TSM on that cliff area, so they can see if the Rosh is being attempted. They might be able to contest. Overgrowth, still about half a minute, though. Might not be enough time to kind of set up for the team here.
Hawkshot, they found Monster. The DP, pretty susceptible once Tomato gets in range, and here we go. Look at the damage. Monster trying to run, trying to Spirit Siphon up, but it just doesn't matter. Tomato will morph into the Tiny as well. Toss up. Who cares? Tomato with a bit of airtime. Why not? In goes for more. Bryle's there. Onslaught in. They found the Pango. They'll pulverize him to bits. Soul is dead. In fact, look, Rises shows himself now. 1 by 1. He does blink away at the very least, but now Roshan's susceptible.
Yeah, it's definitely open. They've stalled out long enough that Tiger does have Overgrowth, so they can contest. And the respawns aren't too bad, at least on your DP and your Tiny, but not having Soul is going to be a little bit painful.
Oh.
And Roshan, just looking to grief. What?
I mean, someone's going to help Alpha here, John.
You've got the full Ags up for Tomato now as well. So you've got the stat-based steals, or the primary stat-based steals, and potentially some good times and turning into something like the Tiny.
You love to see it. Tiger. That tree line just trying to survive. Trying to avoid any kind of gank attempt incoming. They know he's there somewhere. Meanwhile, Kasane trying to go for the break. Trying to find this Treant. Won't find him quite yet. TSM with the Aegis up. Want to try for Roshan. Tomato happily walking onto the high ground. See how you try and defend. Oh, look at Bryle. He's got the Scythe of Vice. Oh my goodness. And now he just walks away.
Jeez.
Oh, well that's a Hex reveal if I've ever seen one. There's no buybacks. There's no buyback on the Troll or the Treant.
Oh, they're not going to be able to hold.
No. Look at this. Look, they're taunting them. John, there's your favorite shot.
Oh, God, I hate that spell so much.
Very balanced.
That spell is so tilting.
Do it again, Bryle. Oh, there he goes. Scythe the Vice out. They'll find the Tiny. Tomato Going a little bit too deep. Whitemon misses with the hook shot. But who cares? They go after the mid-racks.
Yeah, it's just set to fall. I mean, they don't even have Tomato helping there. He's just working on the bot tier 3. You will have respawn shortly. There is a fortify to stall, so you can kind of save out, but Aegis is still ready on Tomato. We're going to see that Agi shift into heal. Look at that! Full HP again! It's so balanced! Wow!
Very good. Love to see it. In goes the tier 3 tower. It's gone.
Do you remember when you'd pick Pugna to refill mana and not
Yes.
HP?
5 Tranquils. Loved it.
It's so
What a
dumb.
patch that was.
Oh, it's so dumb.
I mean, all these broken things, but Earth Spirit can't stun with Boulder Smash. Mid lane. Ari gets caught out. He might just drop and does, but in comes the onslaught. Kasane, he's found Wish. Tomato, he morphs into the Troll Warlord. There's your battle trance out. Rises, just trying to find Kasane. Hook shot. Whitemon's not going to allow it. Monster's still chasing, but now the Astral. Kasane is fine. Monster needs to get the hell out of there. Tomato's on the chase. Monster. I mean, who would win? A monster or a vegetable? A tomato proves the vegetable is stronger. Or is it a fruit? I hate this argument.
What? He's water. What do you mean?
Tomato, John.
Is
Oh.
that anything? I just thought it's his like nickname.
It's a joke, Jonathan. I'm referring to the food.
There's a food?
Tomato.
Oh,
Have you ever?
it
It's a red.
flew off.
It's a
It
red
flew off.
spherical fruit, Jonathan. It's usually used in pasta sauces.
That's right. That's right. I'm not familiar because, well, we do use it a lot in Filipino food.
Yeah,
actually.
you
It just
do.
flew over my head.
This
It's
is
the accent.
a very
Mike. It's the
sad
accent.
moment. Tomato. Getting caught out. What the hell's wrong with my accent, John?
It's wrong.
Tomato. We've just been caught out.
Now I can't unhear it. You're just saying.
There's a nice tree in ulti. Holding him down. Rolling Thunder's out as well. Maybe they can capitalize, but Whitemon's there with the
Oh
hook shot of
my God.
Ryle. He will barely drop, but it does seem like Alpha, they will win out the team fight. Tomato, quite low, but still has the Aegis up. Tiger, silence is there. No Manta available here for Tomato, but the onslaught is out from Kasane, and now the turnaround. Oh boy, Rises. He is dead. Tiger's just hiding. And TSM, I don't really know if they need to back here, John. They've still got the Aegis up.
Yeah, it looked like Tomato actually wanted a reset, but Kasane just kind of saves him. So he just gets to go back in. Age is still up for a minute. More than enough time to clear out the tier 2 here. And Alpha, and this game is just getting harder and harder to hold. 18 to 26, but a 21k lead. I'm wondering if our odds shifted on esportsbet.io. If it changed anywhere at all, because it was around this time where it shifted to almost like 1 to 14.
Yeah.
And it's, well, hard to change the odds there. Ari tops up Tomato.
Ari, be careful.
Very
sir.
balanced.
It's very balanced indeed. Tomato just needed a bit of mana as well. We'll
I
have it
can't
now.
unhear it, Mike. I just hear tomato now every time from your mouth.
Why do you say tomato?
See, because it's the right way to say it.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. We're in.
I know the
We are
American-
in NA,
Yes.
in North American Dota.
Yes.
We must pronounce it as the North Americans would, Mike,
Fair enough.
not the Southern Hemisphere Australians.
You're in the Southern Hemisphere, John.
Are we? No, we're not.
Oh, I don't want to get geographical with you, John.
We're in Europe. What do you mean?
I meant your hometown, John.
I'm at the equator, Mikey. I'm not in the Southern Hemisphere.
Topside, Wish, he's now in the south, I'll tell you that. He's right down.
Taken down under. Is that where you go when you die in Dota 2? To Australia? Is that like
You-
Dota hell?
You may as well. Whitemon, accuracy 92.9% with these hook shots. I would have been 100, but Whitemon's done a pretty decent job.
Ah, well, he is, repping the Southeast Asian clockwork as he repped the Southeast Asian disruptor.
Tiger almost dies, not quite. Tomato just basically two-hit him there for a moment. Gave him the old two-piece. It's Tomato. Summed up. Gonna Manta that off. Back onto the top racks they go.
Radiant's top barracks are Radiant's top barracks.
And that'll be a secondary racks alpha. They're gonna try and smoke up and get something done. The very least backdoor does kick in, and look at the scan. They scan it perfectly. They know Alpha's wrapping around. And TSM, I mean, they don't even back.
Top barracks are under
They'll just let Tomato keep hitting the racks. They don't care. Please come fight us. Rises blinks in, but does nothing. Just throws some axes around. Alpha Soul, he'll go for the Rolling Thunder in the backside. Kasane won't be able to onslaught out. Whitemon, he does at least find Widge in the meantime. Monster, he has to get the hell out of there as well. There's your Mega Creeps out. Soul's getting tipped in the meantime. Overgrowth rises. He does find Brile, but Tomato, he can just get right to work. He'll man fight the troll. There is no running. He'll buy back. He rises from the grave, but Mega Creeps are incoming. And I don't really think they can punish TSM, that they're going to try one last time. Kasane walks away. Tomato, he will just stand in front. Make sure they can't make their way over. In fact,
Tiger.
they even down Tiger. In goes Tomato for more. Soul, feeling the full effects of the shower Tomato's giving him right now. Not very fun, this water. As rises, blinks towards the north. Yeah, he's in a rough position.
He's under a ward.
He was under reward. Kasane, hook shot, blocked off, won't matter. They'll pulverize, and it might be time to call it.
Yeah, that's a pretty big dive back. Without the troll, a lot of your damage is just gone. And TSM, I mean, it looked a lot more even for Alpha. Props to them. They did make this game a lot tougher. They managed to even out the game. GG and Tap out there, coming out from the side of Alpha. Look, we knew coming in, Alpha's been struggling in Div 1. And TSM have been looking pretty hot. Maybe a little bit more up and down in the start, you know? But they are shaping into a strong team, as most of us expected in our rankings. Most of us had them kind of up there in the top 3, right? So it works out their way. They play this draft really well. They show us a new combination with Pugna and Primal Beast that we don't really think about.
Yeah.
With Decrep, that was very funny. Not for Alpha, but it was enjoyable for us to watch at least.
Yeah. Well, with that, we are going to throw back to our panel. But, John, I do think during the break, we might have to fix your hair because the amount of jokes that flew over your head there, Jonathan. Terrible. Terrible recognition of my jokes. To our panel, is it tomato or tomato?
Tomato, tomato, tomato gets the W here as TSM sweep the series 2-0 at this point in time. Look, you know, if you were just coming into the end of the stream, you saw how good they were looking at the very end of it, you would have assumed that they were just completely stomping the series. But T-Panda, there were several moments in this game where, honestly, Alpha was looking quite good, where they could have legitimately turned things around. At some point, they had a 63% win probability. What the hell happened?
Well, they got themselves one pretty good team fight where Death Prophet basically wasn't killed. It was a huge difference there. Like, do they get to use all their abilities? They had the OD hammer that they could have still dropped on top of him, but, you know, 4-man silence, Siphon heals, he's still living, and they turned the fight around. But that was the only peak of success they actually had coming out of that. Was like they could actually build onto something from here. But TSM, I think this all just comes down to like the way the Alpha positioning is in these team fights. Rises, he's very fearful of extending on this troll. And I understand for good reason. You don't want to misposition yourself as a troll player because that's that's going to cost a lot for your team if your carry is gone. But for TSM, this lineup is so much easier to just kind of play close to each other. Kasane can always just onslaught in. He's got the instant trample damage basically bursting in that. And it's so hard to fight on this draft with side of Alpha if you don't have the items.
So if you were playing the troll in this game, like, we were talking about how we didn't necessarily like the troll initially when it came out in the draft. Was there still some possibility of this troll being able to carry this game out? Did it come down to decision making, or is this just the fate of this hero in a game like this?
There's always an opportunity to win with pretty much any hero, as you'll see, like, some of the teams that outclass other ones will win with heroes that you might not think are quite as good. But in this particular game, he just needs to, everything needs to go according to plan for them. Like, there was that one team fight in the top lane where he stayed behind, and then we had Monster on the DP who did a pretty good job here. Tiger getting the overgrowth down. Pretty much whenever the troll needs to go in, it needs to be after the battle's already started. A couple of spells have been cast already. Otherwise, he's just going to get kited. I was a little surprised on how good of a job he did on this troll this game. I thought it would be really ugly, but he was able to get his farm. Didn't die too many times, and not a terrible performance, I would say, for a very hard game for the troll.
Certainly a very difficult game for the side of Alpha, and unfortunately this puts them even further in the leaderboard, further down. They're 0-5 right now. Whew, rough day. Very difficult thing for them to happen.
Rough season.
Rough season so far, but you know, for TSM, clearly they have they've been able to demonstrate that this new roster, despite the fact that it's not necessarily perfect just yet, there's a lot of potential. Kasane, primarily known for his Zoo heroes, today demonstrated he's capable of playing a different style. This Primal Beast, absolutely the MVP of this game here, Panda. He did everything his team needed him to do, and several times in this game, when Tomato was pretty much dead, he'd find himself in a situation where Kasane comes in to save the team fight.
Yeah, I mean, you basically just put into a very, very interesting position for TSM that they're making this lineup work, and things seem to click pretty well all the way from the start. Like their roster's working out nicely, heading in towards the major favorites right now, alongside Shopify Rebellion. So things are good for them. And you kind of have to look at Ari, how much he's also grown as a player, how well Whitemon is sitting into this roster basically, and Tomato and Bralden they're just chilling. You're looking at like their cameras and all that, just enjoying their time and just playing some casual dotes, just a regular day at the office kind of vibe in TSM, and I think that's gonna drive this team very far.
So Kasane gets the MVP vote here. So if you're looking back at this game for TSM, despite the fact that it was imperfect, it's always a good sign when a squad on the come-up is able to recover from bad situations, right? Even if they make a mistake or two, it's probably more important actually going into games that are going to be very difficult at like a major to be able to recover from those scenarios, because not always going to be ahead when you're playing up against the best teams in the world. So it's good to be able to know that when things go awry, we have some kind of plan to recover.
I mean, definitely. If you can't win from behind, you're not going to be a team that makes it very far in any tournament. Like, very few tournaments have you seen one team just look unstoppable all the way to the end. You got to be able to turn a game that doesn't look so good. But speaking of the match MVP here, Kasane has impressed me a lot as a player. Like, he first started for his offlane pool. I was like, oh, just another one of these like brood spammers and lichen spammers, one trick type of pony. But he's busting out Centaur. DP came out. Now the first time we see his Primal Beast, he's showing that he has versatility. And if he's already so renowned on the Zoot heroes and he can still pull out stuff like this, very scary player. I think for TSM, a great addition.
Yeah, and when we kind of look at the side things from the side of Alpha, you wanted to touch back on the ideas that they had like some good moments. There's one particular clip, and that's exactly from the fight where they could have led things onward from, and that was probably Monster's best play during this DPC. What's happening here is basically TSM just, gank training on top of the DP who gets caught in the jungle, but look at minimap positioning here. There's no troll, we're taking an undermanned fight. The prison comes out, Monster, he's got a mechanism that keeps him just barely alive because he's 240 HP at the end of that. He gets the silence onto 4, no OD hammer, and TSM just underestimating a little bit that this was just supposed to be a basic pick-off, so we're just going to blow you up. Oh, he actually didn't die because of the mechanism. Huge advantage from Alpha to actually start building their game from onward from that. Sadly, we don't get to see this too often from Alpha, where they actually have Monster making monster plays. This was actually a really good play, and that was the key to start building your game forward from. They already had a successful laning stage, and getting themselves a successful team fight like that is usually a pointer where, boys, we can do this. That's a big mental win. DP survives, gets a lot of heal from the siphons, and most importantly, that mechanism saved his ass.
Is this something that we should see more of from the side of Alpha, picking the initial sustain heroes like the DP tree and opener? Is that a key to success potentially? I mean, they're not very successful right now, but it definitely looked a lot better than what we've seen them perform so far here. So is this now a direction that they should be leading their drafts into?
I mean, off of my memory here, I believe against Shopify Rebellion, Monster was also playing that DP.
Yeah.
And maybe just relax on. I mean, I know Mars is his specialty. I know he likes playing these Pangos. It's been out of meta for a very long time, unless you want to go back to the Amar meta where he's like rushing in Ags and being a carry type of style. But like this offlane style of sacking yourself, it's just gone. So yeah, no surprise that he picks a meta hero, goes more meta builds. He has more success. I would like to see more of that in the future.
That is something we've been talking about quite a lot, right, in the NA region, especially seeing the teams that are at the lower end of the leaderboard as it stands right now. Sometimes overthinking can end up happening. Some of the drafts have been very complicated, very difficult to pull off, but there's a reason why the meta exists. The meta stuff is winning. The meta stuff is doing very well. For TSM, though, because this game was a little bit imperfect, the draft was okay. I was fine with it, right? We have to look forward into the future for them. Right now, they are 5-0, pretty much banged on or locked in for the major, unless something catastrophic happens in this final week of DPC action. So when we think about how would they perform against a Shopify Rebellion, obviously we've seen now twice that Alpha has been able to do decently well in the laning phase against the best teams in the region.
In game 2.
In game 2. Always in game 2. So what do you think here, T-Panda? Once we see Shopify versus TSM, and we've seen obviously Alpha beat them both in the laning phase, who has impressed you the most between these two squads? What do we expect from that matchup, which is pretty much going to determine the major slots?
I think when we still look at the end result on both of those game twos, where Alpha did put Rebellion kind of offset them a little bit. Let's put it that way. They didn't upset them, but they put them offset for a bit. The same thing with TSM. They still ended up being one team fight into basically losing everything from there on. So it also talks about like how well Rebellion and TSM can bounce back from a situation that we might lose the grip off of this game, but no worries, guys. We'll focus on our item timings that are just about to pop up and make sure that we have the heroes we require. If we like the usual reaction after losing an instant team fight is, what is the trade-off we're going to get from here? Do we have map control? Are we able to push out waves and force out objectives? Do they get anything in return for killing 1 or 2 or 3 of our heroes? TSM's map control and movement is something that you can kind of refer to as what Rebellion does. They have very similar styles and activity, and I would like to see TSM still kind of move onward from there, keep pushing that initiative and that kind of ideology, because when you're going up against Rebellion, they will be fast as well. You need to match the pace.
Well, one of the players on the side of TSM who has been excellent in terms of setting that tempo and making things happen has been their offlane player, Kasane, who we will have now on an interview. So Kasane, welcome, congratulations on your victory. I have an interesting question for you. So we've heard from quite a lot of players that you are admired, right? 33 has stolen your Beastmaster builds. Saberlight has told us he's stolen your Lycan builds. Who are you actually learning from at this point in time, given everybody seems to really admire how you play the offlane?
Yeah, hello. For me, I copy 33 Collapse and Whisper for the most. I think they are the best players right now. That's it.
So what do you make of how the offlane meta is right now? Because obviously you're renowned for playing your Zoo heroes, and today and yesterday, of course, we've seen you bust out these DPs, these Primal Beasts. We saw you play Centaur a while ago. Is the offlane, do you like how the offlane pool feels right now, or do you feel like it's a little bit underdeveloped based on where you want it to be?
I think it's quite cool. I mean, almost all types of heroes are used right now. You can play Zoo, you can play Initiators, you can play Aura heroes. I mean, I have no problems with hero pool right now, and I think the meta right now is quite good for me.
All right. Kasane, congratulations on your victory. Last year, when you were playing still in East Europe, you were playing with Rune Eater squad, but you didn't get to play too many games. You kind of missed out on Division 2. So how have you seen this Division 1 experience so far?
I mean, the games are not that hard, but yeah. I don't know, I just feel like my team is carrying me, and I'm here for just to take slot in the lobby. That's what I'm feeling.
All right. Well, I'm not sure if you're being humble, but you definitely feel like it, because we've been hyping you up a lot. But I want to follow up on that. Were you approached by any East European or West European teams until you decided to go with TSM?
Yeah, there were 2, 3 Division 1 teams in Eastern Europe, and TSM also invited me, and I was thinking for like 5 days, and then I've chosen TSM just because I feel like it's the best team they had.
Was there any like? Sorry, continue.
No, continue.
So I was just like, was there any like personal feeling why you preferred TSM above the other teams, since it's a different region and English language and not playing with your countrymen?
It was just.
No, it's all right.
Sorry,
it's all right.
sorry.
I completely understand. It's fine. We can move on.
All right, Kasane, a couple maybe easier questions for you here. Well, you're in NA right now. What's your favorite food?
I'm not in NA. I'm in Russia right now.
Oh, you're not in NA. All right. So let's bring this in. Do you guys scrim in Europe at all, or do you only play NA teams?
We scream SA and Europe CS teams for the most.
Have you had many challenging opponents, since a lot of your NA games have been easy in other regions?
I didn't understand you, sorry.
Have you had any challenging opponents in your scrims?
Yeah.
Which teams have like challenged you guys as TSM since NA's been, as you said, a little easier?
I had very good streams with Bad Boom, Gaming Gladiators, and other CS and Europe Division 1 teams.
Okay, all right. That certainly makes sense, given that those are the best teams that we've seen from that side of the world. Before we let you go, one final question here, Kasane. Going forward, we obviously know that TSM, you guys are planning to stay together. I've asked this a lot of other players, but I want your opinion on this. What have you learned the most from? Like, what do you think you've learned the most of since you've joined TSM in the short amount of time you've been there?
I mean, almost everything that I'm playing right now, Moon almost teach me everything because I was not really a good player and I'm not really experienced.
Well, you
Just
certainly are.
everything about competitive Dota, I think I learned from Moon.
All right, that makes a lot of sense. And right now, you certainly are a very good player, and that learning has certainly come through. So congratulations on your victory. We hope to see you do well still in the region. I hope to see you at the major. So thank you for your time. We'll let you get back to practicing. So thank you, Kasane.
Yeah, thanks, bye.
That is a Kasane, of course, off-lane player for the side of TSM. Very reserved person, as we've heard from his teammates beforehand, but certainly not reserved in how he plays Dota. In the game, he's uber dominant, and it kind of feels like that's kind of a repetitive thing, right? We see a lot of these players who don't necessarily have a very outspoken personality, but in the game, my God, they dominate you.
Yeah, that's, I mean, I would love to say that's East European Dota for you, but then we've also had some East Europeans in NA who haven't had that kind of success. But true, when you see these youngsters basically come out of the region, they are incredibly good, like mechanically talented players. They don't necessarily have what they say. We don't know enough about the game. We don't know about the competitive scene enough because they don't have the experience. But man, do they come in with a fire.
Yeah.
And Kasane has definitely proved that to everyone that this is a deadly offline player.
I mean, I think as well, it speaks a lot is he was very humble as well. Like, this is why some of your veteran captains like to pick up the young blood, because like he's owning everywhere, but at the same time he's like, no, I'm bad. I'm not good. He just listens to what his team has to say, and he has the skill to back it up.
I mean, he's almost 12k MMR at this point, so yeah, very good player, even though by his own admission, he doesn't think he's that good, which is kind of like, I'm terrified about when he feels he's good, how good he'll actually be in the game of Dota 2. With that though, TSM have already secured themselves a 5-0 lead in the leaderboard. Let's take a quick look at where things stand at the moment. Obviously, at the very top is going to be Shopify Rebellion. They are 5-0. TSM is 5-0. Nouns, Wildcard, Firebrand, Forstaff, you know, sort of in this mid-pack. But Alpha, whew, 0-5. And the fact that they've already lost to Theath Gaming here, Panda, means that the opportunities for them to get Ws are pretty much only against Bait on the final day of action. And even that is looking unlikely given how good, clearly Bait is improving. Clearly Bait is getting better game after game after game. And Bait almost beat Shopify Rebellion at the very top.
Careful with that copium.
Yeah, exactly. Careful with those. Those are dangerous thoughts, but it is true. I mean, Alpha, I would say if we've seen something get better from them is that they're capable of contesting the top teams, at least in the early game. It's not enough to win you a game, but it's at least a direction forward. So you're not doing everything absolutely horribly. Like there is still some sparks of positivity for Alpha. This team did come undefeated into Division 1, so it's just starting to put me wonder if they end up in Div 2, what is Div 2 going to be looking like if Alpha goes there and dominates everyone? Or do we see some step-up rising stars coming in for the second tour of Division 1 and Division 2 most likely? So the thing with this matchup against Bait, the very last series as well, and is one win going to be enough? Is Theath going to snatch a point somewhere? They also got 2 series to play. Everything's still open.
Yeah.
All the way to the finish line.
Fear, you've won TI before, so talk to me about this, right? Bait and Alpha, there's some similarities in terms of how they've been playing the game. And the primary similarity is decent in the lane phase, okay in post-laning phase, and then some catastrophic decisions that end up happening as the game goes on. So what do you do? How do you coach somebody? How do you teach them in order to make sure that that doesn't end up happening, that you can actually carry a lead into a victory rather than end up, you know, just jettisoning it halfway through the game?
I mean, you definitely have to keep it very broad and generic for the most part, because there's just too many mistakes to deep dive into at this point and be like, if you have a mistake, you make mistakes, it's fine. You got to be able to deal with it. And I think finding a mental reset for all these teams is going to be really important.
Yeah, the mental reset's going to be very important, especially given how difficult the games have been for these teams at the bottom. But the teams at the top, it's interesting because now that they've both amassed 5 wins, they're pretty much just 1 series away from guaranteeing a major slot, already guaranteeing some DPC points. So their road to TI has already begun. It's all the other teams that have to figure out how on earth do we get to the upper echelon of this. With that though, that is going to be us done for the TSM series. We still have 1 more series for the day though. DF Gaming will be taking on a difficult opponent. You know, a difficult opponent. 5 red 4 stuff. And the reason I say it's difficult is because I think
They've had worse.
it's mentally easier to play a hard team, right? You know you're gonna, okay, whatever, we're playing Shopify Rebellion, it is what it is, GG go next, we're gonna learn from this. But when you're playing a 5 red 4 staff, a team which has demonstrated better quality than you, it's probably easier to get into your own head about, wow guys, things are really not going well at this point in time.
I mean, it's time to prove themselves, right? Like, you can be like, oh, we lost to Nouns, we lost to TSM, we lost to Shopify Rebellion, they're just on a different league. But, like, if they want to stay here in Division 1, it's time to really show up.
And especially when you look at it from like a Thief perspective, we might as well talk about the stand-in situation quickly. So what we have from Thief is Yamich today. And if somebody doesn't know who Yamich is, you're missing out on a top 50 MMR player in the rankings, ex-Virtus Pro support player, and also played with Winstrike at the time before he went into Virtus Pro for over a year, basically. So this is a guy who definitely brings a lot of competitive experience. At this point, I don't think the ping even matters at this point when you got such a talented player like him coming to stand in for the team. I would say, like, when they went from Sunset, who was like 448, and we saw a pretty good performance from him. Wonder what Yamich can do on the field.
I mean, Kasane is playing from EU too. Look what he's producing.
Exactly. Ping really doesn't matter when you got like these super interesting, powerful, deadly players coming in from East Europe. So that's another one added into the mix. I'm really excited to watch Yamich play.
I mean, ping also doesn't matter when half of our region at this point is filled with Eastern European players. So everybody has the same advantage/disadvantage within the games themselves. With that, though, we're going to be taking a small break. But before we do, just to remind everybody, you probably saw in the game the massive odds that were stacked against the side of Alpha. That came from our partner here, esportsbet.io, who is launching a watch-to-earn platform. So if you want to make sure that you get involved in that, please head over to the Discord, and the Discord details are available in the Twitch description down below. So esportsbet.io, join the Discord, watch to earn, and get involved in this amazing Dota hype. You know, get a reward for yourself while you're watching this Dota. With that though, we're going to take a small break. And I say small because it's not going to be our usual just 1 hour. It's only going to be a couple minutes because we have a little bit of a surprise for you. A bit of discussion to learn about the people behind the camera, not just in front of it. So see you in about 5 minutes. We will continue some of this NA DPC. So from Snare, T-Panda, and Fear on the panel, we'll see you shortly to continue the Div 1 hype. Don't go anywhere.
Radiant's courier has been killed. Dire's middle tower is under attack. It's not the bet you gotta worry about. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It's not even my birthday. Just need you to know.
middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. TSN victory. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Welcome back, one and all, here to the North American DPC. We have just finished a series of TSM versus the side of Alpha Gaming. But before we move on to the rest of the Dota evening, we know we spent a lot of time talking to the players, talking to the coaches, understanding the nature of the personalities behind the favorite games. But, you know, we also have some personalities, some amazing people here bringing you this action. And of course, I'm joined now by MLP Mike LaPhoenix. By the way, how did you come up with that name?
Man, It's so cringy, dude. I was
listening.
I was young. I was playing guitar at the time, and my ambition back then when I was really young was to be a really cool guitarist. You know, join a band or something like that. And I thought, what would be a cool stage name? Because my real name's not very cool. It's quite hard to pronounce, right? There's like literally no vowels in it. So I thought Mike Le Phoenix, a bit of French in there with the le.
the le.
I know people are going to get a little bit upset hearing that it's not my actual name. Sorry to spoil it for you. The sad reality is as well, is I didn't realize what the initials were going to add up to, right? So I'm like, MLP Dota, that sounds normal enough. And then
My Little Pony.
and then like a year in, when I start
Yeah.
getting followers on socials, I realized what it like. People are like, "Oh, this guy's a brony. He's got like some pony fetish," and I was like, "Oh no, how do I change this now?" And it was just too late. So there we go. I'm stuck with it for life.
It's yours now. I mean, it's kind of interesting, right? Once you come up with a name, especially within the talent space, that's who you are now.
Yeah.
Like, I can never not be Snare. I've tried to change this many times. It never sticks. People are just like, this is your personality. This is who you are now. Are you a brony though? Have you watched MLP?
No, I haven't watched the My Little Pony's
You
garbage
should.
for anyone wondering. No,
You should. It's
why?
fire. Because it's actually a good show. Like, unironically, it's actually a good show.
No, I mean, it's literally about rainbow ponies. What's so good about it?
So check this out, right? How I realized it was a good show. I had the same feeling as well. I was like, this is trash, this is garbage. And one of my friends said to me, he's like, yo, I bet you that if you watch 2 episodes with me, right, we're going to finish at least the first season together. And I was like, you talking trash. And I was like, he said to me, he sweetened the deal. He's like, I'll buy the liquor.
Right.
I went to his house. I sat down, thinking to myself, oh, this is going to be a nice excuse to drink, and then we'll do something else. 7 hours later, there I am being like, well, I guess we're brodies now. Ain't no other option. This is how we roll.
Oh, I feel very sorry for you, sir. That's never going to be me. I'm never watching the damn show. In fact, I had an ambition, right? Once I went through the torture of people constantly asking, is MLP a brony? Is MLP a brony? I hate that caster because he's a brony, right? I've decided my ambition now is not to be the best caster anymore. I just want to get popular enough that when you Google MLP, you're going to see my face.
Oh,
that's what I want. That's what I
that's
want.
fire.
I'm eliminating those damn ponies. They're my arch nemesis now. We're getting rid of those bastards. Any parents that want to show their kids that show, they're going to have to look at
see
my
you
face first. They go through me.
Talk to us about this, or actually being a caster, right? Because at this point in time, you've been to TI. Congratulations, by the way.
Thank you.
Amazing show. In my opinion, right? My humble opinion, you're the best caster in the world right now.
Oh, don't.
So there's a lot of people, obviously, in the background who want to get into the talent space, who want to become casters, right? What has your journey been like? Like, how did you get involved? How did you get started? And what advice would you give to the up-and-comers?
How did I get started?
Yeah,
Man,
tell us the story, bro.
That's a pretty crazy story. I won't go too deep into it. It was a very, very tragic time in my life. There's some. Again, I'm not going to get too deep because it's quite sad. But there was someone that meant a lot to me that attempted to take their life at the time. My wife, who was then my girlfriend, was in a victim of domestic violence, right? So at the time, I met my girlfriend. My wife, or rather my mother, was hospitalized from attempting to take her own life. And I got this 9-to-5 job. My ambition was, let me buy a house for my mum, right? Because, my dad didn't get along too well. So divorce happened, trying to take care of my mum, trying to take care of my then girlfriend at the time. And I worked at a bank for a couple years. Super depressing.
Yep.
Right? 9-to-5 job, a corporate environment. People were just, you know how it is. You
Yeah.
only go up the ladder
Yeah.
if you kiss some ass, right? And I was like, man, like I can do better than this, surely. And my wife at the time said, well, look, you come home depressed every day.
Yeah.
What do you want to do with your life? Like, you don't want to work at this bank, right? Well, what do you want to do? And I said, if there was anything in the world I could do, I would cast Dota for a living.
Yeah.
But I had no confidence, right? I'm a guy that's going through some tragic shit, and there's zero confidence. And my wife literally said to me at the time, and I can't make this up, she said to me, you will sell this house, and you will start casting, and we'll live on the savings. You will quit your job, sell this house, and start casting, and I'll suffer through it with you. And if you do not, I will divorce you right now.
Oh, snap.
And that's when I knew, well, I gotta marry this woman.
Yeah, that's a keeper for
Marry
sure.
this woman, right?
Yeah.
That's how it all started. And it's been a crazy journey, man. Like meeting John X Fire, like the coincidence with that as well. Like I was casting an amateur league called Echo League at the time. I'm not sure if you're aware of it. It was quite a long time ago. It was an NA league. And I was casting with a guy named Stinky Pie, and one day he
I
couldn't
remember
show
Stinky
up.
Pie. Yeah,
You remember Stinky, right? Clement, right? So one day he couldn't cast, and he said to me, hey, Mike, I can't cast with you today, but I got this guy named John X Fire. He's pretty good. You'll probably get along with him pretty well. Why don't you give him a chance? So I said, sure, I'll cast with this guy named John X Fire. And the thing was with Stinky and John, were at the time when, again, very tragic things were happening in my life, they were two guys that randomly said to me, Mike, we don't know you, but we think you have what it takes to go all the way through this casting journey. And like, when you have zero self-belief in yourself and two random guys from Southeast Asia tell you, hey, you're
the one.
You're the one. You could actually go all the way. I don't know, like, it was really special to me, right? And I remember at the time, John was saying to me, Mike, I'll cast with you, but there's going to come a point where I can't keep up, right? He's like, I don't think I'll be able to keep up with you as an analyst. I think you should cast with me until you can find maybe an ex-pro or maybe another talent that's already an analyst and then just move on. Just leave me behind. Yeah. And I said to John, I'm a pretty loyal guy. So I'm like, no. If we start together, we're going to finish together. And if we crash and burn, let's crash and burn together.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter. We'll do it. We'll just stick together no matter what. And it's worked out, right? Like it's quite a beautiful story in some sense.
So tell me about this. Something that's interesting is quitting, right? Because I've tried to quit many, many times. I actually almost quit like last year, just before getting my first DPC tour. I almost quit like esports entirely. Who was the one, or rather, what are the conversations like when you probably try to quit at some point in the life? And what did you need to hear that kept you in the game and didn't allow you to get out of it?
I mean, I got to bring up my wife here, right? Because there was probably 3 years into it, ran out of savings, had no money, can't pay the rent, can't pay the bills, credit cards on debt because I've been withdrawing money from that to pay the rent, right? And no matter what I would say, I'd tell my wife, look, I'll go get a job. You know, it's okay. I have to let the casting thing go. It's been long enough. You know, I'm almost 30 years old. What are we going to do, right? Like, we want to have a child, whatever. And she's like, no, I don't care what happens. I don't care if you go homeless. We'll go homeless together. It doesn't matter. You are not going to quit. And as much as I would like to tell you that it was all me and I'm some macho man and I would never quit, I must admit there was quite a few times where I just said, man, I don't think I can do this anymore. Like, how long am I going to, put this woman through suffering when she's given me this opportunity? But we did it. I mean, we did go homeless like 3 times, but she stuck by me. We made it work and, her words stand true. Just don't quit. You can do it.
How do you feel being on the other side of it now? Because obviously you've spent a long time, like you said, having to deal with this. But what was the W? What was the highlight? When was the day where you were like, oh my God, I made it now. This is actually working.
TI. I mean, Stockholm was the start. We did Stockholm Major. That was our first LAN event. And that was like a really big highlight for us, right? Because it's like first LAN after COVID, how exciting, blah, blah, blah. And obviously seeing people in Stockholm, we didn't think they'd know us because we just casted SCA Dota, right? Yeah. Our opinion was only SCA people watch SCA Dota. And people would come up to us and say, oh, we're big fans. We love what you guys doing in that region. That was a highlight. But then you get the email from Bruno, right? You get the TI email. And that's something special. I remember I woke up in the morning, had some coffee. It's been awake for 2 hours. For some reason, my phone hadn't, like the data hadn't connected. I wasn't connected to the Wi-Fi. I don't know what happened overnight, but it disconnected. Turn on my PC, randomly check my emails. There's a message from Bruno, and I'm like, okay, let's see what this is going to be about. And he's like, we'd formally like to welcome you to TI. And it wasn't group stage either. It was straight to main stage. And I was like, whoa, like it's actually, and for 2 hours, I swear to God, 2 hours straight, I stared at that screen blankly. Just 2 hours. No music, no videos, nothing. I just stared for 2 hours. My wife was like, what the hell are you doing in there? What are you doing? And she's the one who snapped me out of it, right? Because I'm literally just staring there blankly, just being like, man, it's finally real. Happened. Yeah. We're here. Like being able to finally, support my family financially. That's a good feeling. It's amazing.
I'll be honest, when I first got the TI email, obviously I didn't get main stage, I got group stages, right? I thought I was being trolled. I was like, this isn't real. This is cap. Because I was trying to get into the qualifiers and that didn't happen. And I was like, well, GG, well played, whatever. Maybe next year. And I was like, this is cap. This doesn't actually make sense. But it's different, isn't it? It's like,
it's crazy.
Wow,
man.
this is actually happening. And so let's actually talk about it, right? Dota is our one true love, right?
Yes.
I actually had a very similar conversation to you about, I think it was maybe 8 years ago. I had this conversation with my partner, and she was like, what do you want to do just with your life? Right? And I was like, well, you know, I've just minted this engineering degree. I should do something with that, but I kind of hated engineering. I'm hating life right now. I'm going to quit engineering. Oh, I'm going to go back to school, do some physics for a while. He's like, no, what do you want to do? And I was like, talking about Dota would be pretty cool. That would be pretty pog. That would be nice. I would love to do that. And now you're here.
Yeah, man.
Now we're out here. Now we're being flown out to just talk about Dota. It's a different feeling.
It's really nice as well seeing people like you, right? Because you and I were, again, same boat, right? We were kind of suffering through the journey together in some sense, even though you and I personally didn't know each other. But I knew who you were, you knew who I was, and we were both kind of grudging through the process, the grind as they would call it. And it's like, we're here together, and I don't know, it's kind of, I mean, you and I have been saying we'll see each other at TI at some point together.
Not at TI finals.
TI finals, right? That's
this
the goal.
It's going to cost the TI Grand Finals. I'm going to be host, hopefully.
Absolutely.
We'll be out here.
It's on record now.
Do you remember, I think it was 2018-19, but there was a period of time for like 6 months where literally every day I logged onto Dota, right? It was MLP and John casting Dota, or me casting Dota all the time. It was like the grind, the churn was there. Let's actually talk about that churn, right? Because, yo, real talk, y'all, this is hard work, right? You know, it seems easy. It seems like a very fun job, but like the degree of difficulty is actually pretty high for what we're doing at this point.
Yeah.
How do you deal with that? How do you make sure that the churn doesn't get to you, or the grind doesn't actually kill you inside and kill your passion for the game itself?
Oh, I've never been, I mean, I've been playing the game for 20 years, man. I never get sick of this game. You know what I mean? It's just, it's incredible. This game's incredible. It's the best game in the world. And to my opinion, it's the best sport in the world, right? Like, it's, nothing compares. There's nothing. No drugs, no sex. Nothing compares to Dota, in my opinion. And you might say, "Oh, Mike, you're just addicted to the game." No, it's special,
Dota's,
man.
Yeah.
When you're in your darkest times, what was it, Dendi who said it during that first True Sight? You're in your darkest times and nobody's there. There's always your Dota family, and as toxic as they can be, as annoying as those players can be, it's like we're still a family.
Yeah.
And every good family is toxic in some way, aren't they? Every good family, they got to give you some, you know. And it's like, this was my family when I didn't have one. When you're suffering at home as a teenager, you know, your parents are arguing and everything's going to shit.
You still had Dota.
You always had Dota, and Dota was always there for you. And that's, I don't know, man. I could never guess. I have too much to repay to Dota.
Dota has unironically saved my life many times, and you know, I am involved in a lot of other esports, many of them, many, and many times when I've tried to think, maybe Dota's not working out for me, no matter how much they paid me elsewhere, Dota always had my heart, and Dota will always have my heart. The best game ever made, the best game ever played, and we have the best teams involved in it, and of course, some of the best talent involved in the Dota world. So with that, thank you so much for the knowledge. Thank you so much for the story, Big Mike, Uncle Mike.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you. So,
thank you.
We're going to be taking another break right now, and when we return, we will have more Dota, our one true love. And the last series of the day, it's only going to be 2 tonight, but still going to be an impressive and important series. So make sure that you are tuned in to witness that. So we'll see you shortly to continue the day of NA Division 1 Dota. We'll see you soon for some more hype. Welcome one and all here to the North American DPC. Div 1 action continues today as we build towards the major and the road towards TI. My name is Snare, I'm your host for these proceedings. And the next series that we have coming up, a bit of an interesting one. 5 Rat 4 Staff taking on the side of Theath Gaming. And I'm with T-Panda and Fear, we're going to talk about this. T-Panda, Theath Gaming, another situation where they're playing with a different player. They played with Sunset to replace Antoha initially, and then they played with Afromush, didn't necessarily work out so well. But today, they have Yamich. That's a huge upgrade.
Yeah, and third time does the charm, right? Basically, if you look at the situation for them, Yamich currently ranked 46 on the leaderboards, ex-Virtus Pro, Windstrike Khan, and no Pangolier support player. He's a 21-year-old prodigy player, technically considered, you could say, one of the top support players in the region. So that's a pretty handy stand-in that you get into your team. We've already seen what these youngsters can do. We already talked about Kasane earlier on. Yamich is he's in the same age group. These are these deadly scary players coming into play. So I'm looking really forward to this. And how much does that actually give an upgrade for Theath? Because when we saw their last stand-ins, well, Afromush, not that much of luck. Then we had, who was the other stand-in? Sunset basically kicked in. So yeah, we got a series victory for ourselves. And now, what can happen with Yamich?
I normally see Yamich playing as a 4, right? Like, historically. Is he going to be playing 5? Is he going to be 4? Afromush normally a position 4 as well. He, POS 5, is it going to work for them? That's the real question. Or Sunset, they did get their win in here, but I would agree. I don't know how they keep getting these players that are just upgrade to upgrade to upgrade, but it is exciting.
It's interesting because they keep getting these upgrades, but on the other side for 5 Rat 4 Staff, right, they've been a very topsy-turvy career so far here in the NADPC. It's been, some games look amazing from them, some games do not look so good, and they still have difficulty closing out games, despite the fact that they can hold for a very long time. So one of the things I wanted to talk about quickly is speed. Speed, in my opinion, is the reason why 5 Rat wins a lot of their games when they do end up in a W type of situation. Obviously, he's going to be going up against Napkin in an off-lane versus off-lane situation. What do we make of speed here? It feels like as we've been going through the DPC here, Fear, this Beastmaster hero has just completely fallen off. Nobody's really been able to win with this, despite the fact that it still keeps getting banned game after game.
Yeah, I mean, they won a couple games at the beginning, but they keep trying to pick it earlier and earlier, and it's just kind of getting figured out. We did see his Broodmother, and it looked pretty promising against TSM. They also picked Axe that series. I would stay away from that hero with a 10-foot stick, personally. But it really comes down to the preference of the players, what they think is going to win them the game. But yeah, Speed's Beastmaster, I'm still a fan of it. I just want to see it picked a bit later, if possible.
Yeah, if they'll let it through. There's a lot of discussion around these offlanes for both of these teams where is the Broodmother good for Napkin because of the hero or because of the player? So they're all also just going on this kind of experience journey on the side of Theath.
Yeah, they're just trying to learn and develop as much as humanly possible on the stretch and see exactly what they can accomplish. And you mentioned the Broodmother, that was a hero. Yesterday's series was the first game in NADPC where we did not see the Broodmother contested. Is that going to be replicated today, or are we going to definitely have Broodmother involved in the game no matter what? The drops are going to be coming soon, so that'll sort of answer the question, but what's your guys' read on that hero? Is it a mistake to leave it in the pool?
I think it should not be in the pool. Both players have demonstrated they can play with it. I think they both lost with it, but it's still a very powerful hero. And I think just getting out of the hero pool is good, and especially in this match specifically, you don't want to get cheesed.
Yeah, both players also play the Broodmother with a pretty good percentage. You got 19 games with 74% win rate on the side of Napkin in pubs, and then you have Speed with 5 games and 60% 3 and 2. As we can see with the draft, no Broodmother today.
Woohoo! Awesome. 5 Rat 4 Staff, I love the fact that they open with this Rubik Death Prophet in response to the Tree and Protector. We've seen exactly what can happen if you give away Tree and Protector and the Death Prophet. It didn't win earlier today, but it looked very, very good and very promising. This Rubik hero for 5 Rat 4 Staff. Question, Fear. Is the Monin going to build 4-staff shard today?
One can hope. That's what the replay review is for. But one thing I do know he will do for sure is he will steal Overgrowth at least once, as we always see it.
Did we see it twice?
Yeah, of course. I mean,
all right,
maybe 3 times.
So for Theath Gaming, after this Tree and Protector, obviously you can't go with the Death Prophet. What do we want to see next? I imagine here's where you try to get the Napkin hero as soon as humanly possible, at the very least. I mean, we've also seen this Tree and Protector being played as a 4 position, right? So they could also flex this hero deeper into the draft. I think it was yesterday that Wildcard Gaming game back-to-back where they played the hero in different positions. And Zeus, okay. Earlier today was the first Zeus we've seen in the NADPC, and now it's the second one. But first phase? How do you feel about this, Panda?
I don't quite know, actually, because we haven't really seen first phase Zeus come up in a very, very long time, you could say. And even out of the hero pool that they usually go for in the first phase, I would have said if Tusk was in the pool, they'd go for it. It was banned. Maybe Tiny is an option. They decided to ban it themselves in the second phase. DP already picked in. They've gone for the Ember Spirit twice, and everything else is just either 1 or 0. So it's kind of hard to see what do they actually want to bring up. So this is definitely something different for Thief.
I mean, yeah, for sure. I think when they picked this, I'm not expecting a core Zeus here. I'm expecting, the POS 4 Zeus of last year. I did Eastern Europe as well. It was very, very popular. More popular with like the stun offlaners, but it could work here. I don't think you just pick a Zeus for mid in the first phase and be like, let's go. They have to be prepared for this to be a support.
So I'm wondering what they're going to combine this with. 5 red 4 staff banning out this Bloodseeker. We saw the attempted combination of the Bloodseeker Zeus earlier on today. It didn't necessarily work out all that well. And of course, Theath Gaming, they're like, well, you ban Bloodseeker, we ban Pango. We're not going to allow that to happen. What do we want in the mid lane, though, for 5 red 4 staff? What do you envision Kits being able to play here for you?
I mean, if you have a DP off lane, it's just going to be your standard stuff. The Tiny is banned, Pango's banned, a Tusk is banned. He's running out of heroes, to be honest with you. Suppose there's an Ember Spirit left.
Primal Beast.
Yeah, Primal Beast could work.
And the Pango ban.
So I just want him to play a hero that can move across the map, get things done, because DP, very static hero.
At least like concerning the power of like quick burst damage, if you want to get Primal Beast core with the trample damage on top of the Zeus quick burst, you can actually delete heroes very fast. This Rubik doesn't have much of a fighting chance, even with his lift and his capability of stealing spells and standing at the back. Like, Primal Beast is just it's a scary hero to go up against, and I would actually like to see 5-Rat even ban the Primal Beast, which we don't get to see too often, because you want to prioritize the other scary core heroes that are usually focused in this second phase. So we'll see if they let this one slide. They even ban out the Slark, so I'm even more starting to feel like Primal Beast is going to be Theoth's pick here. And to talk about that Zeus quickly, if that ends up being Yamich's hero, he hasn't lost a game on it so far, but he played it the last time 7 months ago on Virtus Pro versus, I think it was Cybercats that they played against. And Cybercats was a team that was popping off like 6, 7, 8 months ago. So pretty sizable win. And also 1, 2, and 12. Pretty fast game because all he built was Mana Boots and Ags.
Yeah, I remember in Eastern Europe last year, like this POS 4 Zeus was popping off. It was good. I don't think a lot has changed. It somewhat fills the criteria. We see a lot of, across all regions, like Rubik, Hoodwink. It does a lot of damage, right? Yeah. But like the only thing that is lacking a little bit, it doesn't have a stun. So they're going to have to build that elsewhere. Tree kind of helps a little bit, but I think you need a mid laner that you can play around.
It's only been played 5 times in the support role so far in the DPC across all regions, 40% win rate. So it'll be interesting to see if it gets a reprise here again. So Theath Gaming, they will have to wait to respond to what 5 Red 4 Star bring to the table. I imagine we just pick our 5 hero here.
That would be the most stable thing to do here, because you don't really know where this... You know where Tree's going, but you don't really know where the Zeus is going. You don't want to like hard counter it in the mid lane, and then they just, oh, surprise, support Zeus, and they counter you again. Just pick a 5 here would be the safe play.
Yeah, this would be like... This is where we pick the Disruptor, right? Pick 15, get your pulse 5 open. That's one good option. I think the Crystal Maiden has also been picked up once or twice in the second phase. Now to actually look more at 5-Rat in their second phase and their most common picks that they've gone for.
Jakiro, I know
they've
that.
gone with the Jakiro, the Skywrath, and now that they've already Treant is picked and Hoodwink has been banned out, I'm looking at the Jakiro Sky kind of here.
So generally speaking, I like seeing DP when she has some degree of sustain behind her, right? So Phoenix, how would you feel about that? Oh, Undying.
Really shifting up the draft.
Yeah,
here.
I was actually listening a bit when the EU panel came on the NA broadcast, and T-Pan was talking Albina Zero and how he plays in EU, right? And he wants to see him play new heroes. And you put him on the spot, like, what hero should he pick? And he's like, I don't know, maybe an Undying. So there you go. We're going to get his Undying here, a hero that, was praised a little bit by TGov.
5 seconds remaining.
Undying, Tombstone. So given that this is a Tombstone, do we want to see Snapfire as a quick way to be able to deal with that? Or just very fast attack speed? I guess Ursa can fit the bill as well, right? Can get on top of it and destroy it quite fast.
Attack speed and maybe divert away from some of the strength heroes. You want to have mobility heroes that have attack speed, but also don't get hindered by like the power of the decay, and also not any glass cannons, because the zombie is also going to put you in a very awkward position. That enables this DP to find kills with Siphon, and you got got the Rubik who can just also just burst you down. So Ursa makes a lot of sense, and Ursa's a pretty strong hero right now. He's great against the Tombstone. He can somewhat man fight against the Death Prophet, even though not with great results, but at least you can. You're able to do that. And you've got Overgrowth. So I think Treant is the main reason why they went for this Ursa here.
Yeah, only thing I'm afraid of for is like this Ursa, as we've seen time and time again, it has to have a good lane. And if you're going against a DP Rubik, sure, like, at some point in the game, you will kill this DP, and that's what you need, but will you get the items necessary? You're going to get spammed out of the lane. At some point in the lane until like you're level 5, even that actually like it scales. So Siphon will outtrade Ursa all day long. So it's a tough lane, and then on top of it, you pick a mediocre hero like DK.
Yeah.
It's not.
Hold on, Fear. All right, earn your paycheck, Fear. Earn your paycheck. Talk to us
man.
about what's the positives about this Dragon Knight hero being involved, and why would Theos Gaming be going for it at this point in the
They
draft?
just need stuns. They put themselves in a bit of, I'm going to call it a hole here, being like, we need a stun really badly. There's a lot of stuns banned. The
So
tiny
you drop the
spam.
DK in the hole.
So yeah, you put him in there. You're playing versus Undying. You're playing versus DP. It's not a good DK game. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. This is not. It's even worse DK name now. Like it's an impossible DK. You're a glorified stun now, and you got to hit your timings, and you got to just get a blink, and you have to make sure you get kills with every single stun, or you're going to fall behind really fast. I can't believe this DK pick, to be honest with you.
I mean, it is a bit worrying. I'm kind of looking at the amount of building damage they have. It's literally just the DK when he has form up, right? Like, Ursa doesn't really destroy
He's not
buildings.
hitting a single building this game without dying.
Yeah,
It's just not
yeah,
happening.
exactly. That's how I'm seeing it
He
as well.
rolls up to the tower, Tombstone goes down, one sticky, one flame break, lasso, you're done.
Replenish our copium here, T-Panda. This DK. What do you want to see it paired with in order to be able? In order for it to succeed, what do you want to see them picking at the very end of the draft here for the side of Theos Gaming? They have overall loss picks,
You're
so
asking
they
hard
have a
questions,
response.
my man.
Oh my gosh. All right, fine. Let's talk about 5 red 4 stuff then. So they have 23 pick in this situation. We have this Batrider. I like the Batrider in this game. It looks fairly good. Not sure exactly what it's laning against because, like Fia mentioned, the Zeus could be flexible. So what do you want to see in the safe lane for DNM here for the side of 5 red 4 stuff?
Naga. I feel like this is a Naga game. There's the Zeus as a support, unless they decide to put it mid and then they have like an offlane DK. They don't really have tools to necessarily destroy this Naga. They do have the last pick. Then if you go Underlord, what's your draft's going to look like? You have Underlord offlane, Zeus support, DK mid. DK is not really like, it's not the hottest mid hero that you want right now, and you don't really want to put it as support either and promote the Zeus, so you're not putting yourself in a favorable position. I just feel like this is a free Naga game
For which team?
for 5-rat.
Yeah, I mean, to make things even worse, they have last pick too, right? So it's going to be a situation where that makes Theos draft even more difficult to execute as, you know, you had some flex potential here with the Zeus, but here in a second, you're not going to have any flex potential. You're going to be able to pick whatever you want on DNM for this last pick here. I think at this point, he knows he's playing versus DK offlane. Putting DK versus Bat mid, not a good move. Like, not something I would advise. So they need to put something mid. It could be the Zeus we saw in the previous series. It did pretty well, honestly.
Yeah.
But then you're just picking another type of Zeus to lane with the DK. Doesn't really solve many of their issues here. Or, if you're really big brain, support DK. It's time.
Let's go.
Get this hero off a core in this game.
Let's
It doesn't look
go.
good. Make something happen here. You know, something that can do some damage.
I mean, considering the whole theme of week 1, considering NA's copycat theme of taking a support DK from like what the other regions have tried out in pubs and in competitive games, yeah, I mean, I can get behind that idea.
So what do we want here for the 23 for Theos Gaming? They have to pick a little bit blind. They don't know exactly what the 5-rat draft is going to be, but it's very solidified on the side of 5-rat. Theos Gaming, it's still a bit flexible, but
Centaur. I want to
Centaur Darkseer is what I'm having in my
Yeah,
mind.
Darkseer could be good too. I mean, Centaur, the disengage with Stampede's really good here as well. You got a lot of chain stun. One of the heroes that lanes pretty decently well against Undying just because you have that super high base HP region when normally you don't want to play strength heroes against it.
So they just promoted the Zeus into mid, which would make sense against the Batrider because you have at least a tool to kind of get away. You got the Heavenly Jump, which keeps him at bay. You can, if you're in melee range though, you can still cancel out the jump with the lasso if you got the cast animation going off. So you don't want to end up in that position where your flame break close and your jump can't get away. And you can also cut the break. Sorry, you can cut the jump with the flame break too. But Shadow Demon, this is going to keep the DP at bay. This is going to keep the Bat Rider from getting the full-on initiation out, and you have a bubble save for the core, whoever is going to get hit by the lasso. So I like that Theath Gaming has gone for a very untraditional approach to this draft, and it might actually give them a bit of an advantage in terms of the draft, though there's still some scary heroes on the side of 5-Rat. They just went for DN and Furion in the end. I want to have faith in Theath. I really like, after seeing last series and the lack of Copium and Hopium, which we've repeated a lot in this panel, I want to believe. I want to believe in Theath Gaming, not going to lie, but 5-Rat has a good draft.
So for 5-Rat 4-star here, this is a very Shopify Rebellion kind of draft, maybe minus the Undying. Feels like they've been stealing that strat, especially with this now safe lane, Nature's Prophet. Very quickly, tell us how they win this game with the draft they've composed here.
I mean, this game is just going to play itself out, to be honest. You just go to the lanes, you're going to crush every single one of them. You're going to be like, oh, this is easy. NP and DP are going to connect. Bat's going to have a field day. And it's just going to be, unfortunately for Theath, I don't see much hope here. I see a fast game.
I see a fighting chance. I see a fighting chance. But
I just checked. I don't see it.
Give it to me. Eastern European enjoyer, give it to me. Yamit Shadow Demon, how does he win this game here, Steve Panda?
Alone? I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to say I don't know. I feel like Theath basically getting Yamich as the upgrade for the team. They have felt pretty good on the side of Theath. I feel like this is where they pop off. This is where Esk is going to kill everybody. He's going to destroy everyone on this Zeus. And with this SD pick, the first SD pick in a while, I have a little bit of faith, but it is still faith.
It is still faith indeed. This is the first Shadow Demon pick in the North American region. We're going to be finding out if it's actually going to work here, especially with Yamich playing this hero. He's very skilled, but Shadow Demon not always the flashiest hero. We're going to find out, though, if that is going to be the case with our incredible casting duo of the mythical Mike and the joyous John. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you so much, Snare. We do get into it. Game number 1 here between 5-Rat, 4-Stuff, and of course Theath Gaming. John, you heard the panel's doubts about Shadow Demon. I'm also the same. I think this support is complete trash. Mind you, Yamich, great player. Not going to take that from the man, but the hero itself, apart from getting rid of Lasso with Disruption and dominating lane with Shadow Poison, does it do anything else?
Not too much.
No.
I mean, the lane domination is really the key thing here for Theath. We've got to see Yamich really enable that lane coming out from him. Otherwise, as Fear said, every lane might be a stomp, and then you just don't have room to grow, which is where it can get a bit dicey for Theath. I mean, we saw the odds there as well from esportsbet.io.
Yeah.
4.47 to around, what was that, 1.95, 1.75, around that ballpark. So a lot of people are looking at 5-Rat to be favorites. Mind you, 5-Rat have had some shaky games.
Right.
So I don't think Theath's like completely out of it. We've seen them beat Alpha, which was against the odds. So I think that is something, you know, they're a team that could still surprise us. But 5-Rat are very consistent. I mean, we're talking about speed. He's got the DP on the off lane. We know what he can do when he gets a Rat hero.
Yeah, absolutely. We do have a pause, ladies and gentlemen, which is why you're still looking at us. John, show us your shirt. That's a very nice shirt right there. What is that?
It is Dawnbreaker. It says so right here.
Take the flannel off a bit, Jonathan.
If you can read.
Beautiful.
It's Dawnbreaker.
You got that from TI?
Yes, of course.
Very, very
I
good.
spent a bit too much there.
You did spend a lot of money there, didn't you?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people couldn't get tickets, you know, like people who wanted to, and, well, they wanted stuff from the secret shop, so I had to do a little shopping, Mike. Do a little shopping.
I remember how many bags you were carrying.
That was an insane amount of bags.
Yeah, this poor man, he was buying everything for everyone. It was kind of ridiculous. You went through a lot of...
Yeah.
The card went through a lot of swiping.
It actually did. It actually did. The bill afterwards, well, the secret shop's happy, you know, they're very happy with that.
Yeah.
Got my sister the Hoodwink set. That was lovely.
Very good.
She doesn't even play Dota.
What?
She just finds Hoodwink cute.
I mean, that's... I guess that's good.
Yeah.
Hoodwinks.
I got a bunch of friends who don't play that much anymore. They were my mates back when we played Dota 1 and Garena and stuff.
Oh.
But I got them a couple of jackets, a hoodie. Those things were kind of expensive.
They don't deserve it. Take it back.
They asked for it.
No, but they can play 10 games a week for the next 6 months, and then we'll talk about it.
You see, they have lives, Mike. They've got careers.
We do too, Jonathan. Look where we got.
Yeah, I mean it's nice. Next to you, it's pretty all right.
We don't have lives,
really
John.
cool, Matt. That was hilarious. Great job.
We do get into it. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, let's get this game started on the right foot. We got a video with your boy Speed, and we asked the man, Message to the fans. Give us a message, Speed. What do you got to say?
Yeah, so to all the 5-Rat fans, I just want to stay. Let's get broken, baby. Yeah.
You know what? I love Speed. He has a sense of humor. I mean, we've been memeing about, Game Leap and it's broken and it's your boy Speed every single game. At least he laughs with us.
Yeah, that's what I like to see. What I don't like to see is the smoke raking right under the obs. So Tiet not going to be able to find anything. The side of 5-Rat could maybe go in and make use of that. Let's see if they get the swing around. They are under vision here as well from Tiet. So a little bit of back and forth. But yes, your boy Speed.
It's your boy Speed.
Gotta love it.
Here we go. Stolmanen could be in a bit of trouble because Yamich is having a look around with the disruption. He is well and truly out of, not on his side of the map, but he's running. He was pinged out, was spotted underneath that observer ward on the cliff. Stolmanen seems to know something's awry here. He'll run straight towards the north into the tree line, has a TP available, and we'll just TP back towards that tier 1 tower, somehow making it out.
Yeah, I mean, he had the ward to kind of show that they were moving towards that area, so he just bails out. A little bit of a TP gun doesn't hurt too much. I do love, again, we are seeing the tree cut, so 9 doesn't have the best time to just sneak in, get his 93 damage off, and just kind of run around as a Treant Protector. Always nice to see just cut trees. Treant's level 1, 2. Won't feel as bad.
Certainly not. I do love the fact that everyone just cuts trees when there's a tree. It makes me so happy. Because I hate this hero so much. You have no idea.
It is actually insane. Like, if you think about this combination with an Ursa down the line, level 2, level 3, it's going to be really easy to rip apart, and 9's the one getting torn apart here.
9, he gets lifted up, taken down, and he's gone. That's not something you really expect as well. The level 1 lift from Stolmanen, not generally what you go for as a Rubik, but considering Speed can secure range creep with Crypt Swarm, you don't need the Fade Bolt, and the lift secures them first blood.
I mean, you just don't have that bonus move speed. You don't have that bonus self-heal and amp, regen amp, so you can't trade. And that's the really awkward thing. Treant level 1 wants to trade. He wants to get some hits in, force some regen out on the enemy team. And we've heard it before, laning phase is all about resource use. It's all about forcing regen, not even necessarily kills, just wasting that early money. And if you can't do that as the Treant, then it just feels kind of bad. They do manage to get a pull off here as well from 5-Rats, with some of those creeps taken out. Lamy is there to clear out at least. And to be fair, Lamy's lane itself isn't too affected. So as long as the Ursa can kind of focus in on that farm, sacrificing your life like that for 9 in a mildly tough lane, not the worst thing in the world.
Certainly not. Bottom lane, bit of a disruption out here from Yamich, just trying to be very annoying. He gets the ward back onto that small camp. Meanwhile, mid lane, Kits, he will find a kill. That's my fault, no one blame the observer. He was trying to look at that direction. I did the whole misdirect the observer thing.
Yeah, you just love throwing PTP for a ride, don't you, Mike? You love throwing all our obs on a ride.
I do.
Whew.
I do. Top lane, 9's going to cop a fair bit of damage there from Speed. Very hard laning against the DP, even just at level 2. The DP is never fun to have to lane against. 9 not having the best time, that's for sure. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Albino Zebra now being chased down, has a full creep wave behind him, though he's trying to match it with the creep wave being pulled over by Yamich. Will at least get himself the range creep, because they are fighting those illusions made by Yamich, but eventually the range creep will go back towards the Shadow Demon. And so, in the end, the pool does... Oh, hold on a minute. 2 creeps kind of going rogue here. Napkin has to tank through them. The tier 1 tower just hitting them away, so the creep wave not really going the way they wanted it to with that pull, but it still sets a decent enough creep equilibrium to the way of Thea.
Yeah, I do like DNM has managed to balance, dragging the creep wave as well behind that tier 1. So he's able to find farm and solo EXP, which is the big thing. We are getting some really good impact from Albino Zebra, but he is sacrificing his own EXP to give this fairly free lane to DNM. Trade-off should be worth it. He's getting enough pressure out just by running around like this, and he still has his 5 mangoes, so he can still spam all these decays out if need be.
Absolutely. Napkin, another pull away. They're trying to block with the Treants almost. The pull should be just fine. Albino Zebra, he'll chase them down. In the meantime, top lane, a bit of action breaking out. 9 and Lamy copping a little bit there, but they're going to be alright to survive through it. Thing is, you aren't having the presence you would like at this top lane as an Ursa Treant. And in fact, look at this. Speed, happily going to fight Lamy. Lamy has no chance but to run, or rather no choice but to run. And now 9, copping a bit of damage on the way back out. it's just not a fun lane. Like, you would assume the Ursa Treant should be able to do decently well, but this Death Prophet Rubik combination of this top lane is just ruining them.
Yeah, I mean, the issue is you're double melee up against double range, and you can't even play with a Treant's Nature's Skies. Without that tool, you can't gap close, you can't come in for those trades, and it just feels a lot better. Speed can sustain, he can threaten kills. It's really awkward for Lamy, and I am concerned. Like, if he is going for the Battle Fury build we tend to see him go for, if it is stalled out, it can feel like a game where you're not going to have a lot of room to build up. This lineup of 5-Rat is made to just take objectives and kind of rush in, not give any breathing room out to a farming core.
Certainly not. 2-0 so far, 1k advantage the way of 5-Rat. Bot lane as well, like DNM's just free farming so much in this Prophet. Like, there's no contest here. Top lane, Speed's going to go in again onto Lamy. A lot of damage being dealt. Stormman looking for a lift up, but can't get within range. Probably would have been a kill had they been able to connect the lift. Nevertheless, again, Lamy just... He is still fighting CS, 27-1, but his life is always on the line as they make the jump in now into 9. As soon as he shows in that tree line, Stormman goes right for the kill, and it pays off.
Yeah, just get these pickoffs. He is giving space out for Lamy, so at the least your Ursa is not the one falling here. He's allowed to farm. He is still finding decent CS, and that's probably more than enough to make you happy. You are concerned about how much speed is getting out. Once he hits that 6, you could see just a lot of action up there, maybe a little bit of a shove into that tier 1, taking that early objective and forcing the Ursa elsewhere, which is not that comfy for the Ursa early on, especially since, again, you might just be looking for that Battle Fury build. He hasn't quite queued it up, but we haven't really seen Ursas deviate from that in any game. Even in the game with Magnus, we've seen Ursa just go for the Battle Fury anyway. So I'm keen to see if Lamy adapts. The one thing as well here for Tia that is a bit rocky is just the fact that you are getting a lot more on kits than you are on Esk. Like the Zeus should still hit the good timing on the Kaya, and he is clearing out stacks, a good amount of stacks built up here by the side of Tia, not scouted out by 5-Rat. So that could be their way to accelerate in, get that extra damage on Esk, and start playing with Burst with the Thunder God's Wrath. Really good timing to have that regen on hand. Nice and easy clear for him.
Absolutely. Yes, having a fantastic time on the Zeus so far. 50-4. Rather 51-4 now. Top lane. Amy again going to be chased down here by Speed. Not much you can do against Spirit Siphons, and now 9 might be in trouble. Spirit Siphons out, he'll try to chase Stormman, but the slow is there. They will at least have the Thunder God's Wrath, but now Speed, he should be able to claim a couple lives here. They take down 9. Speed, can he get away from Lamy? He is trying, but the chase is on, and Lamy finally able to punish. And in the meantime, Esk, he will find a double for himself. 4 down for the side of 5-Rat.
And that's what you have to see from Tia. They play around that level 6 spike coming out from Esk really well. Thunder Gods enabling both the top and bottom movement out. And they just get the burst damage they need. So the side of 5-Rat maybe just overextending quite a fair bit, especially down bot. They were fighting right by the tier 1 tower. And the difference now is that Kits isn't quite ready to go, waiting for the travels to be up. And that's still, well, it's close enough, but that is a difference when you're mid-power spikes right now. Much more presence from Esk. He can be present across the map. And you're still trying to get that farm up on DNM. He's had a really free lane, but not quite ready to get the TPs around. And just walking a bit too far forward. I mean, you do have durability up on Tiat if you don't manage to burst them down. And your lineup here from 5-Rat isn't the burstiest. At least not yet. You can soften them up with Albino Zebra around, but you do still need a way of damaging them and locking them in, which is the tough bit for 5-Rat. They don't have the best lockdown in these ganks at the moment.
Top lane, Speed going to go for a run again. There was a bit of chasing there from 9, but can't hold him down. Lamy finally able to have that space to really get that farm going on the Ursa. Much, much happier in this top lane now. Bit of a group top though, as I say that. 5-Rat, they might actually force an attempt here on the Ursa. Even Kit's showing up with the lasso available, but he might just take the stacks from that triangle instead. I'll wait and see what they're going to get up to here. So they do group up. Obviously, you do want that tier 1 top tower, but if you can get the Ursa with it, you're much happier. Speed's going to pop the ulti. In he goes after the Ursa. Siphon's out as well. Lamy, he'll turn around, but they don't know Kits is here. Kits now showing up. After 9 they go. The Treant Protector will burn. Lamy, he's sticking around. Instead, they want Yamich on that Shadow Demon, and they should have him. He's going to go for a run, but there's no way out of this. He will drop. Speed able to take that one. And now with the 2 kills there, they'll be able to find this tier 1 tower no problem.
Yeah, nice quick shove in. You only have level 1 living armor as well, so it's not going to stall out this push for too long. You are getting some space out for Napkin to just shove in bot. You know, he's got his level 6, he's got the dragon form, he's chipped away really nicely at that bot tier 1. And they might be able to find a trade eventually, but top will fall first. And DNM, that is his full Maelstrom flying out soon as well. So he's got more ways to just shove out and keep that farm game up. In comparison, Lamey is still working onto the battlefield. So his farming pace is just going to be a little bit slower. You've got the travels up and running as well here.
Oh, bottom lane. Yeah, they've got the Dragon Knight. Napkin, now he's just trying to farm creeps. He's just trying to get the creep before he dies. I mean, he knows he's dead. May as well get a bit of gold, by the way, before you go. And with that, 7-4, 1k net worth once again going the way of 5-Rat 4 staff. They're still in control of this game. One saving grace is the fact that Esk is still farming very well on this Zeus and should have some pretty decent impact. So they have not been able to punish the mid-Zeus for now. But when you look at everything else, everyone else is quite low in net worth. And when you're going against a DP and a Prophet, it's kind of scary if they've got the high net worth, because they just tend to take off these 2 heroes.
Yeah, all 5-Rat needs to do is maintain that good pace and kind of shut out any farming patterns for Lamey. If they can ensure that the Ursa doesn't just get to sit there, farm into Battle Fury, and keep farming after the fact, then you can control this game rather well. They do have really good forward wards in that top jungle to keep an eye out there as well, so they can kind of look to make a movement out. There is movement out here from Tiet though, smoke out with Esk and Yamich.
Yeah, Speed's in trouble. Not the easiest target to get down. Level 3 Spirit Siphon is up. Yamich gonna go right in for the Purge. Lamey just gonna get right to work, and well, if he's all alone like that, it's not too hard for Lamey. In the meantime though, bottom lane Napkin, he just TP'd back to the bot lane. And he is gone once again. Not expecting Kits to still be around the area. So both offlaners to drop on both sides of the map. And that bottom tier 1, I mean, I was going to say they could go for it, but it's already gone.
Yeah, I don't think the bot tier 1's the biggest issue in the world. The mid should be the focus for 5-Rat next. And they are getting really good activity out from Kits, just with the travels. He's willing to show up, willing to run around. Lasso's going to be off cooldown soon. They've got that smoke play eyeing up 9.
Yeah, that they are. Not the biggest kill in the world, but it's a good way to start onto that tier 1 mid. 9 gonna get blocked up by those treants, and he is dead. Kits, he would love to find Esk on that Zeus, and he's going for a run after him. He's got the pig stick available. There's gonna be a TP in from Yamich to make sure he can't get close enough. And Kits will eventually back his way out of there. But there's no protecting this tier 1 mid tower now. Speed just has the exorcism, so it just melts. Absolutely zero chance.
And with that taken out, it's going to be a lot tighter for Lamey to just find that farm he wants. He's clearing out the Ancients. There is no vision here coming out from 5-Rat, so it's a fairly safe spot. Battle Fury only 2 parts away. So he's still finding some decent room to actually get the build up.
Not again. Kits is haunting this man.
Yeah, I mean, we heard Fear. He did say this wasn't a very good DK game, and well, the impact of Napkin hasn't really been felt. I mean, he's shoved in bot. It's down to 580 HP, but they haven't been able to kind of commit onto that. And again, just going back to those odds from esportsbet.io, 4.47 to 1.75, if I recall right from the start.
Accurate enough, 1.18 to 4.66 right now.
Okay. It shifted a bit.
Yeah.
Still in favor of 5-Rat. I mean, Tiet, again, they've proven us wrong before, especially in that series up against Alpha, but right now it's just a shaky start. They need to stall a lot to get Lamey up and running. The one thing that they do have down the line is they have really good high ground defense with a Zeus. Eventually, if you can find a space, the Ags buildup will ensure that you can deal with the push coming in from the Nature's Prophet, and to an extent from Speed. You can just kind of stabilize your lanes. So they can try to stall to get that to that point. The question is whether or not 5-Rat will give them that opportunity, will give them the time to get that build-up here.
We'll find out. I don't think so. I mean, 5-Rat are just smothering them right now. They do take a bit back to farm up a couple core items. Like Kits has got the Aether Lens on the way now on the Bat Rider, so has that added kind of range for the lasso. Makes it much easier to land that. So you're going to have the Prophet as well. I believe he's going straight into the Gleipnir, and he might have it. There it is. Gleipnir up now. That's a scary timing. Like, you've got that at 13.5 minutes, just about 14 minutes, and now the team fights for Theath become infinitely harder.
just so much more control. And as mentioned, that was something that 5-Rat does lack in these wider fights. They're going to be able to provide that now with DNM on hand. And they're still eyeing around for opportunities. I mean, every spell Stominant steals is just so annoying. Like, now he's healing down bot, which, again, Napkin tried to shove in. It's still standing. Bot jungle still protected. And now the tower's healing up. You know, you're just not finding these small things yet. Still, Blink up on Napkin. That could be the timing they play around. Just have that Blink initiation on hand. But it's 5-Rat to smoke up right now.
Yep, they are. Through the mid-river they go. 5-Rat, they'll head up top. Esk is around the area. In fact, Esk is going to be the first one to be spotted if he's not too careful. Stominant will run through. They won't see him yet. Pings are out, though. They know the Zeus is there. They'll wrap around the long way. Esk trying to make a run for it, but in comes the cavalry. Kit's pincering him in. He'll go for a heavenly jump out. Stominant gets the lift off. Esk is not going to be able to survive through this. There's just no way. No way in hell he survives. Another kill to go the way of 5-Rat. And that's a big one. That's the mid Zeus. That was basically your highest net worth hero on the side of the Dire. Just going down so easily.
It is much needed space coming out for Lamy, though. He does have that full Battle Fury up, and he's got room to farm down bot. So that space is worthwhile to get that build up on the Ursa. Your big win condition right now. Working on to the BKB and Blink. We haven't seen the Blink reveal up from Napkin, and Roche is set to fall with no contest coming out from Tiet. So they're going to have even more ways to just pressure these kills. A secondary life up for DNM. He can afford to take some risks even without the BKB. They are looking to take that bot tier 1, and it looks like Tiet should at least find this one after a long time without just standing.
Well, they'll take it. Lamy working on towards the BKB now. So he doesn't really need anything like a Lincoln's because he has Yamich to cancel the lasso if it does come out on the Ursa. Just needs to be able to survive through everything else. And Theath, not out of it yet. I mean, 4K advantage is there for 5-Rat, but it's not too big of a deal. I suppose the Aegis is much more scary. DNM, TPing down bot. Looks like they spotted Napkin on the DK. Sprout out to give some vision. DNM eventually going to find it, but a nice blink away from Napkin. Juking out the projectile completely in this gank attempt. It is not going to work out. 5-Rat, they'll have to go back to the drawing board.
A lot of time wasted here by 5-Rat. And Tiet, more than happy to just back off. Again, keep that farm game up. Smoke up with Napkin and Yamich. And they can get some pickoffs going if they do find the right target. And pings are coming up for DNM. Under vision.
See if they can find him. He's a massive target. Napkin has the blink up, just needs the initiation, will be able to find it. Yamich is there to back him up, but can they get the damage out in time? Purge is there, DNM, he has the Aegis, don't forget, so he might lose one life, but in comes the rest of the team now. Kids moving right onto Napkin. They already commit disruption, so Napkin's a bit of a sitting duck now. At least they might find Yamich out of there, and they do. Yamich is able to TP, but they'll lose their core DK. I suppose you've got to be somewhat happy you do find the Aegis. So that's gone now. It's something you don't have to worry about, but that's pretty much it.
It's a really risky play. And tier 1 top still standing with how close DNM was to that area. You know a response was coming out. And despite losing the Aegis, they've still got this opportunity to siege onto that tier 2. Exorcism still standing for speed or coming off cooldown in about a second. He's got the ults and the mech to stand frontline. You don't quite have the burst. You don't have that Thunder God's Wrath, so it's going to be a lot tougher to soften these guys up.
Oh, they found Yamich in the backside as well. Get rid of that Shadow Demon. Overgrowth's committed, but it's going to do nothing. 9?
Oh, boy.
Yeah, he's just gone. So hard playing Treant Protector against the Batrider. Even more annoying against DNM's Nature's Prophet. And that's a top tier 2 gone. There's going to be no form of trade either. They're not in position to go after a tier 1 mid. They can't get the bottom tier 2. And now mid lane, we might have another fight to break out because Stominant's just hanging around. But it seems like he's just making sure the creep wave does not get forced. He does not want that damage to fly out onto the tier 1 mid tower. Just make sure it does remain defended. And 5-Rat, they will just continue dominating through this game 1.
Yep, take control of the top jungle, cut off the farm sources. For Lamy, he's soaking up everything he can on the triangle and the bot. But that is choking out everyone else. I mean, Napkin's net worth has just not moved past the blink. Smoke out from Tiet again, though.
At least find Stominant, for the love of God.
Can they?
They should. Oh, he gets the stolen stun out, and now the lasso. Oh, the humanity. Oh, that's a feels bad, man.
I don't.
Oh, he voice lines him too. Oh.
That was just so confident of them, overconfident of them. Like, they see Stominant, they know he has Dragon Tail. They only have Dragon Tail stunned themselves. They didn't have Overgrowth, they didn't have follow-up. They jump in while Esk was a bit too far out to follow through with some burst. And they lose their Ursa. Like, this is the guy who you've been trying to enable for such a long time. Granted, you do have that BKB up and running on Lamy, but that's not the trade you were looking for. And you just think about Rubik versus DK. I mean, it's so easy to steal Dragon Tail.
Yeah.
And you get it. You have it in melee usage, so it doesn't have projectile at this range. It's look at that range, lovely.
It's decent, that's for sure. Very easy to land here for Stominant. That's a big stun as well, like almost 3 seconds.
Yeah, exactly. Like, that range. It's so dumb that he has that range, even without the Dragon form. It's like, yep, no projectile, no dodge.
Nope.
Just a free pseudo hex on hand.
Very good. What do you do now as Theath? Like, you're 6k behind. I suppose the one saving grace is Lamy is still farming very effectively on the Ursa, and you do have BKB now. But at what stage do you think Theath can realistically fight back?
Blink up on Lamy is your next best bet, so he can just jump in, follow through for the team instead of running up. Very telegraphed, which is something we've seen 5-Rat control quite nicely. It's hard to spot these wards as well out from 5-Rat, but they need to get control of some vision. Like this ward right in front of the tier 2 is just giving so much info for this move.
DNM. Always the hard thing going up against the Prophet is you just never know when he's coming in. You do have the 4-staff on Yamich, so he's going to be okay. But now the mid-tier 2 tower is going to be under siege. Speed, no hesitation, pops that exorcism. They've got a siege creep there to help as well. And you kind of ask yourself, can Theath even defend this? Like, they're not as 5 in the mid lane. It doesn't really feel like they want to try and defend, because if they lose the fight, then 5-Rat could go high ground. So it seems like they'd rather just let it go and just kind of accept that that mid lane is just dead.
Yeah, they stalled out a little bit with living armor, but doesn't stall for much. Lamy.
Yeah, he's going to go for a ward, but that reveals his position. And they already knew anyway. Look at DNM. Look at him waiting. Oh, they don't have the vision. A bit too patient there, DNM.
Yeah, maybe just a bit cocky.
I mean, I guess the D ward paid off.
Yeah, it does. It does. It dodges out that gank. Forces a lot of heroes down bot from 5-Rat, so giving much needed room out for the rest of Tia to kind of get some build up in their own jungle now. Try to work towards that E-Blade out from Esk. Can be pretty damn helpful up against a physical core like DNM's Nature's Prophet, and just kind of amping down people as well. Really big rune out for Kits though. Arcane rune ready on our Bad Rider. Just going to be able to keep spamming those spells. It's not a worry in the world if they do find themselves in a fight. 15-5, 22.5 minutes in, a 7k lead for 5-Rat. The blink for Lamy finally up. So you can start to play around this blink BKB timing from Lamy. This, along with Napkin jumping in, you have ways of finding these fights, and they're just instantly smoking. They've got to find something off the back of this.
See what they can. I mean, they'll head through the mid lane. Still 45 seconds till we find out when Roshan will respawn. Line drawn out. They will run right towards the west. It's kind of a question of who can you find, though. Like, this area of the map is generally safe for 5-Rat to try and farm in, so Theath are trying to punish them, but nobody's around. 5-Rat reading the movement of Theath very effectively, and now they'll go for a counter smoke. They know exactly where they are because they showed on that creep wave. Lamy, very, very cool. Oh no, he ran back for the camps. He doesn't know, and he might just get spotted. Thunder God's Wrath is there. That'll give enough info for Lamy to get the hell out, but the chase is still on. Can they catch him? Not quite. He's going to be all right. It seems like Esk, though, he got those spidey senses tingling. He knew something was awry and luckily popped the ulti to find out exactly where they were.
Yeah, I think they got suspicious when they saw the treants come out from DNM. They're like, all right, probably setting up for a gank. Break off that gank and bail out in the nick of time. They were very close to success, though. If the decay just landed from Albino Zebra onto Lamy, I mean, the blink would have been cancelled. You would have had a window to try and get that jump in, and that could have ended very badly for Tiet. So just a little bit more, and maybe 5-Rat could have had it, but they dodge out in the nick of time. Aegis, Roshan still a ways off as well. 2 minutes on the respawn. So a lot of time for Tiet to try to build up some tools. Basher coming out for Lamy next. Might want to do something with his haste.
See what he can do. Still hanging around Theath. Just on that eastern side of the mid-river. Just kind of hoping and praying someone from 5-Rat shows up, but well, at the very least, the Albino Zebra's underneath the ward right now. He's fine. Theath are just holding their ground, again, being very patient, just waiting for someone to show on that mid-creep wave. But nobody's doing so. 5-Rat again is kind of reading the movement, understanding that they are probably waiting. Nobody will show up. There's just no free gifts for Theath whatsoever this game.
Yeah, just not given anything to play with. Again, this is time to farm. This is time to build up, at least. We are seeing the Ags being queued up by Esk. So he does sort of abandon that E-Blade. Just wants to try to get some control back. Kind of handle the split push that 5-Rat is pulling out. Full AC up for DNM, though. Along with a Grove Bow. So our NP can reach pretty far and melt quite fast on certain heroes. Melt certain heroes fast, I mean. And just, it becomes tougher and tougher for Tiet, because your jump in is really all in on Napkin. And if you don't manage to get the jump in you want, the follow-through from 5-Rat to punish is really wide. It's always risky for Lamy to jump in, even with a BKB, because Lasso doesn't care for that. And with a BKB on Kits, you're also not stopping him from lassoing.
I mean, poor old Napkin's just trying to get a BKB up. To have that up before the next team fight. Give him a bit of leeway in these fights, but... Oh, Roshan.
Albino?
Yeah, he knows. Roshan's
Yes.
up. There you go, Albino. Doesn't leave the pit too early. I mean, it doesn't seem like they've recognized what 5-Rat are up to, because you certainly don't want to give Roshan away for free like this. They are pushing the bot tier too, but they're not committing. So they really don't know Roshan's happening.
And they got scan off. They know now. They're way out of position to kind of contest. Rosh's fall super fast with that damage out coming out from Albino Zebra. Nice and easy take for the side of 5-Rat. Free shard as well coming out for Stomanin. So a telekinesis save now available for them as well. Just making things harder and harder for Tiet to get that jump in.
Why the hell not? They are still so patient at this bot lane, still waiting for someone to please show. DNM's there. They've got the vision on him now. He's underneath that observer ward. This will be a massive pickoff if they can catch him. Keep in mind, again, he has 2 lives available, so his team should be able to make it in time, but they'll get through the first. Gleipnir out to hold them down. Here comes Speed. He'll go right onto the Dragon Knight, make this guy's life a living hell, and poor old Napkin, he is going to go down. 9 also spotted out of the tree line. Kids, he had the lasso but won't bother popping it. I suppose it just doesn't deem it worthy to pop it onto 9's Screen Protector. He'll hold it for the next fight. But it's still going to be an Aegis for a DK. I don't know if you really call that worth for Theath, but it seems like they're happy with it.
You take away the security for DNM? I mean, when you take Aegis like that, you have to find an opportunity to actually punish the Aegis carrier next time. And DNM's just been so cautious, right? He doesn't jump into these fights unless he's sure that his team's ready to back him up, unless he's sure there's a good position for him to be in, to kite the Ursa around. So even finding that Aegis doesn't stop 5-Rat. And that's where it gets really dicey for them. These trades just aren't giving them much to play with. Like, yes, it's an objective taken away, or at least security taken away, but you still can't do anything on top of it. Like, you are still just running around this bot jungle, finding what farm you can, sharing with your cores, and you're not able to make any moves on the map on top of that take.
Still, they hang around opposite sides of the map. 13k advantage, so for Theath, they definitely don't want to engage in a fight if they can avoid it. 5-Rat 4-star, I mean, you'd surely love to push high ground right now, but they'd love a pick-off before that. They'll see Napkin at the bot lane once again. Albino, Zebra, and Kit slowly moving in, but Lamy's going to be there on the Ursa. Does also get spotted out. Yamich right behind them, so if they go for a lasso, it should be cancelled, but no, Yamich, he gets the force staff off. He does cancel the lasso eventually, but it may not matter. Lamy forced to BKB and try to man fight through this. DNM, he's going to get bashed up, but it looks like Lamy's had enough. He wants to run. They take down 9. They've got Yamich. They do at least get the Ursa out of there. But you saw, there's just no damage. Like, Lamy, he just gets a bash and he's like, screw it, I'm out of here. This is not good.
Yeah, the silence comes out right as they're trying to commit Overgrowth. If the Overgrowth came out, Lamy might have been able to commit. He would have had a window to just get that damage off with the Overpower coming through, but it just doesn't line up. The one good bit of news for Tiet is that EXO was popped, so the side of 5-Rat can't quite siege the high ground without that, at least not quickly. They can set their sights for bot, though. Looks like they are clumping up for that move on that objective. And for Tiet, they don't have to worry about certain things from 5-Rat. The last outer tower, not worth fighting for the most part. They're not even fully committing. Side of 5-Rat playing really safe, and Tiet going for a smoke play.
5-man smoke up, see what Theath can find. Like you mentioned, Overgrowth is still available, so decent setup here for the side of Theath. If they can catch 5-Rat with their pants down, maybe they can find Albino Zebra going after that Refresher Rune. And they do. Albino, he'll get blown up. Stominant even showing up there for a moment, but won't get punished for it. Just takes the Breathe Fire away from Napkin. But it's something for Theath. It's a bit of breathing room here for him. Give Lamy a bit more space to continue that net worth grind. Still very behind DNM though, just about 3k behind. And 14k in total in terms of the teams.
It's really rough for the other cores. Like, Esk, he does have the full Ags up, so the Nimbus is in play. That is a lot more output for him in the middle of these fights. A nice little way of dealing with some split push if you do feel the need to. And I think the one that's really hurting is still Napkin. Like, you mentioned him saving up for the BKB. He's still saving up for it, Mike.
Oh.
The investment's still ongoing here for Napkin. It is a rough DK game, to be fair to him. As Fear just really pointed out a lot. Like, he really didn't like that DK pickup for the matchup. And you can kind of see why. It's not the easiest time for Napkin to get anything done for his team. His lane was pretty rough, even though it wasn't even a Batrider lane. It was just not a lane that worked in his favor with how 5-Rat played it. And for Tiet, you're going all in on Lamy. He is going for the Abyssal next. And
Napkin.
Smoke out here.
Yeah, smoke out. Stominant's already around. Lift this up onto Napkin. In goes DNM with the Gleipnir. This Dragon Knight just completely melting. 9 gonna go for the TP. Was dusted up. Speed. He can't get the Yules off in time. Meanwhile, Lasso is there. Looks like Yamich was the one in trouble. DNM's gonna try and TP out with his BKB and is gonna be okay. Yamich will get Yules up by Speed. He is going nowhere but down. No saving him. And I believe we've also got Demonic Purge stolen here by Stominant.
That is beautiful. That's actually a massive steal for Stominant. Look at the range on that. That's the entire screen.
Oh my!
If he's on the center, like, he can cast from a screen away. It's quite the reach. Oh boy.
Oh, and he wants the Ursa. It's like the perfect spell for Ursa as well. He just can't run from it. It's such a grief for an Ursa player. Lamy still running. 9 does buy a bit of space with the Overgrowth, but the chase is still going. Speed is there with the Yule Scepter. How can you survive through this, Lamy? He'll try to trade with Speed. The damage is just so high, though, onto the Ursa. Still fighting, but Speed, he does find the kill along with Kids. He will drop for their trouble, but they got the Pos 1 Ursa down. He is down for 70. Napkin also finding Albino Zebra, so maybe they can slow down any kind of high ground push to Incub. We'll see if 5-Rat want to try and force it. Maybe not. Maybe they'll just be okay with the Ursa kill. But still another successful team fight here for the Radiant side.
Yeah, I mean, you find some trades on Tiet. Punishment onto Speed is great, but you saw how long that took. Like, the guy's just so tanky. Really great plays coming out from Stominant. We've seen him do spectacularly well in the Rubik before. This is one of those games, again, where he gets to shine. Full Octarine up on Kits, though, along with a Quickening Charm. So Lasso cooldown down to 99 seconds. Very, very nice for him to just keep that aggression going for his team. and the spam ability of Sticky Napalm, it's going to feel amazing for him now. Going to be a little bit rough for Tiet. For Tiet's part, they're working onto this Ags for Napkin, so he's going to have more forward presence once that's up. It's just, they're not the aggressors right now.
No.
They don't have the map control. They did have the single target pickoff tools, I suppose, with a blink up, Dragon Tailed, and bombarding with the Zeus from a mile away, but they didn't find that timing.
But they did not.
DD rune available as well. Roche timer, we'll see in about 20 seconds if it's a fast one. And that Roche, it feels like it'll make it or break it. Like, this is the moment where one Roshan fight, one Aegis up for 5-Rat, they can definitely seek high ground at this point.
Let's see what happens. Smoke up immediately by 5-Rat. They want to make use of this double damage rune. Theath, I believe, know about it. They saw the Fade Bolt in the mid lane. Speed will show himself. Roshan's still 2 minutes 20 seconds away. Oh, and Lamy, he's the closest target for them. He'll run towards the east of the map. He should be alright, but Kitz is on the chase. Can they get there? They ping him out. They've got Lamy. They've got the Ursa. He needs some help right now. But no, he's surrounded the neutrals. Even the neutrals stunned him.
Oh my goodness, that is just...
Oh, I mean,
that's-
that's just rubbing salt into the wound, man. That's not fair.
I mean, that's a great position coming out from Kitz to drag him all the way back to. A very calculated decision to put him in that tree line right next to the creeps. And just so happens the creeps are on his side. You know, it just works in their favor.
They literally chain stunned him after lasso. Better than the pub plays I play with, John, let me tell you. I need some of those neutrals in my games. Onto the tree if they go. That'll be 9 gone. Speed will take the kill happily. Keep in mind, the Ursa still doesn't have buyback available right now, so he's down for 40. It's definitely an opening here for 5-Rat. They'll try. Jump in. They've got the start onto S with disruption. It'll buy a little bit of time. S. Oh, he heavily jumps on the spot as well. Ouch.
Oh, it's interesting as well. DNM went for the mischance on sprouted units instead of the leash.
Wow.
So he just wants to torture our Ursa.
Why not? I mean, why not? They're onto another. That'll be Napkin being chased down. Onto they go, the Yamich. Do they just go tier 4s? They're thinking about it, I'm sure, but they'll play it safe. They'll go top lane instead.
Just go for the push. Lamy is back up. He's TPing right in front.
Jump in, Lamy. Onto the Bat Rider, but the lift away from Stomin going to be more than enough to save him. Lamy, he'll go after the Tombstone. Overgrowth is there. Yamich trying to save. DNM just moving in. He doesn't mind. Though they are taking a fair bit now from Napkin. Kid's unable to find a target on that Bat Rider. Can they turn? Lift is back out onto Napkin and he is dead. Has buyback on the Dragon Knight, but won't have Dragon form. And for 5-Rat, I believe they probably need a reset, but the thing is, you've got a Nature's Prophet. He could just come right back, and in we go. They found Yamich again. This stolen Dragon Tail, so annoying to try and play against.
Yeah, it's quite the spell when you steal it on Rubik. Stomin has just been having a lot of impact with that for some time now. And there's just no way to stop. Like, they haven't used Nimbus yet on Ask.
Nope.
So they've got that option, but how do you connect with it? You just don't have smooth ways of playing with that burst anymore in the Zeus. Felt
Lift
like
up
he had
again.
the timing earlier.
Yeah, speaking of the Zeus, John Ask, he's being dragged into his own Ancient right now. Silenced up, he is dead. They can't save him. It might just be around that time to call it. Lamy's getting dived from the fountain at this point. 9, he'll get sprouted up in the tree line. And imagine that, being stuck in the trees as a tree.
It's not a good feeling. Again, you don't have a leash. You're just getting stuck up there. Shove in. Not going to take too long for the tier 4s to melt. Tiet. They could try for some Hail Mary play with Lamy and Napkin, but it feels really difficult. I don't see that working out too well unless you have your Zeus at least.
Well, there you go. Lamy's going to jump in. He's onto the Bat Rider, but the lift again going to save the day. Lamy trying to fight. We'll go after DNM, but there's just no fighting. He's getting kited around on the Ursa. Albino Zebra at least to drop. Gleipnir to hold him down. Sprout him out. Yamich is trying to help, but he gets bursted down by DNM. Overgrowth is there from 9. It does buy a bit of space here for this Ursa as Lamy's trying for the TP play out and does make it. But now, with 3 down on the side of Theath, who defends the Ancient? They'll buy back on the Tree Protector. Napkin's in trouble. On the bottom of their base, he will go down. Albino Zebra giving it to them as well with the voice lines. How do you fight against these guys? You just can't. Jump in from Napkin. I don't know about that one, Napkin. I mean, I guess you've got to try. Give him a rampage. We haven't had one yet. Can he get it on this Nature's Prophet? DNM's running back onto Lamey. It could be the first rampage of the DPC, and there it is. They've got the rampage. DNM's done it. No one to steal the rampage this time around. He finally gets it done. But they can't take down the Ancient. Theath, Lamey, gonna jump back in again. DNM still running, still Guardian Greaves out, healing him up a little bit more. Now the lift back, get down, Mr. President. DNM is not gonna die. Esk is gone. Lamey still trying to get some form of damage up, and he needs the back. DNM's back in, but he doesn't care. He's just gonna man up. Lamey's trying his best, but he's not hitting anyone. The 100% mischance. Oh, what an ending to a game. Lamey's not done. He is not done, he wants more. Maybe this time he'll finally find DNM. He's on to the Undying. Albino Zebra now trying to run. Somehow, this game is not over, but Lamey, surely, he'll get back to the fountain. He will get back, but the Ancient is still exposed. In he goes again. Lamey, he finds a triple kill. Oh, can he keep it up? DNM's gonna buy back. They want this game over.
Wait,
but
no,
this also
DNM
doesn't give up. DNM, he'll hit the Ancient, that's it.
Oh man, what a way to end that one.
I'll give it to him. I mean, I thought, what are they doing? They're not calling GG, but he was kind of close. He was kind of close.
Yeah, I mean, Lamey was finding a way to find those kills at the least. It's probably not enough to really turn that game when your tier 4s are down and your 2 racks down. But 5-Rat, they take the game. They come out a little bit slower, I think. You know, it took them a while to get running. Their mid lane matchup did go really well. That solo kill onto Esk just elevated Kits in a massive way, and DNM was not stopped. Napkin's lane was the real issue.
Yeah.
They picked that DK. We heard what Fear had to say about it. He didn't feel great about it, and it didn't really show up here.
It certainly didn't. With that, we do at least have our first rampage of the NA DPC. That's happy days for us, and well, let's throw back to the panel, see what they thought about this game one.
The first rampage indeed during a victory in favor of 5-Rat 4-stars. A rampage, a W, a very good performance coming out of DNM. At the end of the day though, as much as the Ursa attempted to carry that game, he just was not able to do so by himself, and we're going to have yet another loss suffered by the side of Theath Gaming. T-Panda, Eastern European aficionado, Yamich enjoyer, what did you make of the Shadow Demon in this game?
Basically, if we start things off from the positive side, you've got a pretty good hero in this game. You've got a couple heroes countered thanks to your ulti. You're helping out your teammate a lot with being able to slow down the Batrider, keeping the DP at distance. But when we look at like execution-wise, it just feels like it's in an odd place in this draft, right? I mean, it doesn't really have super big synergy with your teammates unless you have the Ursa to pair it up. And don't get me started with this DK pick. Like, how did this end up here?
Don't get me started either here.
Oh, let's start, bro. Let's hear it.
Now we can start with the Shadow Demon and the rationale behind it. Like, I kind of get it. A lot of people will use this against the Undying in the laning stage because you can stack up the poisons and Undying has no way of dispelling it. So you get a lot of stick charges. And then the added bonus you have to save against the lasso. That's probably the main reason why they ended up picking it. The DK, why did they pick this one? Well, I may be the analyst, but you can answer this probably just as good as I can, Snare, so I'll go ahead and throw it to you.
I'm in a good mood today, so let's focus on the positives, right? One of the positives, C-Panda, is the fact that despite the laning phase looking a little bit janky at first glance, Lamer had a really good laning phase. Esk as well played quite decently from the mid lane on his Zeus, and there were portions of the game where it felt like, barring having this DK, if it was a different hero, this might have been a different game. They were actually in a good stead for, especially like the early mid game, things did not look that bad.
In a way, yeah. This just comes back again to the fact that if they had a different offlaner that would have been more active earlier on, I guess they could have made something happen with Esk and actually slow down this Batrider, because by the time, yes, we saw a very fast Battle Fury come out of the Ursa, positive things, but by the time he's had it ready, at the same time, you've got Batrider already roaming on your side of the map, looking for kills with the lasso. So you're ready to farm, he's ready to fight. So Theath wasn't ready for it in any way. Lanes looked alright, but detrimental moment of the game, 14-15 minutes. This is where 5-Rat just pulls on the gas.
I mean, made even worse by the fact that DNM, the performance that he had on this Nature's Prophet, right? Fear, you were mentioning that the game sort of plays itself. Not necessarily true for everybody on the squad, but for DNM, that was absolutely the case. So some things that he was able to accomplish in this game, the fastest ever Gleipnir on Nature's Prophet, all time. one of the fastest BKBs, one of the fastest ACs, and I think like it's the fastest Lincoln Sphere this patch, and one of the fastest all-time as well on this hero. Incredible performance coming out of him, but they didn't really have that many tools to deal with him, and the only tools that they did have were the DK jumping in and stunning him, but every time that happened, Napkin would die almost immediately after.
I mean, and he had an Aegis, right?
And he had an Aegis.
Yep.
So,
Twice.
I mean, like, I don't have a lot of problems with Thief this game. They overperformed, in my opinion, right? Like, Lamy, he did super good on his Ursa. Esk in the mid lane also did really well. Seems to be a good matchup versus the Batrider. But unfortunately, like, this isn't a good meta to sack your offlaner. We've been talking about time and time again. The offlaner does need farm. He needs to come back. And if he has a bad game and your mid laner is like a Zeus just farming, what's your comeback? There is none. So he kept going in one by one and getting a kill maybe on an Aegis or just jumping in and dying, and his farm progression just halted overall. And that's not something you want your offlaner to be in the position of getting like some 35-minute BKB. It's definitely sad.
Exactly, and I think this is not really Napkin's fault, it's more like the hero's fault. Did you see him have much impact this game? It was just the Dragon Tail stun, wasn't really able to push out lanes, doesn't really get farm anywhere. Ursa also getting the majority of that, so they're playing it all into the basket of Lamy. And I just didn't see a place for this DK here, even though it was a second phase pick. If we saw something more aggressive, say something that could have helped out in the mid lane, if we did get one of those pusher heroes, sure, he would have been much more farmed, he would have been a trouble on the map, and that could have diverted attention off of Esk. Esk could have had a better game. We might have even seen a faster Battle Fury come up from the Ursa. There's a lot of what-ifs. There's a lot of what-ifs.
I have one positive about the DK.
Go ahead.
The DK in this game, because he has Dragon Tail, when it's stolen by Stomanen, it didn't make me upset to not see him build 4-star first item. But Stomanen, the entire team had a great game on the side of 5 red 4-star. So going into game number 2, we can hope and pray that Theath Gaming have some adaptation within them to push us into a deciding game 3. If not, 5 red 4-star will be notching up another win here to close out. Well, they're getting towards the end of their run, so they need wins like this to ensure that they stay in the division and get some DPC points. With that, we're going to go to a small break. When we return, more Dota 2 action, so see you soon. Welcome back, one and all, here to the North American DPC. We continue the Div 1 action. The beginning of Week 3 has thrown up some interesting things. We've had some rampages, first heroes being introduced into the DPC, but regrettably, we still don't have a situation where Theath Gaming is able to challenge the teams that are a little bit above them in the leaderboard. We're going to be trying to find out in game number 2 if they can make that adjustment, have a better draft, potentially. In fear, no DK?
I'm okay with it in a good game, but like, actually, I don't really like the hero that much. But the worst part about this is the hero's not good. It's not very meta, and it was a terrible game for DK. Got even worse with the Batrider pick. So yeah, I'm okay with just no DK if you don't know how to pick it.
What adjustments do you want to see T-Panda, especially with the introduction of Yamachir? What heroes do you want to see him play, and do you think they should try and play around him a little bit more, given his experience generally?
I mean, looking at Yamach's hero pool, like he is still going to be playing the pause 5 role for the team. Like what I would have liked to see is he goes for like Earth Spirit or Io or stuff like that he's really good with. But probably not going to be seeing either. Io's not very popular right now. Doesn't really get paired up with anybody. And then the Earth Spirit, well, that's a pause 4 hero. Unless they do a shift where they would put 9 to play the 5. But I'm not sure if they want to do that because they're both pause 4 players. In the end, would you do a swap like that during the series with a stand-in where you go 4 and 5, vice versa? Have you ever done that?
You can swap the lanes around, but normally, I mean, 9 was playing the tree, right? Yamcha is playing 4 that game.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they may have already made that swap, but it's going to be uncomfortable for somebody. And I mean, that's the one that's getting kicked off the rule, obviously. So for 9, if he is the 5 now, I mean, he's got to learn quick.
Yeah. One of the things that we've seen a lot of these past 4 players do a lot is help out their mid laner. And Esk in the previous game didn't necessarily need that much help, but the help that he got was very instrumental. Ended up winning his lane up against Kits. And between the two of them, what do we make of this matchup? What do we want to see? Because honestly, like I looked at that matchup and it's like, well, Esk might have lost the game, but in the laning phase, seemed pretty solid.
I mean, he's a solid player, showing the experience that he has. I mean, he's probably got more difficult opponents accumulated during the past few years compared to Kits. I think Kits is now kind of popping off with a pretty solid team, where Esk is maybe lacking a bit of that support, because Kits is always moving around. He's got this talented player in Stamanen, and playing a hero like Rubik, he doesn't really need to think too much, you know? They already have like this chemistry and this click already going on, so Esk kind of needs a partner like that. And back to my previous thought, to add to this, like with the pause 4, pause 5 talk, it felt like we had 2 pause 5s technically on the side of for Theath. So maybe if we get a bit of a balance around there, that could help out Esk.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Esk from last season playing on Wildcard, unfortunately, couldn't make it to last chance qualifiers. Was playing with a team that, you know, was probably higher rated than now. He has a lot of experience behind him. You would favor him just based off of like history and the mid matchup, but Kits has been popping off like this DP specifically. So I don't know, they're pretty even.
Pretty even. I'm hoping that we do get another showcase with heroes that allow them to both play to their strengths and make things happen all across the map. I really want to see Esk back on his Batrider, back on his Ember Spirit. Potentially, do you think, T-Panda, that's why they were so happy on the side of 5 Red Force to go for the Batrider pick to make sure that Esk can't play it?
The bat came after the DK, right?
Yeah, just after
they
the
picked DK. Then
it was a pretty idiot-proof pick in a sense to just go for the Batrider there. If Esk were... Sorry, you want a hero for Kits or for Esk?
I'm also like, because they picked the Batrider, right? And they also know that this is one of his best heroes on Esk. Do you think that's like why they were thinking, let's make sure we get this away, force him to play the Zeus instead of having him giving him the option to play this bat?
I mean, yeah, like if you paid attention to like the second phase of that drafting where they could still flex the Zeus, that could have been a support Zeus in the end, which we also talked about, like an East European hero pool type of hero where you can actually play it as a support. They kind of returned back to the idea of, okay, we're just going to lock this one here because we went for the DK. So maybe if they do a bit of adjustments with what order they're actually picking their heroes, looking at the second game, Theath actually has second pick. So this might be a tool that they can help out with. Do they want to prioritize more on Esk, or do they want to get that favorable carry matchup? I feel like Lamy is still pretty comfortable with whatever hero he is going to be playing with, but to kind of bring Esk more, I think that second pick could just be safe for last phase. What do you think there?
I mean, yeah, he did get to see his matchup, and I think ultimately they decided that the Zeus would be fine. I think the original plan was Zeus 4, right? But then they saw the Bat mid, then there was a couple bans for the Bat, and it's like, you know, I can do this with Zeus, so they did an audible, and that's kind of where you got put in a position where you had this last pick position 4. Not super valuable. They tried to find something that had a lot of value in theory, but And it's out of the meta for a reason.
Yeah, well, Shadow Demon didn't necessarily have the best success there for Yamich, despite the fact that there were some interesting saves, but regrettably, I think one of the worst things about the Shadow Demon and why we're probably not going to see it as much, the presence of Rubik T-Panda. We saw what happened the moment he gave away Demonic Purge. It was just immediately, Ursa can't play Dota anymore. And now suddenly your pos 4 heroes countering the enemy's pos 1 hero. That should not be happening in a game of Dota.
Yeah, and there was so many good spells for this first phase Rubik, basically, when you look at, like, okay, we've got the Dragon Tail, amplifies for an even longer stun, and then you have the Purge, basically, from the SD, just detrimental abilities for the Ursa to play, for example. Like, you pop your Enrage, what you're going to do? You're still going to be slowed up. Like, this is just a very awkward position you're going to be in. That just tells about the strength of a first phase Rubik in almost all of the regions in DPC currently. So I'll be very scared, like, if this SD does get countered in a sense, in that way, where you find, like, okay, the opponent's probably going to play a better SD than our SD is going to be playing. And that's a lot saying, because it's still Yamich.
Yeah, it is still Yamich. He's very good at this. One thing I want to talk about as well before we get into the draft, Ursa as a hero. This hero, despite the fact that it ended up losing this game, very, very impressive. Is there actually a more high-value carry hero in your opinion right now? Besides Lina, of course. That just never gets played. But besides Lina, is there anything that you would value higher than an Ursa right now in this DPC?
Depends on where you pick it. I think DNM Naga is really, really good. He gets I don't know if he's lost with that. If he has, his win rate's incredibly high with it. So, yeah, I'd probably say Naga might be higher value.
But still a very good Naga. That's what I was thinking in game 1 as well, if they went for the Naga pick, because it felt pretty free. 1 win, 1 loss. Those were against Alpha and against Rebellion. So I'd say they won against Alpha, and they probably lost against Rebellion, since they're undefeated so far, which is an easy say. But, you know, game 2 draft and the talk about the second pick, aka last pick as well for Theath. Do they shuffle things up with this first phase? I think you gotta target Stamanen again. That's been quite rough for 5-Rat to play these games where Stamanen doesn't have a hero that has like that scary impact. The Sky, the Rubik, the Hoodwink. Those are things that Theath has to at least address in the second phase.
I think he's just like, I think his backup heroes to like those meta ones are just very bizarre. And if he isn't getting a meta, he's going really far out of the box to pick something, and it just hasn't really worked out for him.
Oh, Lina left in the pool right now, so is the Brood Mother. Yeah, so that's the choice, right? To give away Brood, we get to Rubik Lina. We get to try and burst you down. What's interesting about Theath Gaming is that they're copying strats from what we saw TSM doing the other day, which is getting rid of this Treant Protector against 5-Rat 4-star, because we've seen this team look a lot better with this.
Okay.
Wait, what? Marcy instead.
Brood Lina, let's go, or what?
Yeah, Brood Lina, win the game.
I mean, you can't get a more, like, quote-unquote cookie cutter OP draft. Like, I think Lina and Brood are regarded across all regions as probably the most, number 1 and number 2 most OP heroes. So 5-Rat's probably thinking, is this a bait? Is this too good to be true? And to be honest with you, there probably isn't much data if Brood and Lina are even good together, because it just never happens.
Because normally that's the trade-off, right? One team gets Brood, the other one will get Lina Rubik, and you just have to make that decision. But what do you think happened, T-Panda, to make them, or rather, why do they value the Marcy so highly that they're prepared to pick it up in lieu of getting the Lina?
I'm currently just trying to look up, like, have we actually seen Brood Lina at all?
It's Yamich, probably.
Yeah.
He's probably coming to the roster. He's like,
boys, let's go.
Let's go. I'm an amazing Marcy player. We're in dire straits now. What do I like believe in to carry this team?
Yeah, exactly.
It's Marcy.
What did you find?
I found one game where Brood Lina has actually been picked as a pair. I can't see exactly which game this is, but it's been a loss.
A loss?
So you would say, yeah, that's an easy win. I mean, a lot of people will say it's an easy win looking at the strength of these two heroes. So what I want with Theath is, again, I repeat myself a lot. I want to see an Agi core combined with this Marcy to benefit from that early damage output that you get, because you already have a lot of attack speed on these Agi heroes. So then you get that extra damage. You get the lifesteal that's going to help you out a lot. Enables you to at least stand up against this Lina, right? Maybe a BKB carrier, because Lina always pops BKB. She's going to keep dishing on hits at you. You want to be able to avoid the LSA stun. Brood doesn't have any stuns, so just keep on going, keep on fighting is definitely a theme for Theath here. They want to have heroes that just keep going at you and don't get stopped by stuns right now.
All right, let's go back to TI-10 then. Marcy, when it was popular, another super popular combination was Shadow Fiend plus Marcy. Really great combination. We've seen Lamy play before, one of his wins actually, and I do think from watching TI times as well, at some point this Shadow Fiend was like 3-shotting Alina.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not even trolling you. Like 3 shots was it? I don't even know how that was even possible. But when you add like a Marcy on top of it, it's so much damage. You have the minus armor. I would like to see him try and go that route. Just bring back TI-10 strats at this point.
Where's this Marcy going, though? It's obviously a little bit flexible. We've seen it being played in the 3 position in the region. We've seen it in the support role as well, being played as a 5. Where do we think it's going to go, given that Rubik is like playing 4 no matter what?
Well, 1, 3, 4, 5 is basically where you would play the hero. So that would be another addition to Napkin's hero pool if you plays it. A 4 Marcy would be your classic like engager initiator, but you've got the Rubik already in the draft, unless you play 5 Rubik and a 4 Marcy. I'm pretty sure we're looking at a 5 support Marcy in the lane and the Rubik going as a 4. That's how I would see it so far, but I wouldn't say no to actually see an offlane Marcy or a 1 Marcy, but I know 3 Marcy is kind of super dependent on having a good start and having a semi-snowball, because if you don't get that BKB, you're not in for a fun game.
I don't want to see Napkin on that hero. I want to see Yamich play it. You know, I'm hoping this is his trump card. He's bringing it out here. I want to see him lane with Lamy, playing that Shadow Fiend. If I see anything else other than that, I might be disappointed here. So I'm really hoping for them to like just link up 2 strong Eastern European players coming here, have a good laning stage presence, pick some heroes that, you know, used to be completely broken. They're still together, really, really strong.
Yeah.
It's just their early game got a little bit nerfed.
A bit finicky. So Theath Gaming, they have the pick here. They go for the Centaur. So that does
fine.
curtail
That's fine
where this is going to go. Probably definitely going to be a support Marcy at this point in time. Last game, we didn't necessarily have a nice blink initiator. Like, we had the DK, but, you know, it's DK. This game, not only do you have a stun, we have some escape as well. A way to be able to disengage from the fights. Because sometimes it did feel like Theath Gaming would bite off more than they could chew. Everyone is forced to, like, mass TP out. Now it's a little bit easier with the Stampede being available.
Yeah, some team fight, some extra farming potential, stronger laner. Pretty much does everything better than DK right now, so I'm okay with it.
Do we like it in the lane against this Lina, though, T-Panda?
The Marcy?
The Centaur.
The Centaur. I mean, basically, when you look at the trade-off potential, Lina can do some early damage against the Centaur in the early levels. If this is a game where you look at Vanguard, potentially, that's going to drop off quite a lot of damage off the Lina, then you're just not going to fully engage on it. So if they get themselves a support that allows them to fight like pre-level 3 Centaur, pre-level 4 even, that's where they can strike, basically. So Centaur does have stuns, has damage, has durability. He's got his passive to bounce back some of that damage early on. But if you find yourself a support that's capable of fighting early, it doesn't really matter. Like, the retaliate damage is not going to be that high that the Lina starts feeling afraid. So Clockwork Lina, this is one of the things we talked about in several drafts, which I personally like a lot. That's a great lane duo. Could also be a pulse 4 Clockwork, but I would like to see it as a 5 because we have the Sky already in this draft going with the Brood Mother. That's a very harassy lane. 2 strong lanes for 5 Rat.
2 strong lanes for 5 Rat, a very successful hero that they've played with the Skywrath Mage in their prior games. And we've just, like you mentioned, we've seen this lane duo together. 5 Rat 4 star, very cookie cutter drafts so far here. And Theath, Troll, it's been okay in the regions, won some games. Lamer, one of his games that he did win was on the Troll Warlord as well. So, he lost.
No,
He lost.
he
Yeah, he
did
lost the
lose.
game. Yeah. I'm thinking of.
He's only won on SF and Ursa, from what I recall, because they only have 2 wins.
So, do we like this Troll Warlord pick here?
I mean, it's fine, yeah. So, like, this game is a much better troll game than what we saw previously. It should be fine versus the Brood in lane. Not really having that much fun versus Skywrath, as the silence is an issue. But it is a partner that can lane really well with the Marcy here. It can get a lot of work done. I mean, do I like it more than the SF? No, not really, but I can see the strengths of the troll in this particular game.
Yeah, and that's an Agi core. So getting what I wanted, basically, to combine with this Marcy. They've got great jumping capabilities. They have the Marcy to help out. They've got the Rubik. You've got and then you have the Centaur stun. So you have like an initiation into follow-up, basically. And that's what Troll wants. He wants to build up for just a little bit, get those stacks up, get those heavy hits in. If he doesn't have an opener for himself, this guy is just going to end up chasing everybody, throwing individual hits, and he doesn't really hurt that hard, does he? That's kind of Troll's weaknesses, is that he kind of lacks the damage until he gets a proper build-up for himself. Now you've got 3 stuns in this team, and the sidekick that buffs this hero up. So, like Fear said, this is one of the better troll games that you can get. There are absolutely horrible troll matchups. This is still pretty looking solid.
All right, let's see. Going into this final phase here, 5 Red 4 Staff, of course, will have to get the loss. They have lost picks, so Theath Gaming have to pick a little bit blind in the situation. What do we want to see Esk playing in the mid lane? A lot of these heroes are being banned out. There's no Tusk, no Tiny, no Bat, no Ember. No. What do we want to see, boys, in the mid lane?
I mean, Esk does have last pick, as we'll have 5 Red has to pick mid first in this particular game. But one thing that is really lacking from their draft here on 5 Rat is, I mean, it's in their name. That one item counters all of 5 Rat 4 staffs.
5
heroes. They just,
Forces.
if they buy a 4 staff, look at their heroes. Like, Cogs is their only lockdown right now. Like, they have the Skywrath, who really enjoys playing with stuns. You're probably not going to get that from your possible Lina. You're definitely not getting it from Brood. I think they need a serious stun here in their lineup, or Sky's just going to have nobody to play with, especially if the clock position 5 doesn't get a really good head start and doesn't get that hook online.
Kits is going to be picking blind. What do you want to see in the mid lane here, T-Panda?
I mean, since you already got like this Brood in your draft, you don't really go for an LC either to get yourself like an easy combo with the Mystic Flare. I wouldn't be too surprised if they get like a strength mid like Mars, for example, for Kits, where you would have at least like an extra initiation tool. The spear into combos, basically what they have. Like you said, they need a stun. I totally
Mars
agree.
is a pretty good idea.
And
actually.
I think I like the mid Mars, but does Kits want to play it? Is well,
he's going to go with like more of a comfort.
that's
You wanted
somewhat
a strength
similar.
one?
That's
No?
something similar to it. The Primal Beast, I like that.
I mean, honestly, I'm not a huge fan usually of the mid Mars, but he's playing versus Centaur and versus a Troll. I thought that it could have been a really cool pick, but this is something similar. They really needed someone to just keep a hero in place, so Ston on his Sky can dish out the damage.
Usually when I hate the mid Mars is if your offlaner is also a initiating strength
Yeah.
core. So you have a double strength core lineup that doesn't really
Yeah, they
do
got a Brood
damage.
this game,
so they got a
so-
Brood, so that's the reasoning for it. But yeah, that's a nice one.
Hasn't been very successful so far in the DPC and NA. 7 games, just shy of a 30% win rate. So for Theath Gaming, we need a hero for S to be playing in the mid lane, right? What matches up well against those Primal Beasts, but also enables the rest of their draft?
I mean, I wish I played more mid. I'm not entirely sure. Primal seems like one of those mid heroes that, like, hard to punish. Esk will know better than me here, but he has the opportunity to just go full greed here because he does have a Centaur offlane. He will kind of be that blink stun.
Leshrac with Centaur is kind of nice.
Yeah, I mean, if he can win the lane, yeah. So ideally what he's looking for is something that can snowball the game and crush the lane. That'll be the best scenario for him. But how do you crush a primal mid? They'll answer for it soon. I'm not sure what heroes will crush a primal
And how do
mid
you
if
actually
he's really
kill him
strong.
might be very difficult. Like with these mid tusks, they're also feeling like you can't really kill him. So
Yeah.
I'm looking at Quaswex Invoker, and I'm looking at Leshrac basically being 2 options for Esk.
We've seen some OD last picks could be good. All right, he's going to try and beat Storm. Good versus melee heroes.
That's a bit risky though. Like,
Always is.
you need to get to level 6. That's like the key thing. So you've got your supports rotating to help out Esk. 9 with the Rubik, so 5 Marcy as we thought about it.
Yeah.
I mean, I want to say that I like the Storm Spirit pick, but I'm always afraid that does it ever work out? Because if you get shut down early, and Theath, they've had some pretty decent laning stages so far, they might be just able to pull it off.
Fear, Dean of Dota, give us the grade here on this last pick, Storm Spirit. Is there potential here for a Sumail performance coming out of Esk in this mid lane?
No, absolutely not. No one can compare to that performance. But this it gives him room to be a little more farm heavy because his offlaner will get an early blink. The problem with Storm he needs a lot of items this patch. So if he's really greedy, it could be okay, but he's playing versus Skywrath, so he's always going to have to be a little bit careful.
Thinking Panda, what do you think? 5 out 4 stuff, how do they get themselves the W in this game?
Well, there hasn't really been any upsets so far in the NA Div 1, so I think 5 out 4 stat, you got the power of the Lina and the Brood, already great combo coming out in terms they've got comfort heroes, Stamana with the Sky. Last time I said nothing can go wrong when Stamana gets Sky, right? Does it happen again? let the game decide. Let them show us.
The game indeed will decide. The players will show us exactly what they're made of as we are going into a game number 2. And to bring you that action, we have our illustrious duo of Mike the Marvel and John the Jewel. Check it away, boys.
Thank you so much. Now we do get into it. Game number 2 between Theath Gaming and, of course, 5 out 4 stuff. John, I'm going to say it straight off the bat. I really don't like this draft. I mean, so many heroes on Theath Gaming side that just make no sense to me. Do you think they're going to be able to make this work?
No.
No.
In the short of it, no. I feel like the Storm pick into Sky in particular is the one that really gets me.
Risky.
Because we've seen a lot of Sky Rat Mages rotate by the time Storm's level 4 or 5, get the gank going, Ancient Seal up, and you can't do anything.
Right.
And that's just going to repeat until you get a defensive item up in the Storm. And as Fear said, Storm needs a lot of items. You know, it's not a hero that just feels comfy with, say, just the Yules and a couple of Nulls anymore. It needs a lot to get going. So I see that 5 Rat should be able to punish it. I did have a funny moment because there is that bug on Reddit right now with Marcy. The thing is, I don't see you disposing an ally while simultaneously being pulverized. But if we do get that, a disposed ally for some reason and a pulverize, well, that bug is actually, it would actually ruin this game for Tiat, because you would be stuck next to the Primal Beast every time.
Yeah.
Like, that's the bug. Your locations just map directly to Primal Beast.
Right, so for anyone that doesn't kind of get it, basically you keep spawning next to Primal Beast as Marcy.
No matter what.
No matter what
not
happens.
as Marcy, as the target who's been
As the
disposed
target.
and pulverized.
Right.
So that could happen.
So you just can't ever like survive
No.
anymore. You literally get spawned on the Primal Beast every
Actual
single time.
spawn camping, like it's an FPS.
Great.
Would be interesting, but I don't think it's going to happen. But maybe, you know, and the small chance that we do get disposed and to pulverize for whatever reason,
I hope so.
I'm going to have fun.
Yeah. I mean, that'd be amazing. Just imagine every time you spawn, you just, I'm against Primal Beast. That's it.
There's also maybe a little bit of funny thing you could do. Centaur Ags here with troll in range form. It's okay,
Ah.
right?
No.
It's okay, right? He's standing on a cart. He's going, oh! Right? It could be. Could be.
I mean,
Maybe.
we could see it. We
I
could
doubt.
see it.
I doubt, but yeah, it would be funny.
I mean, with this draft, you may as well go a bit memey, right?
Yeah.
Like, you got Centaur, Marcy, Troll, Storm. Like, what would even be the if you got the average of all the win rates of these heroes right now? I could
low.
almost guarantee it's like 45%.
Yeah, it's not the best.
Maybe not even.
Yeah, it's they're in a bit of a rough spot. I mean, if you think about that drafting phase, 5 Rat get Lina and Brood. They just allow it through. Like,
Man, I've been playing against this Lina every game. It sucks.
Yeah.
I mean, this Lina, you can't do anything.
yeah,
People always tell me you just got to catch the Lina in the back. Yeah, I catch her, and then she stands there and kills me.
Yeah,
And then
yeah.
kills the rest of my team who's trying to catch up to me to kill. You can't kill her. And people say, well, just stun lock her. Well, she buys a BKB. Well, surely you can get the damage off through the BKB. No, she tends to buy Satanic after
Yep.
that. What the hell do you do?
it reminds me of the old meta when you'd go Venge TA
Oh.
and Venge Aura was range aura. So you'd have this ridiculous range on TA.
That was fun.
And it was fun. She has self-protection. She has BKB. Satanic, not so much in that time. But, you know, it's kind of the same idea. It's funny how we always find a way to go back to that. Since the sniper times, right? The hoo-hoo-ha-ha. We've always had these moments where you just have this ranged hero that stands a mile away.
Don't remind me of that.
And,
garbage.
you know, you have to deal with it somehow.
Yeah, you did. By the way, for anyone wondering why you're still looking at us, there is a pause right now, so you get to be stuck with us for quite a while. Jonathan, you were upset because you're wearing your Dawnbreaker
Yeah.
shirt. There's a Marcy in the game. You're not wearing a Marcy shirt.
Yeah.
Very, very embarrassing on your part.
I couldn't tell. Yeah, I didn't tell the future. My mistake.
Yeah.
Should have known better as an analyst,
You
right?
should've.
We should all know how everything goes every time as an analyst.
Absolutely.
I haven't seen a Dawnbreaker World of Short Song.
Well, at the very least, you might have predicted what's going to happen to Theat this game. I mean, I'm hoping for a close game between these two teams. But again, looking at those drafts, I don't know.
I'm not sold.
What are you going to do?
Yeah, I mean, if they get running fast and they somehow shut down the side lanes and enable the Storm to farm, it's a lot of cope.
Yeah.
But yes,
I mean, that's a
the
lot of
condition.
cope.
That's a lot of cope. Considering how Game 1 went, yeah, I don't know if you can stop that.
Storm hasn't been good ever since that Null Talisman, that Null Talisman patch, right?
Yeah.
Like, it literally just hasn't been good.
But when it was good with the Nulls,
Yeah.
Abed first pays Storm every time.
Yeah.
You know? It's like,
And people were angry with Bulwer about that. And I was like, guys, he's picking a hero
that's
that
absolutely
can
busted.
literally buy Null Talismans. And that's, like, imagine you could spend 2k gold
Yeah.
and you're online. Like,
Yeah.
that's it. You've maxed out.
I told you I played a support Storm.
Yeah.
And I had that, and I just got Ags, and
It's ridiculous.
that was such a dumb time.
It was.
When Storm was just that strong. Like, I played. I was actually mid. I was mid. I lost my lane, but I
Wow.
got 2 nulls up, and
Look
then
at
I got
you.
4 nulls, and then We just won. What a hero. Thank God
Everyone
we're
just
past
won
that
because I believe the game's on the way now as well, so you won't have to look at us anymore. Congratulations, everybody. Apologies for that. I know it's hard staring at John X Fire. I've had to do that for quite a while now.
It is unfortunate. I would much rather stare at Speed.
It's your boy Speed.
It's our boy Speed. I wonder what broken stuff he has with his why did I say drow?
Drow?
Slip of mind.
I thought you
Fruit
meant
butter.
draft.
Yeah, I don't know.
There it is. Oh, the SCA pauses are back.
Yeah,
You know,
it's
it's
beautiful.
good to see we have a bit of that in NA.
Yeah, it's funny. It happens when you don't have any SEA players here,
Yeah.
right? Like you'd expect it to happen with someone like TSM.
Right.
With Whitemon around, he just paused to sing karaoke.
Right.
You know.
Oh, we get to look at these lovely, lovely heroes here, thanks to PTP. Not Skyrath PTP. I hate Skyrath. Oh, look at that. He's a big boy. Look at that.
Oh yes. I always find it funny. Like I think I've talked to you about this, but the design for Primal Beast with his set looks like a boss from Spyro 3 Year of the Dragon.
Hey.
It's no, I mean like if you play that game in your childhood, this set makes you really happy. You're like, yeah, that's Buzz. Buzz from Spyro 3 Year of the Dragon.
Right.
Good game. Absolutely wonderful game.
Good to hear you had you had a console, John.
I actually got it as a gift from relatives.
Oh,
like it was
good.
actually like a spare console. They just handed it to us. For the longest time, I was playing on a dilapidated, not really dilapidated, but you know, what is it? A Famicom, right? Which is the original Nintendo Entertainment System.
Excellent.
From Japan, like the Japan form of it, which had the slots to slide the controllers in on the sides. I didn't even have original games.
Really?
Mind you, I had like bootleg game. Like, you know how the old Donkey Kong game was, or the old Mario Donkey Kong game where, you know,
Yeah.
it's an ape throwing the stuff?
Yeah.
I had that, but it was a mod or some sort of, I don't know what to call it, like a ROM hack. And it was Popeye for some reason.
What?
Yeah, it was a Popeye game.
Right.
And it was Brutus, the big guy throwing the barrels, and you have to save Olive. I forget now. It was a very weird game.
You wouldn't download a car. You wouldn't right-click an NFT.
I would right-click an NFT. I right-click NFTs every day. I've got so many NFTs. So many.
What a happy boy. Look at that. I miss my dog, John. It's been too long. It's the closest thing I get. It's looking at Primal Beast.
Looks like a very bitey dog.
Do you think?
Yeah, those teeth don't look kind. Then again, you know, people have pet crocodiles
I mean,
sometimes.
whose teeth do look kind, Jonathan? The teeth are made to chomp down on things. They're not meant to be kind.
That's true.
Anyway, moving on. Unpauses here, ladies and gentlemen. We do move on for game number 2. What's placed down? I mean, bot lane could already be first blood here if Stominan's not too careful. This Skyrath not a hard target to go after, but he'll see them. Time to back the hell out. They don't really have a great way of closing the
What's
gap,
Stominan
though.
doing?
Stominan? I mean, is he trying to bait him into the tier 1? I'm not sure. Nice cuffs his shot at least, gets a lot of value out of that. And that'll be about it.
30 seconds to
Yeah, just maybe looking to be a bit cheeky there, Stamen. He is on his special. So he knows the ins and outs, of course, of his Sky. We've seen him play that multiple times now in this Div 1 tour. Tiet, I still have a lot of questions about this draft. Like, I want to see something magical happen.
Yamich? Yamich? He ran right in. Ran right up to the high ground. At the very least, his team is there to back him up. It's a fair bit of damage. Bino Zebra is still going to try and fight over this bounty and does allow Kits to pick it up on the Primal.
That's all 4.
That is all 4 bounty runes taken by
Stominan.
5-Rat, as Stominan is still taunting them on the side of Thean. I mean, he does love this Skyrath, so you would expect him to know the limits of the hero.
Yeah, he just wants to poke and prod, force out spells. They've used Whirling Axis on him twice with no follow-up. So that's already a lot of mana down for Lamy. Only has the 1 Mango to kind of compensate down the line. So maybe Tree Spell uses left for Lamy in that lane. And that is actually a significant amount of resources poured onto a Sky where you don't really follow through. This lane can kind of shape up for Tiet at least. I mean, Marcy plus a physical damage dealer can get going. But Marcy's laning phase is just not amazing anymore. The nerfs to the hero do feel really rough in the first few minutes here.
Yeah. That top lane, bit of a stunt to fly out here onto Albino Zebra. Be okay to walk out, and We've seen Napkin play the Centaur before. I just don't know what the hero does at this point. Like, yeah, you might pick up a Blink, he's pretty tanky, has a stun, Stampede's kind of useful. But then it's like, in terms of the meta, what does it actually do?
Engage and disengage with Stampede is probably the biggest bet.
Mid lane, Esk, that's a lot of damage being dealt here by Kids, but not quite enough to get the job done. Esk is going to be able to survive. You heard the panel talk about this mid lane as well, like maybe a bit of an advantage for Esk because he has a range matchup against Primal Beast. Problem is, if he connects that Onslaught into the Trample prior to that level 6 mark, it's quite a painful experience for Esk.
Yeah, I mean, your level 3 timing here is big for Esk. He does go for 1-1-1, so he has the double overload play that he can pump onto Kits. My main concern is if Stominant manages to rotate, you're just dead. Like Ancient Seal on top. We talked about the combinations with Primal Beast and Magic Amp. Ancient Seal is a huge bit of Magic Amp to kind of dish out into hero here as well. So it's not going to take too long for that Storm to die if it does get out of position in a rotation. It is good news that Tiet did manage to drop an early ward to spot when Stominant might walk out. So he's not going to get those early rotations too successfully. He is going to be tracked up. That's really important for Tiet to enable that Storm.
Well, dispose out. They've got Stominant. Bottom lane should go down here. They surely have the damage. Stominant still trying to run. Stick charges up. Yamich not able to get the job done. Has rebound, but at level 1 the range is just so short that he wouldn't reach anyway. So Stominant, just with the 1 charges alone, is able to reset.
Yeah, he backs off. He uses a lot of resources out from the side of Tiet once more. And Speed can just solo here. He's got the Bola. He's about to hit level 3, maybe a value point and insatiable hunger to trade. And he's going to be really hard to shove out of that lane. So no first blood yet. A little bit of a slower start in that sense, but you're setting up good foundations here from 5-Rat 4-Staff to get that momentum going in this game. The one lane that's really just shaping up for Tiet is that mid for Esk, down to that mid lane matchup being much more favorable for the Storm to dish out harassment, but yes. Stominant's here.
Yeah, mid lane. Level 4 is the Storm Spirit. No way out. See a bit of amp damage as well with the Ancient Seal. That's kind of another combo, right? Like you talked about the Pugna. You got Stominant there now with the Magic Amp, and well, poor old Storm, he just can't do anything prior to level 6.
And maybe that's where harassing out Stominant just doesn't work out in your favor. He gets to walk back TP into mid instead. You don't have a ward on mid to spot that TP, and he just gets to play with that Ancient Seal. Like, that's all you really need. The damage output of Kits is going to be ridiculous. It will stay ridiculous with this combination you have from the Skyrat Mage as well. And Stominant is still just being this nuisance in this lane.
Certainly is. Nice little D-ward there by Stominant. In the meantime, top lane, well, there was a little bit of action, but seems like Theath are just fine. Stominant still being chased by Yamich, but that's about as much as Yamich can do here on the Marcy. Just chase down the Skywrath. Stominant literally could not care less. It seems like Stominant will return back to the bottom lane to make sure Speed's having a decent old time. Or at least Lamey is farming decently, but they could attempt to kill here. There's your silence out with the concussive shot, and Speed does have the insatiable hunger to try and follow up. Lamey is copping a fair bit of damage, but is missing now on that Broodmother. So Speed, unable to find enough damage to kill off the troll. The Whirling Axe is barely saving the life of Lamey. But this lane, not going to be so easy any longer. This mid lane, they make the jump in again. Esk is in trouble. Slow will be there from Stominant. He wants to go for that Ancient Seal, but too far away, so instead he'll throw it out onto Yamich. And Yamich will barely save Esk on that Storm. But Kits, he's probably not going to hang off on the aggression. Like, still 2 levels for Esk to hit level 6. Surely, you might be able to find another kill.
And you want to. Once that Zip is available in Esk, rotations are going to be a lot tougher. Again, they've got a lot of protection with some really good wards here from Tia to enable that mid.
Oh, Stominant!
Jeez, the damage.
He just keeps coming back. You'd think he would have backed off to the bot lane. I'm pretty sure Yamich was chasing him, but Stominant somehow comes back, finds another kill onto the Storm, and he's just stuck at level 5.
And the sad thing is, Stominant was under a ward.
Oh.
Like, they had a ward there. He was right on the cusp of it, and you just have to respect that output. Like, the Ancient Seal comes through, all the magical damage Kits has just melts you, and that's why the Storm pick was just really confident coming out from Tiet, maybe a bit questionable there, because you just don't have a good time in the early game. You're going to have to play ultra greedy.
Oh, no.
Albino Zebra is here now as well, and they've got the Pulverize ready to go.
Maybe they can kill Storm. Oh, Esk, be careful, sir. Oh, here we go. Oh, concussive doesn't connect. Lift up from 9, gonna stop the gank attempt that was incoming from 5-Rat. Rebound is there, Yamich trying to punish the Skywrath, and they will. Albino Zebra even showing up at the last second and may go down himself, though he is buying a bit of time for Kits to try and make some form of a play. But in the end, they will both back off. A bit unlucky that time around, but at the very least, Theath was ready for the rotation.
Yeah, they managed to find some punishment. With all of their heroes down mid, though, it still favors 5-Rat, because their side lane's just solo much better, and Yamich.
Yeah, not much he can do. He'll dispose. Kits does have the Pulverize. Very easy kill there for Kits. He's having a great old time. 3-0-0 on the Primal Beast. At the very least, Esk is about to hit level 5, but they're just griefing him. They fortified the creep wave so he couldn't hit 5 in time, and maybe they can find a kill.
Oh,
the
boy.
Ancient Seal out. Oh, Esk is gonna drop. Oh, that is disgusting.
Yeah, it's not a good time here for Esk. He's about to hit that 6, but you've gotten so many kills out from Kids.
Yamich.
4-0.
Oh, no, yo. Yamich.
Yeah.
Yeah. Triple kill. He
One
might
more?
go for an Ultra.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Ultra kill for Kits.
Oh, 1-by-1, man.
All off the back of the glyph. Just glyphing the creep so he couldn't get level 6.
If they find one more at that time, it could still be a Rampage, I think, with Esk coming back in, but he'll play it safe. They did scan out. Unfortunately, not going to find that window. I mean, that was probably the slowest set of kills coming out for an Ultra Kill we've seen in a while.
Yes. Oh, he's still not level 6. He needs one creep. Kids won't leave him alone. Let him have one creep.
No. Just goes out, clears that stack himself. And they're just so aggressive.
There's no way he dies again. There's no way. This time, they are literally camping mid to make sure. Stominant should get punished here. Lift up. Back toss towards tier 1 tower. Now the zip is up. And 9 will pick up the kill on Stominant.
Yeah, they finally punish that, but they lose the rune out for Esk, so no rune control coming out there. Kits does manage to grab that illusion rune at the least, so he has something to play with. Bot lane's just completely gone with all the supports leaving that lane. Speed has managed to take tier 1, double Wraith Band, Arcane Boots up, and he's invading the jungle. So your area to farm for Lamy has shrunk considerably, and he is, of course, going for the Battle Fury build. It's going to be a while until that's online. All the cores on Tia just extremely starved. They're going to try to smoke here with Esk. He does have a little bit of mana to play with, at least.
I mean, Speed's a big kill. Speed going back for the Tumbler's Toy. Not going to get punished for it yet, but doesn't seem to realize they are around the corner. Still smoked up. Speed does get scanned out for a moment. They're still looking for the Broodmother, but they just can't see him. In the meantime, Napkin goes down topside, and somehow Speed gets away. That's quite literally spider senses.
Yeah. Bails out. He did have a ward to protect him, but they did smoke, I think, a little bit outside of that. Maybe a hero or two was caught in that ward. So just superior vision and map awareness coming out from 5-Rat. The side of Tia, I mean, that's so much time they're just camping bot. Like, it's not doing anything for them. They're cutting off farm that Speed is finding, but their top's being sieged by DNM. At the least, your mid holds. That is some good news, but you've got a really underfarmed Storm. You've got a heavily underfarmed Centaur. And it just raises that point that you asked earlier. What does the Centaur do? It doesn't feel like it's going to do much. At least with Stampede up, you could kind of get these ganks working a little bit better.
You could. So they want to group up mid lane here. Kits is waiting on the left side of that tree line. Theath are around though. 3 heroes there. Albino Zebra going to run into Esk, making sure he can't get any power runes, but Kits will pick up the double damage himself. So any mid kind of team fight now, feeling like it's going to favor 5-Rat, especially with that double damage available on Kits. Meanwhile, Speed just annoying the crap out of Lamy. Look at this. The Spiderling's just punishing the troll, forcing him out of his own jungle. It's like, where do you rotate? Do you try and gank the mid lane? Do you rotate down bot to protect your troll? Because the thing is, if you leave that mid lane, chances are Kits is just going to whack it down. They have a siege creep available. Theath are going to run up top, maybe try and find DNM. Speaking of DNM, they're going to go after Napkin here. The Centaur pops a Stampede, but it won't matter. He's been grabbed with the Pulverize. And now the gank attempt can't work out because you haven't got the Centaur.
Yeah, that's not a good feeling, man.
Maybe they could still try. DNM is alone right now. They'll zip in. And they should have him. DNM will drop. So a decent trade here for Thea.
It works out. You do manage to get that kill on Esk. Still doesn't feel great sacrificing your centaur. At the least, you're building up on your storm. Inside of 5-Rat, just not expecting that move. The smoke was still rather sneaky. I was just surprised Tiet didn't commit when the Stampede was popped. They just kind of watched their centaur die. If they managed to interrupt that combination out from 5-Rat, they might have been able to get a little bit more. But they don't want to risk it. They know they're behind. They want some simple kills, no complications coming out. And that does allow, again, a little bit of a ramp up here for Esk, working onto the Witchblade. We'll have a little bit more in the tank once that's up. It's still really concerning how little room there is for Lamy. Like, you drag all your heroes up top, you're still being held back by just speed alone. And there's just no real relief coming out. He can't access his forward jungle. Clearing out the creep wave is always a little bit risky. And Speed is just doing his job really damn well here.
That he is. They are still grouped up in their own jungle. Zip in onto Kits. He bottles an Invis rune now on the Primal Beast. S just unable to find any kind of power rune. They might be able to get Albino Zebra though. Kind of in the middle of nowhere here is the Clockwork. Albino trying to buy a bit of space.
Ooh.
Does go for a bit of a hook shot, and here comes Dominant to try and help out. In goes Kits as well with a massive onslaught. They find Esk. Can they get a bit more? They've got Yamage down as well. Pulverize out onto the Centaur. Napkin, he will at least TP out. They can't stop it. But Kits is on the chase. He wants 9. Onslaught and 9 runs right into it. Right in front of a moving trade. That'll be a tier 1 mid gone. 4 to 11. But more importantly, 8k net worth advantage.
8k up. You are 9-0-1 right now on Kits. A ridiculous amount. And going back to our esports bet.io odds here, it was favoring 5-Rat quite a bit. What's the odds looking like, Mike?
14.41 to 1.01.
Yikes. Tonight's odds have just not been very even, Mike.
No.
Both series so far, it's been in double digits for one team.
Neither of the games been, John. It's very uneven. Very one-sided. And speaking of one-sided, Napkin. Is he going to be all right? Oh, it doesn't look like it. He doesn't have Stampede, but a nice hoof stomp. And that'll be enough. Top lane. Albino being chased, but Esk, gotta be careful for DNM. Hookshot is there to set up. They have the concussive, they have the Cox. Push back. Oh, Esk, it's so important he has a good game, but that's his 5th death of the game already on the Storm.
It's just not an easy Storm game.
No.
You know, it's back to what Tiet did in game 1 as well. They picked the DK. It's not an easy DK game. It's not an easy Storm game here. There's a lot of stuff to control you up. 5-Rat, you just go into the Dominant Sky and, well, he just has impact from minute 2, it feels like. He rotated in and just bullied out that Storm. And now you just have so many heroes that need farm. Like, Lamy is a full 2k behind in comparison to DNM. He's still working on the Battle Fury 14 minutes in. He's probably going to find decent timing on it, although his Ancient is blocked off. So they're not able to get the stacks going that he would want to clear down the line. Napkin still working on the Blink, not too far off as well. So with a couple of these smaller items, particularly the Blink on Napkin, you could start to play around that, pick off some of these softer supports, and maybe just pick them off over and over again to get yourself back in this game.
Well, here's a 4-man smoke. I think they'll try to rotate to the eastern side of the map. It seems like they want to try for speed again.
We've seen this before though, Mike.
We have. See if it's going to be another repeat kind of result. Speed scouting out with some spiderlings, but again, they are smoked up. So chances are he won't see them. They do see Speed farming the creep wave. This should be a Broodmother kill. Who starts? It's got to be 9. No, never mind. They'll zip in with S. That should be enough. Hold down Speed and take him out. But look at this. Look at the spiderlings. 9.
Oh my god.
Oh, 9's gone. Oh, come on. And now Lamy.
Oh, no.
Oh, the onslaught connects. Kits. He'll keep going. Stampede away. Lamy. He's a man on the run, but look at Kits just chase him down. Here comes DNM as well. They have no mana for Laguna, but it may not matter. Lamy is still melting. Oh, Esk will be okay. Hook shots off the mark. He's all right. It's not worth it.
No, I mean, man, they pop everything to get Speed Battle Trance down. They really wanted him gone. And without that, I mean, that's such an early pop of Battle Trance. I think that's the one spell that they didn't need to pop there. They might have been able to turn if their troll could have committed a little bit more. 5-Rat not done though.
Onslaught, Kits, he just wants a bit of vision. They are kind of lined up for him, but he's going to do it the old-fashioned way and just onslaught forward. Kits. Eventually back off. We think they've got nothing. They're 11k behind. All their cores, like you look at the graph, all their cores are right in the middle. The closest one right now is 2k behind Kits, and that's your Troll Warlord. They've got no map control at the moment.
No.
Lamey, he's being chased by spiders. He just has to TP out.
Huh. I'm surprised Albino Zebra didn't commit with a hook. They probably could have had that kill. They had the damage coming through from speed. They played a little bit safe. It is a TP point for the side of Tia to come into. I kind of want to focus in on Kits for a while, Mike. I mean, we've been seeing this a lot in Primal Beasts, but the Ags. The Ags have just been massive. I remember a time, Mike, when I told you, oh, you know, Primal Beast Ags, that's a lot of damage. And you're like, no, it kind of seems subpar. Then you think of the uptime, and now everyone's building it, Mike. I feel vindicated. I feel vindicated.
I mean, if you wait long enough, John, anything turns out to be good.
Really, though, the Ags is pretty fun. It's a funny Ags.
Yeah.
Is why I like it. And I still have to see Yamich try to save someone with this pose while Pulverize is happening. Please. Please just give us this.
Do it for the memes, Yamich. They're going to go after a tier 1 tower, and the rate at which they're taking this tier 1 tower is a bit of a meme, I'll tell you. It's a very slow process. They're trying. Battle Trance.
Why on an illusion?
Battle Trance for what?
On an illusion.
Oh,
Why?
Radiant's middle tower.
and here comes 5-Rat. Lamey, he's got no way to survive this. Onslaught, he'll have to juke and jive. His team is going to be there to help him out, but there is your Pulverize.
No.
They will try to, nope, just a rebound out. Yamich still running. At least Lamey is kind of safe for now. Just TPing away in the tree line. Can't say the same for Napkin. He'll try for the TP himself, but it's just not enough.
I really need to see that. I need to see the dispose save, please. Well, Pulverize happens. Don't bother with a rebound. Go in, dispose.
I think Yamich may have seen the threat, John.
No, we have to see it ourselves, so it will be patched, so it will be fixed. Plus, it's funny. Roshan being taken, not so funny for Tia tier. 5 to 16, 13k up, and oh boy.
Yeah, there goes Lamey. Maybe 9 as well. I mean, you've got Onslaught set up, but it doesn't seem like Kids quite saw him. Oh, there's a hook shot. Albino Zebra setting up perfectly. 9 goes down. DNM's got the Aegis. 15k advantage, 19 minutes in. It's almost 1k a minute right now for 5-Rat. Such a one-sided affair, and I do really feel like this does go back to the draft. None of your heroes are doing anything.
No. It's... I don't know. Like, they have the center. Napkin has Blink, but...
Esk, you might want to zip away, sir. Oh, he gets the Ancient Seal off. Doesn't have Mystic Flare, but I hear an Onslaught, I believe, and it will connect. Pulverize? Oh, he's got it just in time. He'll wait a second. Just give him time to think about it. Napkin, top lane. He may not have as much time. He's trying to run. LSA will connect, though. DNM, he'll have the control. Napkin pops a Stampede, but the damage is way too high. Mid lane, who have they got? They've found speed on the Broodmother. He's a tanky boy though on that Spider. He is eventually going to drop it. Here comes the Cavalry. 5-Rat, they're trying to move in to catch somebody. But nobody going to get caught out. So at least Theath found something.
Yeah, a bit of a misplay out from 5-Rat. Albino Zebra hook-shotting the Lina that was right next to him.
Whoops.
So maybe just reading a little bit too far forward on the map. Some good punishment from Tiet. At this point, killing off speed is massive, even though they did commit Battle Trance once more. So there's a window where Lamey's just not going to feel too safe in these fights. Fortunately, Tiet much more focused in. 5-Rat is much more focused in on pushing right now on that mid. You don't quite have a way of stopping that, but you're not under threat of losing any more heroes. And they should allow a little bit of room to come out to get that continuous build-up on Lamey. Working into the BKB. Same story for Esk. And that will protect massively from the combo of 5-Rat. Like, they are relying on the Ancient Seal to hold down that Storm, and having the follow-through from Kit. Spell immunity kind of ruins that combination here.
bottom lane. 5-Rat, maybe just looking for that high ground attempt. Siege Creep is there, bit of bonus damage for him. And you've got a Lina. Esk is going to be so careful because Dominant is waiting to just cast that Ancient Seal. Of course, the Onslaught as well, quite dangerous to try and zip into if it is committed at the right time. A tier 3 bottom tower, there's just no chance of survival. You kind of even wonder if Theath bothered trying to defend this. Esk, he'll zip in the old-fashioned way, but look how slow it is. It's still level 1 Ball Lightning.
Yeah, nah. It's,
And barely enough to get the Spiderlings down.
and the durability is way up with a Pipe of Insight. So melting them down with magic damage, just it's such a tough deal for the side of Theath.
Look at that. It wasn't even half the Spiderling HP.
It's so slow. It's like you could. I think the next time they do it, DNM's just gonna Light Strike Array. Like he would actually find that because it's just it's not that speedy at all.
Well, there's the first racks of the game gone. 22 minutes in. That easy. 5-Rat. Could they go for a mid? Like, is there anything to stop these guys?
No.
As long as they don't overextend past the tier 4s, it doesn't feel like you can take a fight.
It really doesn't. Like, your options are so limited in the defense right now. You really need level 12 on Mask. Like, this is atrocious. At least he's not getting caught out, but man, it's actually kind of sad. And to me, it's kind of funny, but it's really sad to play.
Yeah.
It's really heartbreaking to see a Storm just move so slow.
Yes, it is.
And this push, like, yeah, you can't do anything.
I mean, it's... He almost got... I mean, if they wanted to take him out there, they probably just could have onslaughted him. Like, Kits is just chilling. He's like, ah, man, I've had enough of that. I can't be bothered killing this Storm anymore. There's your Ags up now. They can't go for a third Rax yet, but they can go for kills up a top lane. Yamich, probably going to be targeted here by Kits. Will try to juke his way out. Does have a ward for vision. Kits, pulverize. Oh, and he finds it. Poor old Yamich. Not having a great day himself. Is gone. That is the 13th kill now for Kits.
Yeah, he's 13-0-4, unkilled on the Primal Beast. Been in 17 of the 21 kills that 5-Rat 4-Staff has had. He has just been on a roll. He knows where he has to be. He's been connecting with his team really well. Stominanen has enabled him to get this really strong start.
9 is gone.
Yeah.
That's my experience against Lina, by the way, right now, John. That's what happens.
What a hero.
That's literally what happens every time.
What a hero. Well, they managed to wait out the Aegis at the least, so no secondary life for DNM. They still have a tier 2 top. They have something on the map, Mike.
That they do. See what they can do with it. I mean, Lamey's still trying to work on towards that BKB. He had a decent enough Battle Fury timing, but after that, there was literally no space for him to farm. He could not hit a creep.
I'm kind of curious here what our esportsbet.io odds are, because last time around 14-1, we could go back to 1.0.
I'm pretty sure it probably is at that point, John.
Somewhere around that point. It's not looking smooth for Theath. Unfortunately, it's been a rough time. These drafts, it kind of comes back to the drafts a bit. Like, this is a clear case for Game 1 and Game 2 where these picks just... Maybe it's an adjustment because they have Yamich in to an extent, but it's not like Yamich heroes are bad.
No.
Right? Like, he had the SD and he has the Marcy. Both are not the most meta, but they are workable. It's a rather interesting departure because I feel like Theath didn't really stray too far from solid drafting in their other matches. So maybe an experimentation to comfort, and it's just not panning out. Another siege where you can't do much.
Zip in again. That's still on a level 11 Storm, by the way. I mean, he needs probably one more creep wave to hit 12, but he's not going to get that, that's for sure. Kits is still having a laugh to himself. Top Rax is now under siege. They've got to jump in.
Oh,
the immediate silence onto the Centaur. Yamich is in onto the Lina. There's your battle trans out. DNM, Light Strike Ray is not going to do much, but he gets force-staffed away. Now the stolen onslaught, but 9 goes right into his death. Lamey, he's trying to run, but he's down. Yeah, and Summoner just keeps giving it to him. GG. They have seen enough. That is what I call a miserable game.
Yeah, that's not fun for Tiet. And I think you could argue that it's a pretty rough series coming out here for Tiet. 5-Rat play excellently. You know, they have this spectacular performance coming out from Speed. He gets to play his Rat heroes. DNM has a great time in his safe lane, and really Kit stood out in this series, especially in Game 2. His Primal Beast, along with Dominant Sky, once again shining, just really did everything for 5-Rat 4-Staff. And again, for Tiet, a little bit down to execution, more on this draft just really being a bit off-kilter for the series.
Absolutely. With that, let's head over to the panel. Let's see what they thought about this game number 2.
Pain and suffering is what we thought about this game number 2 because it was not an easy game for Theath Gaming, and unfortunately they will go down a 0-2, and that means that they are very much at the bottom of the leaderboard. For 5-Rat 4-Staff though, a victory.
Joy and happiness.
It turns out if you get Lina, you get Brood, you get Stormana and Sky Spirit, Skyrath Mage, turns out you probably win the game.
Great ingredients for a good meal.
Yeah. So what could they have done differently here, Fia, to try and like stop what was happening, especially with how easy it was for Stormana to keep moving around the map, constantly just harassing everybody, tons of damage coming out, lots of assists in the early game. Could they have played differently to try and contain his influence?
Yeah, I mean, they need to do more of like a one-on-one defense, you know? Someone had to get on Stomon in here and just like block him from going to this mid lane, because I'm not going to lie to you, like, even though you did get your Brood, you did get the Lina, there were still good heroes that they could have played against them here. But like, the big difference maker is Kits. He wasn't doing really well versus S Storm Spirit mid, but Stomon didn't change at all. He went mid lane time after time again, and he punished like one of the reasons why Storm isn't so popular right now. A very squishy hero, especially versus Skyrath. They just made him feed in the mid lane, and at one point in the game, just 2 heroes got an ultra kill.
Yep.
There's 2 versus 4 in the mid lane, and they killed all of them.
Yeah,
not
to
just
make things better for the side of 5-Rat Kits, even though KDA isn't always the best number to talk about, or KA may be better, but I'm still going to say it because he has 0 deaths. He went 53 this series. 53, 0 deaths. Pristine, clean.
Didn't die a single time across both games. Phenomenal performances from him, but definitely enabled by the Stormana and Skyrath Mage. And that ultra kill that Sophia was talking about happened 7 minutes into the game. That is honestly unreal. I've never...
Devastating.
It should not happen in a professional match. When it does, the game feels extremely difficult to claw your way back from. Also, another thing... Did you guys feel the influence of the troll in this game? It didn't really feel like Lema was able to assert himself in the same way that he was able to do on the Ursa. Ursa game 1, despite losing the game, still felt like a viable threat all the way throughout. Not necessarily the case this game on the troll.
That's when their lanes felt a bit more stable, right? I mean, the whole idea with this Storm Spirit, it comes back like this is a super greedy lineup in the end. I wanted more like a much more fight-capable mid-hero, like early on. What we saw here was just Stormana destroying this mid lane, basically, for Kits. Esk did not have a game at all, and Storm Spirits don't enjoy being in that situation. When Esk has no presence, that's one hero out of the game, and then Lame, that also detriments from his gameplay.
I unfortunately was not able to see any presence pretty much from anyone on Theof this game, and it's mainly just because of... we can't say it too much. Like, Kits and Stomon in this mid lane matchup, what can you do at one point, right? They tried to bring more heroes, ultra kill. At that point, both your side lanes are losing too, and you're like, I don't know. At that point, it's very difficult to play the game.
It seems like this reminded me a lot of that series we saw with Bates when they played Shopify Rebellion, right? With Musa and Dendy connecting together and making magic happen all across the map. It seems when you have this extremely high damage 4 position, as well as a mid laner that can, corral and control the situation and deal damage themselves. A recipe for success, it seems, C-Panda. It makes it a lot easier for the entire game to progress.
Ease of execution.
Yeah, ease of execution indeed. They get the W. Sadly, though, for Theath Gaming, this means that the only realistic prospect going forward is tiebreakers to stay in the division, right? Like, they still have another series that they could potentially maybe win down the stretch when they're playing up against Bates, but even then, potentially. Dendy's record not necessarily the best in the DPC, but I'm thinking... What do we do, right? Because now we've had Yamit come in as well. Very skilled player, right? With a long history of being able to be successful in the game of Dota 2. So who do you even find at this point to plug the gap that there very clearly is a gap? Not just in terms of the player, but they need a player who's also experienced, right? Because you still have Napkin and Nine who are very, very new to the game.
Are we just upgrading here? Is it time to bring in the App Store or what? Like, just keep upgrading the Pause 4 player. That'll solve all of our problems down the line, right? I think they need to stop, bringing in players and maybe polish their play.
I mean,
Well said.
But how do you do so at this point? Because now you also have to think about the psychology of the team at this moment in time, right? They're worried about being relegated down to Division 2. At the same time, though, when we spoke to Napkin earlier on, he was mentioning how they were prepared for this. They were prepared to be in a situation where they'd be more or less at the bottom of the leaderboard, right? Will Div 2 help them if they end up going down, dropping there? Will the experience that they've garnered from these losses, they might be losses, yes, but are there things that they can still learn from that will allow them to come back in an easier fashion next tour?
I think that all comes down to mentality. Like PMA mindset is obviously one good tool on the long run. The faster you get demoralized, the faster you're going to tilt, the more toxic you're going to be, and that's not going to help a team environment, right? But in terms of like how the human mind in general works, if they can get some victories in Division 2, and that will definitely keep them in high spirits. They can take this as a learning experience. We were not ready for this for sure, and we can get themselves prepared for the teams that we can definitely match up. We can even look for victories. Might even get ourselves back into Division 1 with all the experience that we've accumulated during this time. So it just comes down to mentality.
Mentality indeed is a very important ingredient for success. And speaking of mentality, obviously the winning team had the winning formula going for themselves. And we're going to be having a very quick interview with some winners. Hear what they had to think. Can you hear me, good sir? Congratulations on the W there. And very interesting. We want to talk about the draft, right? I had a question. How on earth were you able to get Lina and Brood in the same game?
I don't know. You tell me, man. I don't know.
So obviously one of the things that people know you for, despite just being the offlane player for the team, you make a lot of content, you are involved in the Dota world just overall. How much time have you been dedicating towards that aspect of your life, despite the fact that you've just been, having to grind out so many games in the DPC in like 3 weeks?
Yeah, I've definitely shifted content to the back burner right now. Like, I love making videos every day, and I'm still posting almost every day, but the DPC is my priority, and my team is my priority. So, yeah, that's what I'm doing.
All right, that makes sense. One more question I also want to, we're curious about this, right? The team composition. Obviously, you're in a situation right now where there has been some changes. Stomanen has come into the team. What do you think, in what ways has he improved the team in the short time that he's been part of the environment?
The biggest thing about Stoma, for sure, is he is like the most PMA guy I've ever met. This guy is so PMA. He's so high mentality. Like, just such a friendly person. Like, honestly, probably the most friendly Dota person, most mature Dota person I've ever met. So he's a great leader, good friend. He pushes us to 2v2. Is willing to talk to everyone about their gameplay. Just like the type of guy you want on your team, you know what I mean?
Yeah, sounds like my boy.
All right, so congrats on the win. So I wanted to ask you in that last game there. So the Skywrath Mage and the Primal Mid, they kind of went ham there. Was that a strategy kind of built in the drafting phase, like after the draft, or did it just kind of happen in the mid game? You're like, oh, I'm fine, bottom lane on the Brood, just go own mid lane. What was the communication like?
I'd love to tell you that was all pre-planned, because that'd be really cool. But it kind of just happened. I don't know. They picked like a pretty mediocre anti-Brood lane, and I didn't need help. I think Troll is like good at fending off Brood, but it doesn't really pressure Brood. So I didn't need this guy, and then it was just like a really good call from Stoma that he didn't need to help me, and I also didn't need help. I just played passive, and it made so much sense, I feel. So just worked out.
All right, congrats on your win, Speed. I wanted to actually ask, as a fellow Speed enjoyer, how many times does Mr. Speed say Hero X or Item X is broken during a series?
During a series? Like during the game? Yeah, I'm just yelling at the whole game. I'm like, wow, this is so broken, guys. Brood is so broken. That's, the whole game.
Yeah, I think a lot of people wanted to know that answer. So, getting back to all seriousness, your final series is going to be up against Nouns. That's going to be obviously a challenge, probably one of the hardest challenges, but still one that you can overcome potentially. What kind of preparation do you have in mind going into your final series of Division 1 for this tour?
Yeah, I don't think we're going to change anything up. I believe in my team. I believe in myself. We're just going to keep screaming, keep playing 2v2s, watch all the replays. I mean, there's so many games that have been played now, so there's a ton of draft prep to do, a ton of replays to watch. I mean, I respect their team, but I know we can beat them. I've beaten all their players individually in the past. I'm not going to say we're better than them, but, we definitely can beat them. So same as always, just probably more time this time because there's a lot of games to look at.
Since you guys are doing a lot of like draft prep and watching replays, any teams in particular you guys are looking at to kind of like be like role models in a way?
For me personally, I know it's like the basic answer, but Tundra. Like my favorite heroes are the unit heroes. So I think I've watched almost every 33 pub in the last month. Almost every single game he's played, I've watched. Which is like a little degenerate for sure, but we watched him as a team as well. And we like sort of emulate them. We kind of have a similar style, pretty greedy side laners, a mid that opens up the map, kind of. So we're trying. Obviously, it's pretty hard to emulate Tundra, but yeah, we watch a lot of their replays.
Well, if we lead the conversation from Europe back into North America, who's a North American player that you really like, really enjoy, or some player that you kind of have looked up to in the past, or potentially it might be even you yourself from the North American region?
Do I look up to myself? Is that?
You say, you decide.
Of course. I watch my own replays. Yeah, no, North American players. I know it's a tough one. I'm not gonna lie. I know. The easy answer is my favorite player of all time, which is Fear Dota. So
there you go.
Yeah. Something I've been curious about as well, actually. How do you feel about the condensed schedule of the DPC? Obviously, 3 weeks is very different from 6. Does it affect how you prepare for the games? You were mentioning you have to go over these replays, pour over different strats that teams are doing. Is the condensed time more difficult to make sure that you're adequately prepared for your series?
Nah, I think it's better. Like, it was just way too much time last time. There's just too much downtime. I don't know. There was like way too much time in the. I like it. I like it a lot. Like, I feel like we put in all the time, we're grinding hard, and then people can play pubs when the DPC is over. And yeah, I don't know. It's been good for me. I imagine everyone likes it. Maybe I'm wrong. I actually don't know.
Okay, that makes sense. I mean, all Dota players, impatience is part and parcel of playing this game, I think. So, Speed, one final question before we let you go. Obviously, as a person who makes content, you coach, you do all of these different things. How do you make sure that you keep your passion for the game alive? Or is it just the case that you're prepared to eat, sleep, and dream Dota 24/7?
Yeah, I don't know. Dota's been my life for the last 8 years, like a lot of us. And I've personally never gotten sick of the game. I don't think I haven't logged into Dota for like almost 8 years. I just don't get sick of Dota. Like, sometimes I don't want to play solo queue, obviously, when someone runs down mid, but like, other than that, I always play overthrow. If I don't want to play solo queue, I'll watch replays, coach someone. Dota's just, I say this every time I come on to one of these interviews, but it's true. Dota is the best game in the world. Yeah, anytime I play any other game, it just doesn't compare. There's not enough to learn. You run out of things to figure out. It becomes boring. That's never the case for Dota.
Oh, one last question before I let you go. In your opinion, what's been your favorite thing you've discovered about the game that you were like, oh, that's a nice little niche exploit that I can try and utilize in my games?
You can buy Mech on Brood, and usually you win. Pretty cool.
Winning with Broodmother seems to be quite easy nowadays. Not super easy, but you know how it is. Thank you so much for giving us your time, Speed. We'll let you go back to grinding out Dota, watching some replays, and prepare for Noun Series. So good luck, have fun, and hope to talk to you afterwards.
I appreciate it. See you guys.
All right, see ya.
So that is Speed, of course, the offlane player for the side of the 5 Rat 4 Staffs. Very good game from him. Like you said, you buy Mech on Broodmother, turn it into Greaves, and you just A-click and just do stuff, and the game sort of plays itself.
Yeah, the man's been ranting about Guardian Greaves meta being broken right now, so I might as well take his word for it.
Yeah, it is pretty broken. So looking forward into the future now, obviously the fact that they've been able to get this W, they're 3-3 in the leaderboard, pretty much guarantees that they will not be in contention for any kind of relegation. What does the future look like for them here, Fear? Because no Dota player is comfortable just plateauing, right? And he said that he has managed to beat a lot of these Nouns players in the past. Is that the new benchmark for them, that beating Nouns represents genuine progress for them?
I mean, absolutely. I think if they can get a win versus Nouns, that'll be huge. But if not, I think they've kind of solidified themselves as like a team that's definitely mid-pack in improving, right? And I think they're definitely going to stick together too. And there's a lot of good things that can come from the squad if they, keep it PMA as they were mentioning. They're studying, they're doing laning practice, they're watching the best teams in the world play. They have a good recipe for success here.
Yeah, really looking forward to see what they can do in the future. Theath Gaming, regrettably, now are 1-5. They only have one game left. and they're pretty much in contention for relegation, right? The 6th, 7th, 8th spot is kind of just up in the air right now. We don't know how things will go, especially since Bait has to play both of these teams. T-Panda, what's your read on the situation for the side of Theath? What represents progress for them? Like, if they come dead last, but is a win good enough, basically, for their season at the very end of things?
I mean, if they win, that's pretty much them almost being safe, like a very, very big percentage. But I'm going to say Theath Bait's actually going to be a pretty huge series. Like, that is going to either give Bait a fighting chance to push themselves from the elimination line and force a tiebreaker. They've got 3 series remaining, so taking into account, they might still go away with 2. So for Theath, if they're able to get a second victory under their belts, that would be massive, because that pretty much forces Bait into a must-win every game scenario. And looking at Bait's games, they still got a game against TSM. That's going to be a tough one. That's going to be the first one they're actually playing out of this week. So, yeah, that Theath series is going to be huge for both of those teams.
Something that he actually mentioned there in the interview with Speed, he was saying that the downtime in the prior DPC tours was a bit too much, and now obviously the downtime is in between the tours. What's the preparation process do you think is going to be like for you, between Tour 1 and Tour 2, especially for these teams that aren't going to the major? It might get complicated, right? Because then the best teams in the world won't necessarily have time to practice against you, because they'll be all of them basically in Peru trying to grind it out there. So what do you do to ensure that you still stay on top of your game despite not having the best scrim partners?
I mean, hopefully, I'm hoping most of the teams will not use that time to make roster changes, that's for sure. And you got to practice pubs, that's it. Like, you got to keep playing Dota. You might not be able to get a lot of scrims in, but next best thing is just keep playing the game and watching the games. I think that's really important. I think what 5rat is doing really well, and what makes me think they're going to be really good, is they're practicing their lanes, they're watching other teams, they're keeping it PMA. If you do all those things, I think you have a good chance of getting better year by year.
Yeah, and I think that also has a lot to do with like Dota leaderboards. They keep on changing the whole time. You've got players going on hot streaks. They finally figure out, oh, I figured out everything. I know everything. And they just have this like insane mentality when they come into these games. So you see players falling off, you see new ones popping off. And I think that's just a trend outside of the meta, that players individually just figure out that they know everything about the game right now. And then you also have these phases where like, we don't know what's going wrong. Like, I feel like I'm doing everything I used to and nothing's just clicking, even though you feel like you have the knowledge level that every other player does. So I think that's a pretty refreshing change as well. You know, like, just keep on going. Maybe success will finally find your way.
Yeah, success is not an easy thing to achieve. There's building blocks that need to come before you're a successful team. And 5rat 4 staff, some of those blocks are already in place. Excited to see what they're going to be doing in future. For now, though, that does mean that we are done with this day of Dota. The week of Dota is not done just yet, though. This is the first day of the 3rd week, the final week of this DPC tour. So let's take a quick look at the games that we have coming up. TSM versus Bait. Fear, you alluded to it. Difficult series for Bait. For TSM, you know, they cannot afford to slack off on this one. Shopify Rebellion have demonstrated to us that Bait can push you to the limit despite being one of the best teams in the world. So you need to actually focus heavily when you're playing up against Bait, even if you are in a really good position in the leaderboard.
I mean, for sure. I'm really hoping that all these losses for Bait aren't like making them worse, like demoralizing them in any way, because they had a good performance against Shopify Rebellion in that one game, right? But they need consistency as well, and hopefully they come in with PMA to that series, and maybe we could see a good series.
So the first series that we're going to be having on that day is the Nouns versus Shopify Rebellion series. And Nouns, this has been a big monkey on their back for a long, long time. But they have in the past managed to beat Shopify Rebellion, aka XEG. Is this tour going to be a replication of that particular feat, T-Panda?
And it's also a theme that we've kind of been repeating for 2.5 weeks now.
No
Can
upsets?
an upset happen?
Yeah.
I mean, we're still waiting for it to happen. And is tomorrow, or sorry, the day after, going to be the trick maker finally? Do we break that stalemate and actually get an upset? It is, but there is always the potential. Nouns is a capable team. Rebellion, it just happens to be the best in the region. So you got to bring your best.
What do you guys think? Had Nouns managed to win out that last series up against the side of Shopify Rebellion, or against TSM? Yeah.
TSM.
If they won that series, would it be easier to beat Shopify Rebellion, being able to get a monkey off your back and say, hey, we can actually challenge at the top of the NA leaderboard?
It's been a while since that series, like almost a week ago when they played the TSM Nouns series. So things might have already kind of calmed down. If it was like tomorrow we're playing against this team, you might still go on that same kind of, I wouldn't say fumes in a way, because you coming in from that victory, feeling good, you go to sleep, you wake up, we got this big game today and we beat number 2 yesterday, so we are actually number 2 now. We could be number 1 at the end of this day. So now that there's been a bit of a break in between, maybe mentality-wise, not such a huge big factor, but I'm pretty sure they're still going to give their everything when they come into this one, because they know they're capable. They're one of the most only capable teams in the region to do it.
I mean, I think you have to be confident you're on one of these top teams. In Nouns' mind, I think they're just, on par with, TSM. I mean, they were pretty sad that they threw those games, right? They should have probably won them by most people's standards. But I think they're just as good as Shopify Rebellion, or at least they think that way. So they're going to come in with full confidence, and they're here to win.
Let's just have one quick conversation about Shopify Rebellion. If they do win that series, they will be 6-0, pretty much bang on for the major slot, right? It'll be pretty much impossible at that point to at least not be in tiebreakers to go into the major. Does that add a little bit of pressure on them to ensure that they can win this one out, especially when they came close to losing a game against the team on the other side of the leaderboard?
I mean, I don't think they'll think about it too much. They've been doing this for a long time now. You potentially can be like, yeah, the results have been the same for the most part. We're always this close, and that could mentally get to you, but I think they've been in this situation so much. Now's the time for them to just go in and play your best Dota and see what happens.
Yeah, I think the key word that you used just a moment ago, plateau. You don't want the players to ever think that, okay, now we're happy with the level. That's what you feel like, okay, I think we've got enough wins to secure a spot. You never think that as a pro player. They think about one series of one game at a time. They take small steps, never overthink it. That's what analysts do. That's what coaches do. Players don't think, they act.
Yeah. Don't think, just act, just win your games, just buy a mech on Broodmother, apparently, as a recipe for success. With that, though, we are going to be closing things out here on the first day of the second week of DPC action. We'll be back in about a day and a half or so to continue the hype. Very important series. Both of them have major ramifications, not just for relegation, but for potential qualification into the Lima Major. So make sure that you are going to be here to join us for that day of Dota. But for now, from myself, T-Panda, Fear, MLP, John Xfire, and PTP, our observer, we say good night, bid you adieu, and we'll see you soon for some more Dota. Drink water, and like Speed said, positive mental attitude. PMA, don't flame people in your games. PMA. Love each other, love yourself, and drink water. See you next time.